Hey guys, how are you? We are getting to the cross-examination of Relli, Terrell Ephron. So I think this is going to be a pretty spicy day. I've got some things I want to see. One of the number one things I want to see is what is the timeline on this Dunkin' Donuts bag? We have ASAP Relli saying that between the timing of the incident, like 10:17 on the night of November 6th, uh, after some time had passed, he left the scene. He decides to meet up with his girlfriend at the Loews because there's two hotels. There's the Loews Hotel where he was actually staying, and then there's the W Hotel, which he told ASAP Rocky that's the one he was actually staying at to not show his location and have ASAP meet him in front of the W instead of where he was actually going to be staying. He goes back to the Loews, meets up with his girlfriend. They get in the car. They go to a Dunkin' Donuts. They get a paper bag and a pen. And according to him, he goes back to the scene, and within 2 to 3 minutes, he finds these two shell casings, takes 4 pictures of them, and in between what we got from the direct examination, the prosecution is not getting details on timestamps or order of events. I think that is a minus for the prosecution because it's making me question why, right? Why are you not specifying the dates and times of certain things? But he has gotten Relli to mention that he spoke to an attorney in that same time frame, but hasn't pinpointed when. Now, in my opinion, I know there are probably some janky attorneys out there, but I cannot imagine an attorney saying, yeah, you know what you should do? I know you just called me for the first time. We've never spoken before, and you gave me the quick rundown of what you said just happened. I think you should go get a paper bag from somewhere and just go there on your own and pick up the evidence yourself. It just doesn't make sense. So I can't imagine an attorney advised him of that, but it seems like they're trying to lean on that without giving a definitive time frame, as if to explain why he thought to go back to the scene. He wouldn't have just thought to go back to the scene because he had a plan ahead of time, right? And I don't think that that's working for me. So that's what I'm looking at. That's what I'm looking for today. And a few other things, right? The defense has a lot of stuff they need to overcome as well. We have the 911 caller, she had cross-examination, but she says she heard what sounded like shots. She said she thinks she saw flashes. So there is still, it's not like the defense just has a roller, like they got over the hump of the roller coaster and it's smooth sailing from this point out. So they've got some stuff they've got to establish. I think the defense needs to make it clear to the jury that Relli wasn't just randomly in California by himself at a hotel with his girlfriend. He was there for several days already. He was there, he was hanging out with Bari and potentially some of their artists for several days. You've got to give the jury an explanation on how, if this was supposed to be some setup, and he took a flight and wouldn't have been able to bring a gun across state lines on that flight, how would he have gotten these casings, right? How would he have had the time? Well, if you're there for any number of days, you've got people there that might have firearms, you're in people's houses, you're visiting friends, maybe you go to a range. The defense has to give some plausibility there for how he would have gotten his hand on some casings that's reasonable to believe. So we'll see. I'm sure we'll get some questions that get into if Relli's ever had firearms or who he was hanging out with in that week in November of 2021. But yeah, I think all around this is gonna be crazy. Is my audio going crazy? My bad, you guys. Ah. Well, as long as the feed audio works, we will be good. We will be good. Rihanna is in the courtroom. I'm not a lawyer. Mel seems to be sitting up close near her. So that's really, really cool. Destined to Be is enjoying the sweaty emoji, guys. Yes, the reacts in the chat. If you're watching live, sorry, replay crew, it's not a feature outside of the live chat. But hit that little heart button. I can't change the heart emoji. That one has to be there. But we've got, what did I put? A green light, red light, the sweaty emoji. I don't even remember. Did I do the judge? Oh, the boxing glove, right? Did I do the boxing glove? And we could change those up as the day goes on. But have some fun with that. It's a good way to react quickly what you're thinking in the moment. It's also anonymous. Nobody knows who's pressing those reacts. So if you're scared to say something in the chat, even though we try not to bite, you can use those instead. So there you go. Hate it for always, forever, for life. Amber Lee says when he first watched the one video, he said it was him. Then after the sidebar or break, he said that's not him. I can't get over this. I don't understand. If you missed yesterday, it was a short day. It might honestly be worth like 2-timesing through that and then coming to watch cross-examination, because the prosecution, in my opinion, they were trying to address a lot of the things that could look really, really bad. They were trying to get ahead of it on direct examination. But I think it ultimately ended up giving Joe more to work with. He's going to be cross-examining Relli. So I'm not really sure that strategy was the right strategy to take, but, you know, that's just my opinion. It's also, I have a bit of hindsight after watching the whole direct play out. But yeah, you know, they have this weird question. They show this video that we haven't seen before. And, you know, it's somebody walking in a white shirt. And we're getting some mentions of what was said at the preliminary hearing back in November of 2023. A preliminary hearing, this was, you know, the judge trying to decide, is there enough evidence that would be sufficient to take this to trial? You know, the evidence that is presented at preliminary trial would go to show, hey, the prosecution has enough that if accepted at face value, it would meet the elements as charged, and this can move forward to a trial. So Relli had to testify there, especially because he's the chain of custody for the shell casing evidence. And the prosecution is like asking about this video. There's a guy in a white shirt. Relli is like, yeah, that's me. And the problem with that is, I don't know what to make of that. Is Relli just forgetting that he said previously that that wasn't him, and he knows it was him and he was lying back then? Or was he just going along with the prosecutor? Because the prosecution, the whole direct seemed like they were feeding, leading, doing more than just guiding the questions of this witness, of Relli. And Relli would give a lot of, yep, just going along with whatever the prosecutor put in his leading question. And that's, again, another reason that the prosecution should have been able to adjust their questioning strategy or been more careful with how they question this witness. So all of a sudden, Joe Tacopina is objecting, and John Lewin, the prosecutor that's sitting down, starts to make an argument in response to Joe Tacopina. And Joe's basically saying, you know, sounds like they're about to impeach their witness, Your Honor. And prosecution's objecting back. The judge is like, well, you know, they can go ahead and point out, they can impeach their own witness. But John Lewin doesn't want the word impeach to be said. He does not want the I word to be said, even though he's saying it out loud right now while he's arguing with the judge, while the jury's there. Right? So I think all this arguing about how we don't want to say the word impeachment, it's not impeaching. Now you're letting the jury hear the word impeach, like 3 times. So then all of a sudden they have this break. Relli comes back and clarifies, like, you know, oh, no, that's not actually me. After the prosecution recites to him his denial of that being him during the preliminary hearing in 2023. So my conclusion from that is, 1, the answers Relli's giving are largely just in agreement of however the prosecution's asking their questions. And to me, that hurts your credibility across the board. And 2, who's this person in a different outfit? We know you took off your hoodie and took pictures of your clothes to bring to the police. You were aware at that point in time that your clothing would help identify you. You were aware. So would it be far-fetched to think, oh, I'm going to go change into a white tee to go drop something off, when I don't want anybody to know that that's the same person going back to the scene? So there's a lot there, guys. There's a lot. Oh, man. Especially the sweaty one. You guys like that react emoji. Oh, boy. So, and for what it's worth, you know, I still think the prosecution's stupid for trying to get ahead of that. You know, all of these videos are blurry. Who really knows? Cool, there's somewhere we can see the, like, bedazzled jewels. Nobody's disputing that this person in the one video is ASAP Rocky and the other person is Relli. But you could have just let that rock and let it be another situation where people can't really tell for sure what they're seeing on these pixelated videos. But no, prosecution seemed real scared of it. Yeah. Brittany Gibbs, at the prelim, he said, I don't even walk like that. Well, if you apparently were just tussling on the floor, dropping people to curbs, bumping up your knee joints. I mean, he's in his 30s, right? So when this happened, maybe early 30s, he was early 30s when this happened. Do you walk a little funny when you've been rolling around knocking on your knees? Because that could explain it. That could explain it. So, oh man. It's crazy. Oh yeah, so I'm a detective now. Linda with the throwback here says, it's Relli and Detective Copeland collecting evidence, solving cases. ASAP Slime says, y'all think he'll have the same clothes. Oh man. No, this is fair if you want to think somebody should have taken a plea deal. I mean, everybody is entitled to their opinion. And when I heard he was turning it down, I said two things. Dang, that's a sweet deal to turn down. But maybe they know why the prosecution's offering them such a nice deal 2 years later. 2 years later, right? So, and one part of that, not for nothing, but one part of that could be, I don't know how to say the last prosecutor's name, Glasgon, whatever. But there's been a change in the district attorney, right? There's a new district attorney after the election cycle. So that could explain in part, but I don't really think that that's all of it. I don't think that that's the whole picture. So I'm sure their team, you're offering me something super, super sweet. Sounds like you don't want to take this through to trial either. So I don't know. I can understand why they turned it down. And but you're offering, it was still going to be a felony count. So he would still be a felon. It's not just, do I want to I'm ordering a sandwich and I'll skimp out and just say, you know what? Instead of getting the sandwich I really want, I'm just not going to get that one. I'm going to get the one that's on sale instead and just call it a compromise. I mean, that's not really, when you're compromising to take a felony and time, I don't know. I don't think that it's unreasonable for someone to want to turn that down. So, but again, I still agree, like the best thing in retrospect that Rocky could have done is don't meet up for confrontations like this. Don't meet up for confrontations like this. Because you never know if it can go left. So, lead detective ASAP Telly. Yeah, Dustin Nabi says, I see why he didn't take the plea. ASAP Slime, gotta choose your battles. And I think different people would choose to, fork in the road. I think different people would make different decisions. Everybody has different circumstances. So, and let's see. Yeah, George, is it Gascon? Is it like phonetically Gascon, or is there like some French pronunciation here, or maybe a silent C? So, yeah, I didn't know he was already a felon. I don't think he's already a felon, because Brittany, exactly that. He wouldn't have, how would he have a permit to carry a firearm? And not for nothing, but I'm sure we would have heard the prosecution arguing about trying to bring all those records in. So, yeah, not a felon, not a felon. And let's see. Also, big shout out here. Thank you so much, FFS, out here sniping. And maybe we gotta call this differently, because we don't want to act like FFS is pointing at anybody and firing, even if it's a starter slime gifted membership firearm. We gotta be careful here. We need a new term for this. Maybe we'll go back to sprinkling. So, FFS is sprinkling the chat with the 3 gifted subs. Make sure you guys are saying thank you. FFS makes it super easy to say his name in the chat, so there's no excuses. So there we go. Whew. And this is true too, is about we always hear, one of the conditions when at plea hearings, if you have a passport, it could be revoked. This may impact your ability to travel. And his family. So Riri, and I'm sure his kids will probably travel to see family over in Barbados. That could be something that the terms of the plea would have impacted. Of course, the conviction could also impact this, right? So it's still weighing things in different ways where there isn't 100% pro on one side and 100% cons on the other. It's a mixed bag. So, yeah, so you're not late. Interesting that they haven't started. Do we got anybody over on X? Let's see. Yeah, the last thing I see is Mel. Mel is so cute. Mel's like day 4 of the ASAP Rocky. I'm here and Rihanna is too, front row. Shout out to Mel. Tacopina and Lewin are going back and forth. Judge said this is a no squabble zone. Oh man, where is Steph JK? This is great. Oh boy. So that's why we haven't started yet, you guys. And that's probably, good reminder here. We have the sparring emoji here in the react section. We've got these red punching gloves for the live chat. So that's why. That is why. I also saw a lot of conversation on X saying that he's on video shooting. There has not been a video presented, and it seems like there's been discussion that there is no video surveillance footage with a vantage point of the moment of the shooting where you'd be able to see anything firing, right? So I don't know why it's misinformation. I'm sure it's not intentional. People did have the impression coming into this that it was all on video, and that's simply not the case. It does appear that there's something that looks like a firearm in ASAP Rocky's hand in that parking garage. The surveillance is kind of like cut off by the orange beam. But that's not the moment of firing. And we don't actually have any video footage showing what he did in that moment with the weapon. The prosecution tried to elicit testimony from Relli, that, he's putting it up against you. Did he put it up against your head? Did he put it up against your stomach? And Relli tried to say maybe he did. I'm not really sure. It was happening so fast. It was like a movie. So again, that is technically evidence on the record. It's testimony that a certain element required here could be met, right? Pointing at, pushing it up against you. But the jury still gets to determine how they want to weigh that evidence. Do they think it's credible? Right? And they could weigh it as credible, they could weigh it as not credible. Additionally, I still think, and I'm so interested in seeing jury instructions and arguments over jury instructions. I hope that hearing is going to be televised when they do jury charges. But the accusatory pleading specifically says semi-automatic firearm. He's not charged with brandishing. He's not charged with reckless endangerment. And I'm not exactly sure if the prosecution wants to fight to introduce lesser includeds, how they can maneuver, because they've specifically identified an object as an aggravating circumstance. So there's a lot there, guys. And really the most clarity we're going to get on that is when we get to the jury instructions hearing day, when the judge and the parties sit there and hash out jury instructions. So, let's see. Yeah, and so Brittany, I'm not sure if it's a win. It's helpful, obviously, for the defense to not have the thing on video, right? But I really don't think the jury. I think it would be a loss for the prosecution if the jury had an impression, like, say, for example, it was promised in opening statements, right? So my conversation about this, what people expected on the outside, is just public expectation. Maybe misreporting or hearing something and not just that, oh, he's on video as part of the altercation, but the shooting's on video, misunderstanding that and it getting spread. I don't feel like the jury was misled in opening statements. I don't really think the prosecutor mentioned anything like, hey, we're going to show you a video of the shooting. Now, if that had happened, that would be such a big L for the prosecution, because you're promising something that you're not going to be able to deliver on. But I still think it being not captured at all is a win for the defense. So, but again, I mean, I think a lot of people, I don't know. Do you guys think just because somebody was up on a 7th floor balcony that they wouldn't be able to tell when they were looking at what already looked like a physical altercation that there was a flash, if she saw a flash? I get that witnesses are unreliable, but at the same time, what do you think, the 12 jurors sitting there, the alternates that are sitting there, do you think they're just going to write off her testimony completely because she said she was on the 7th floor and may have been smoking? Right? We know that there was a physical altercation, right? Now, I think the defense, I think they're in a good position because they're going to have to call an expert to tell us, but if this starter gun could have fired something that looks like a flash, it's meant to look real, that could explain what this 911 caller saw, right? It could give a reasonable explanation. So, like I said, it's not a clear cut, oh, there's no evidence against ASAP Rocky. But at the same time, if the main evidence against him, we have this 911 caller who only could see what she saw. She didn't know the whole altercation. She couldn't pinpoint how many people there were. She didn't exactly know what was going on at given points in time because she couldn't see. Witnesses aren't always reliable. The remainder of evidence is the victim, who has credibility issues, who objectively has credibility issues. It doesn't mean that he can't be credible on some parts, right? But objectively, he has some credibility issues. I mean, we saw his own team, really, the prosecution, impeach him. And I'm not sure why it can't be called impeachment. Maybe because their intent isn't to undermine his credibility entirely. They just wanted to give him the chance to correct himself, right? I don't know. Yeah, Violet, this is kind of where I am personally about this caller. She saw something, but I don't think she saw as much as she claimed. And again, you could see something and perceive it a certain way, and that's not actually what went down, right? She was saying she was seeing 3 people fighting. So a little bit missing. And again, that's really not to fault her in particular, but in general, witnesses, they perceive what they perceive in the moment. I think, like, one of the number one examples is, gas stations have those height markers so they can try to identify how tall someone is if they rob the store. When you get these stories of someone trying to guess how far away somebody was, how tall somebody was, it's like, one person could tell you it could be the same 100 yards that we're talking about, and one person could estimate that it's like 20 yards, and the other person can estimate it's 105 yards. A lot more precise. So, I'm with you, Chicken. Chicken says, I think defense didn't object very much because he knows the prosecutor won't be able to help himself objecting a lot. So setting himself up to look very annoying. And again, I think with these objections, and there was some squabbling back and forth, the judge, when Joe Tacopina objected, this wasn't with the impeachment objection, but objections before that. I think, what was the counter? It was like 10 or 11 total objections. So I have it on the banner from yesterday, 11 objections with 7 sustained. Some of those other objections you couldn't really hear, but it was we would know that there was an objection because the judge would like, hold on. But the prosecution was prodding the judge to tell Tacopina to state the basis for his objection. And the judge was like, I already know the basis, though. I already know the basis. And the prosecutor's like, okay, well, we still want it stated for the record. So the judge is like, okay, Joe, state your basis. So there's been some, like, bickering. Any chance these attorneys seem to have a second to speak, it's like they're both taking the opportunity to catclaw at each other. And again, like going back to Mel saying, you know, why we're not live right now. And make sure you guys are following Mel. A big love for Mel. Oh my goodness. So, and I don't know if this is like her only... All right, jury's coming in 1 minute ago, so we should be starting. So here we go. Let's get on the screen. We'll get our captions rolled up here. And again, guys, there we go. Green in the chat, red in the chat, when something moves the needle for you.
You gotta explain talking too fast. You gotta explain what you mean. Like, you're talking about the actual shooting when I went back.
Did you go back to the scene after the incident on November?
I sure did.
Okay, you sure did. And within a minute of returning to this, how many times did you go back to the scene?
Once.
Okay. Within a minute of returning to the scene, you located the shell casings, correct?
No, not within a minute. I have to take a little while to look for it.
So you testified yesterday within a minute or two, correct?
I did not test it. Well, I said within a minute or two, but it took some time. It's not plural, but you know what I'm saying?
No, what I'm saying. You said within a minute or two? You know me a minute or two?
2 to 3 minutes.
He said 2 to 3 minutes.
2 to 3 minutes. Was that right, 2 to 3 minutes?
2 to 3 minutes.
That was the testimony yesterday.
Thank you, Ron. 2 to 3 minutes, right?
I mean, it happened 3 years ago. You asked me 3 years later.
No, they asked you that yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, what you're asking now, everything is videotaped and timestamped, so.
Well, there was a videotape you saw yesterday, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Anyway, you said yesterday you found those shell casings within 2 to 3 minutes of returning to the scene. Did you have a flashlight on you when you returned?
No.
No, no flashlight.
I used the flashlight on my phone.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Okay. And you know that there were 7 cops there before you were there, correct?
Well, how would I know that?
No one told you that?
No, nobody told me
Okay.
that.
Now, just to clear up one thing, you were asked by the judge, I think it was 2 days ago, if you would meet with the defense attorneys to have an interview, correct? And you said no.
Yeah.
Okay. And you understand that's different. Yes, you and I had a meeting, so to speak, at preliminary hearing when you testified like this, right?
Correct.
That was in 2023.
I believe so.
Yeah. There was a judge and prosecutors and things like this, right?
Yes.
Okay. But you were asked to meet with us to do an interview, sitting down with just the defense attorneys, and you said, correct? Which is right.
Yeah.
Okay. You're here.
This isn't me, this is the court camera.
You're lawyers today, right?
Yes.
The lawyers for your civil case.
Yes.
And you've been here with them every single day, correct?
Correct.
Ben and Camille.
You've met many times with law enforcement over the last several years.
I want to say I met with them many times. They called me. I met when I don't remember. It's been 3 years.
Well, when's the last time you met with the prosecutors here?
When I flew in,
What was that?
like 2 years ago.
Okay. So before your testimony, obviously.
Yeah.
And what about your private attorneys? You met with them to prepare for your testimony?
I didn't need to prepare.
You need to prepare?
No.
So you didn't meet your private attorneys at all to discuss your testimony?
I don't need to.
I understand you don't need to. My question was different.
Cause for yes, sir.
Oh. Wait, say the question again, please.
You did not meet with your private attorneys who flew here with you in preparation for your testimony?
No, they just said to support me. But I don't need the prep. I don't need the prep.
It's not responsive. Everything you have to know is sir.
Okay. Now, yesterday, you testified that before the shooting, you had nothing but love for Rocky, right?
Correct.
And you said that if you said the word fuck to Rocky, it was with love, right?
I don't know what you mean by that. You gotta explain again.
No, I don't. I'll tell you your testimony. Go ahead. Take a look at the screen.
Text messages, I always still, like, how you say it, like, compliment you, don't pick them up for the success. At the same time, like, you're doing bad.
Okay.
But then the same text messages, like, I never was like just straight out like, oh, fuck you. I never said fuck you, probably did, but it was like real wishy-washy in the sense like love, like, I don't know, you know, but I never really got a response to that.
Okay. That was your testimony yesterday, right?
Yeah, but you can bring up the actual text message I'm talking about. We ain't gotta go back and forth.
All right, hold on. When anybody asks you a question, you lawyers, just answer the question. Don't volunteer something. If they want to flesh it out more, Mr. Lewin might want to do it, Mr. Tacopina might want to do it, then it's okay. But if you're asked a yes or no question, just the answer is either yes, no, I don't remember, or I don't know. Don't volunteer anything, all right?
Can you say that again?
Say yes?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Well, did you hear your testimony?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. And when you said, if I said fuck you, it was with love, right? That's what you said.
I don't get what you're saying. Sorry.
What did you hear yourself just say?
I don't get what you're saying. I
Here's my
really don't.
question. Here it comes. What did you hear yourself just say?
But what are you getting at? I don't get what you're saying.
Don't worry about what I'm getting at.
But explain it again.
Just
I'm
wait,
getting
Mr.
confused. I'm getting
All right,
confused. What he's
just
saying.
listen. He's asking you, did you hear your testimony?
Mm-hmm.
Yes? He's just asking you.
Did I say it? Did I say, I don't know. Can you explain the question?
Play it again.
Play it again.
No, I don't want to answer this question.
Listen to this again.
I know
Text messages, I always still, like, how you say it, like, compliment you, don't pick them up for the success. At the same time, like, you're doing bad.
Okay.
But then the same text messages, like, I never was like just straight out like, oh, fuck you. I never said fuck you, probably did, but it was like real wishy-washy in the sense like love, like, I don't know, you know, but I never really got a response to that.
He just wants to ask you questions about what you said that you just saw.
Okay.
Was that truthful testimony?
Truthful, can you explain the question again? I don't know what I'm saying. Yes, I know it's I
Did you just see yourself?
No, but you're not explaining the question.
Here's my question.
I see myself, but you're not explaining. So what I'm supposed to say yes or no to?
Look, just listen. Did you see
Not
yourself?
simple.
Did you see yourself? That's
I see myself.
Did you hear yourself?
I heard myself.
Was that truthful?
What's truthful?
What you just said.
That I love him or like we was cool? I don't know what you mean.
Is your testimony
I said a lot of
truthful?
things.
The part that you said, if I said fuck you, it was sort of wishy-washy with love, you know? That part.
Okay,
that's
that's true. True.
True.
Yeah.
In fact, on September 18th, 2021, at 8:19 a.m., you text Rocky, fuck everything about you, fake ass gay nigga, right?
Of course not.
Of course not? Okay. I'm going to show you a text message now.
Joe!
Take a look for a second.
What is it legitimate?
Wow.
Yes.
All right,
And Relli,
hold on. This is defense C. Susan Charlotte.
September 18th, 2021, 8:19 a.m. No matter how much the nigga tried, you not charging, I think they're changing. Fuck everything about you, you fake ass nigga. I dead hate you. Sucker ass guy nigga, then you change guy again. Remember sending that message?
Bro, this is in 21.
I understand everything we're talking about.
The incident was in 21. What? Oh my god, let me just play it.
Today's in 21. Every text message he showed you yesterday was in 21.
Yeah, but you asking me now, do I remember? You're not showing me nothing else that came into the text message, so I probably did write that. Is that for me?
Yes, for me.
Okay, that's cool.
That's cool. Okay. So is that wishy-washy with love when you wrote that?
I mean, you're not showing me the rest of the conversation, so I can't really.
Was that wishy-washy with love?
Yes.
That was wishy.
Yes.
Sucker ass gay nigga.
Yes.
That was with love.
Yes.
By the way, before we start talking about the events surrounding November 6th, 2021, which we will talk about, Mr. Ephron.
Can you pull up the rest of the text message?
Mr. Ephron, here's what we're going to do. I'll ask the questions. You're going to answer. Okay, if you can. Before we talk about the events of November 6th, 2021, which you spent 2 days testifying about, I'd like to talk a little bit about you and some of the things you testified to. Money is particularly important to you, Mr. Ephron, correct?
No.
It's not important to you.
I mean, you need it, but no.
Okay. In November 2021, you told people that you were a millionaire, correct?
What?
Do you not understand my question?
I don't understand this. Yes, no, I
People,
don't
you
know.
were a millionaire?
Which you got all three in there. Yes, no, I
I'm
don't.
talking about 21. I told somebody I do so much stuff. I don't know what's the contents of what you're talking about.
Okay, you know a guy named Wally?
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 Okay, so what? I'd probably say yes or no. I don't care. Like, what is this about?
You probably said yes, no, I don't care. That's your answer?
What is me being the... I don't get it, but no. Yes, no, I don't know.
Pick one. Pick one for the jury. Anyway.
I don't know. It's been so long. I can tell people whatever I want. If I'm a millionaire, not a millionaire, like what? I'm not a millionaire, but what is that going to do with this case?
Mr. Ephron, just answer the question. He asked you a yes or no
The
question.
judge.
Ask the question.
But I don't want to get this right wrong. I don't know what is he.
Let me answer.
Listen to the question, and the answer is either going to be yes, no, or I don't know. I don't know. Ask the question.
In November 2021, did you tell Wally, to Jimmy, you know who he is, right? The ID guy?
Okay, yeah.
No. Did you tell him that you were a millionaire?
You got to show me the. I don't remember.
You don't remember?
I don't remember.
Go ask another question.
It's important to you that you portray a very lavish lifestyle, extreme wealth, right, Mr. Ephron?
We're gonna get pictures.
It's not. Okay.
We're gonna get pictures.
You told this jury yesterday that after this incident, you don't have a social media presence anymore.
That misstates the testimony.
Yeah, no.
You don't have social media presence
No,
anymore.
I don't.
Your username on Instagram is Relli Balls, right?
That is.
There we
And
go.
on your Instagram profile is a featured story you call Lifestyle, right?
It is.
All right.
Wait, would you repeat the name is Relli what?
Relli Boss.
Boss.
Boss. Like you, boss.
Chloe, for
Our
real.
lifestyle has nothing to do with this man.
I told you, don't volunteer anything. Just answer the questions.
The judge is trying to
One of
help
the
you.
Lifestyle features. The cover photo of the lifestyle feature in your Instagram is a thumbnail image of a private jet, right?
I think that was the jet I was on with Jabari, but yeah.
Okay.
The shirt again.
Going back to this because you just told this jury that portraying a lavish lifestyle of extreme wealth is not important to you.
I mean, it's not. There's so much other important things in life, but I mean, you need money.
Okay. There is on that lifestyle portion of your Instagram is several photos. Let me show you a few. One is defense. Help me out.
The next in order? D is in David.
D. That's something you posted, right? You put it up.
Well, what is it?
Okay. It's a photo from his Instagram lifestyle. It's one of the 7.
Dated when?
Dated December, we'll get to the case, don't be worried, Mr. Ephron. December 29, 2022. That's you posting the private jacket, right?
Okay.
Okay. And what you wrote there If it ain't about money, I ain't liking you.
No, it says Lincoln.
Ain't Lincoln?
Linkin.
My opinion.
Yeah.
Wow.
Like, why are you showing my Instagram? I'm already getting death threats. People threatening my daughter. Like, what's going on here?
Who gave you that, Mr. Ephron?
The whole world.
The world threatened you? The whole world gave you
Because
that?
of what you're saying.
Because I'm asking you a question on your Instagram.
Because you're saying I'm extortionist and all of this and putting my
He
whole
said
life
it!
on.
He said
This
it!
is getting really annoying.
No one is calling you an extortionist. You're
Yeah,
gonna
so
get,
what
you're,
does this have to
Mr.
do
Ephron,
with the
you're gonna
case?
get through a lot faster if you just answer the questions. If somebody asks an improper question, I won't allow it to go forward. If you're being asked a question that's lawful in a courtroom, just answer it. Even if it makes you mad, even if you don't see the point of it, just answer the questions as truthfully as you can, regardless of who asked.
Now the jury
Please do
knows.
that, okay? Yes?
Yes.
So what do you mean by if it ain't about money, I ain't linking you? What does that mean?
I don't know. It's a phrase.
And what do you mean by it? You posted, what does it mean?
Nothing.
How about this next one? This is defense, E?
He is an ever.
He is in. For your Instagram lifestyle. That's you, sir, in Mercedes with the caption, "More funds is the focus right now." And that's June 5th, 2023.
Hey, what's wrong with that?
Mr. Ephron, I'm asking you a question. I'm not saying anything's wrong.
Okay, what's up?
What do you mean by that? More funds is the focus right now.
I mean, trying to get successful. Like, what do you mean? I do private equity, I do a lot of things, but I don't understand these questions. Why am I answering questions about my Instagram?
Well, you talked a lot about your lifestyle yesterday, about your business, and right now you're mentioning private equity, which we'll get to, and how you earn your money, right? We're talking about that. So you just said you're portraying a lavish lifestyle, it's not important to you. So I'm talking about some of the postings on your Instagram, like this next one.
But Instagram is a place of, like, I don't see how you basing me as a person off my Instagram.
Let's take a 10-minute break.
Go on a break.
Explain.
This is not a union break. It's only 10 minutes.
Let's take.
Guys, all right. Compared to what you thought this would be like, I mean, this stream, we've been going for 42 minutes. They started 26 minutes into the stream, so we're less than 20 minutes into this cross-examination. This is crazy. This is crazy. And I don't even think we're close to what the defense plans to impeach this witness on, because we haven't really talked about, like, preliminary statement or other things. So, guys, this is not great. This is not great for the prosecution. I don't know. What are you guys thinking? Yeah, they really should have prepped him for cross. Okay, you know what? We're on a break. I'm gonna find... Megan Cuniff did a video in November of 2023 summarizing, and she put it in an article as well, but she did an article summarizing the preliminary hearing from November 2023. It's very interesting because the details that she documented, she pulled certain quotes, pointed out certain things. Those things, and you're only human, right? You're not going to write an article that recites 6 hours of testimony or whatever. But the things that she documented, in my opinion, seem to be the exact same things that Relli remembers very, very well, right? When we were watching his direct, we felt like, hey, most of the time he doesn't remember for sure. He's going on, or it's inconsistent. But there were a few things like he dropped to the curb. It was hot like it grazed across my hand. Certain things, the P word being called the P word, those details were memorialized in Megan Cuniff's coverage. So in my head, when I was looking at it last night, I'm just like, I can't help but wonder if Relli was going back and reading through that to try to prep himself. So yeah, and according to him, he didn't need any prepping. Let me get this video. So sorry about the silence for a second. Preliminary hearing, Rocky. Do. Oh my gosh, I can find. Maybe she has a playlist. Maybe she has a playlist. Because she streamed the second day of the preliminary hearing where they had the officer testify. But I didn't see her stream when Relli took the stand. I don't think that they had cameras in there. Let's see. Playlist. ASAP Rocky trial. No, that's old. Hold on now. Hold on now. 1 day ago, 1 year ago. Nope. Make sure we don't miss anything. Oh, well, maybe it would be in my history. Duh. Okay, I found it. Found it, guys. So I'm gonna link this to you guys to go and check out and watch on your own. Watch it over on Megan's channel, so you know it's her content, and she was the one doing the work on the ground, doing the reporting. Prelim. I'm just gonna call it prelim. And for replay crew, I'm gonna get it in the description for you as well. She also put an article on her Substack. She goes through it in this video, and there were just certain things that were like, I don't know. We're gonna find out, you guys, that he contradicted himself. He crossed up his timeline and he got caught on some things during the preliminary hearing. And I think we're going to see how he handles those same things when he has to testify yet again, which is another opportunity to be inconsistent. So I'm very excited. If you guys want to go check that out, the link is in the chat. Really, really interesting to look back on, but I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised that he keeps volunteering. He didn't need to prep. He doesn't need to prep. I feel like he might have, because if you look at the things she details, it's consistent with the things he remembers very, very well, almost verbatim. Saying it's like a movie. He said the same thing back in the preliminary hearing, right? And I don't know. I always think it's easier to imagine when there's two people, right? Something happens and the police are interviewing people. Police will look for, when they interview people, if two people are supposed to be suspects and they have an identical story. They remember everything exactly the same as the other person. No two people in a room will see everything the same way that's going in that room at the exact same time in the exact same way. They're not going to remember or even notice things the same way. So sometimes those consistencies, when they're too aligned, seems like you guys got together and got your story straight. Now, we're only dealing with one person here. It's just Relli on his own. But it's like, if you're trying to make sure you sound consistent, sometimes being overly consistent isn't going to come off as truthful. It's just going to sound like you memorized a story, right? So just some food for thought there. Let's see. Yeah, and Chloe, going back to this, I'm thinking, I was looking for this comment. Thank you for the super. Relli got Jen McCabeosis really, really bad. And that's kind of thinking of you get together, you get your story straight with your friends and other people. It starts to seem disingenuous. And so as I was just describing that, I was thinking of the Karen Reed trial. I noticed that, this whole thing, we made sandwiches in the back of the car. We played It's Raining Men. Some of these details are just like, it just seems like you're throwing them in there to bolster your credibility, to make it seem like you guys are all telling the truth, because how else would you all remember the same detail? So Let's see. Let's see. Gina, good to see you too. With the eyes, great to see you. Trying to understand this trial. Yeah, there's a lot of moving parts. I think it's taken me by surprise that it's, again, until I heard that he was offered such a sweet plea deal, I was like, all right, this is going to be quick trial, nothing dramatic. Maybe it was a fight. Maybe it's a question of self-defense. Was it justified or not? Self-defense trials can have layers, right? Because self-defense, something being justified can change in any moment. To be fair, two sides of an altercation can both be justified if they were to use like deadly force, right? Two sides can be justified at the same time in an altercation if they decide to use self-defense, like do something to protect themselves or others, right? So there's always an interesting bit when there could be self-defense at play. But yeah, there's other layers in this that are very complicated. And Gina, I don't know if you paid attention to the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard trial in Fairfax, Virginia, but Ben Chu and Camille Vasquez, they've been in court every day with Relli. They're representing him in a defamation case against A$AP Rocky and his attorney Joe Tacopina. So there's just layers here. There's layers here. There's layers. So, but good to see you. Let me know what you're thinking as this progresses. Especially, I like to know what people that are late to the game think about things just as much as people that have known more context, right? It's interesting to see what people think based on where they are in the timeline. Asia, thanks for being a member for 4 months. Jennifer Devine says, this guy looks like he's about to try and squabble up with a lawyer. Can you imagine? Can you imagine if the gloves come off in court? Oh my gosh. The victim, the key witness and victim in a case where someone's being charged with 2 counts, aggravated assault with a semi-automatic firearm. Can you imagine if an assault happens right in the courtroom by the victim? Oh boy. And great to see you, Jennifer. Love your hair still. Always love your hair color. GTA 6, thank you so much for the super sticker here. Hold on, we gotta go to YouTube and see what the sticker is. StreamYard's a little pesky like that. Also, guys, make sure you're using those emojis. Oh, it's the cute avocado. It's the cute avocado. Thank you so much. We can also change these react emojis. If you're looking at your screen right now, you'll see the animations going by. We've got the green light, something's good for the defense. Red light, something not good for the defense. Uh-oh. The sweaty face and the boxing glove, the sparring glove. But we can rotate them. I can customize up to 4 of them. So. And yeah, I don't know. And this break, let's see. We're 7 seconds behind. Okay, yeah, they're not there. And this is the problem, destined to be. So, I've said it before. You guys are going to get sick of me saying it, but I think the best scenario, guys, you guys always got to think ahead, even if you wouldn't do anything crazy, and even if you think somebody else wouldn't do something crazy. I mean, do you ever really know? So sometimes the smartest thing is to not be in this scenario at all. Like, it's different if you're in a public place and something happens to break out. But you've got 2 people that are linking up that already have some animosity, some tension, some beef. You never know if someone's going to get physical. So again, hindsight 2020, maybe stay away from it, right? Best that you can do is try to avoid it entirely. But at the same time, when the defense's theory is going to be that Relli was the actual aggressor. In opening statements, we saw Joe Tacopina say, hey, in this footage at the parking garage, you see this arm up from the other person from Relli, up going towards Rocky's neck before Rocky puts his hand up. So, the initial aggression came from Relli, right? And the movement of Rocky's arms was reactive. If the defense is arguing that and the prosecution's arguing that Rocky is the aggressor, right? It's kind of like, which way are you going to interpret this, jury? But then you throw in the mix that Relli seems hot-headed. It doesn't help. It doesn't help if you want the jury to believe that Rocky was the aggressor, right? So. Yeah, too tall, and I think there might have been a little bit on both sides of they didn't think the scenario would play out the way it played out, whatever that might actually mean. I do think it's human nature. We think we're in better control or we're better at handling things, and we're not always in control of the things we think we might be in control of. So I think both of them, in hindsight, maybe especially Relli, whether he's truthful, whether he's lying, right? I think he's inconsistent. I don't think he's credible. But at the same time, I can imagine a victim who's telling the absolute truth. This would not be an easy experience for that person either. I'm sure it's just harder for someone that's lying, right? So just imagine there's got to be people that are victims. They don't want to come and testify because it's not an easy thing to do. And they must be thinking, I'm sure people have these thoughts like, if I only did this one thing, if I just didn't go, if I just stayed home, I could have avoided all of this. So let's see. Hey Dee, how are ya? Yep, and abundance and clarity with the abundant clarity here. It says everyone's entitled to their opinion. Please be respectful to each other in the chat. Healthy debates are appreciated. 1,000,000%, 1,000,000%. And mods, I think mods, you guys do a great job at holding it down, keeping it friendly here in the chat. But chat, like, make it easy for the mods. Like, don't go off the wall. Don't make unnecessarily harsh comments just because you disagree with somebody. There's obviously a way that you can have your opinion and have a productive conversation with it without having to bark at somebody or say anything disrespectful. So, yeah, and I agree. Do you do May or do you do My, like Mai Tai? So ASAP Rocky can be considered as the victim. And I really think that we'll get beyond that. One area of questioning, Joe's going to go through chunks, like topics at a time. I'm not sure if he's the type of lawyer that, Max Shart liked to do a lot of, like, I can compared it to NBA plays. You like alley-oop, you fake pass. Max Shart would like ask a few questions and not really close out that chapter. He would move on to something else and then go back unexpectedly to a topic as if to catch a witness off guard. I don't know if Joe's that type of attorney, but I am waiting for his section, his chapter of questioning, where he gets into what was happening with Ills. Because we have testimony from yesterday where Relli's almost bragging that he had Ills petrified. Couple skips away, he runs up and pursues Ills, yokes him up. He's petrified. Ills is petrified. A defense justification doesn't mean ASAP Rocky defending himself. It could also be and or in defense of others. And there's now evidence on the record that Relli put there himself that somebody else, because of Relli, was petrified, was in fear. So, great food for thought here. Let's see. Yeah, Shayna says, I think he's doing equal amounts of both truth and faux. Mix in a little playing dumb and lots of anger, then we can all pinpoint where his lies are hiding. Feed, cut, bingo. Yeah, thank you for showing the mods love. Okay, so my tie, so it's my. Okay. And I feel like I've said my before, and like months later, weeks later, I'm like, maybe I should double check, questioning myself on my pronunciation.
Yes.
Here we go.
Steph, I'm going to show you one more photo from your lifestyle.
Is this another exhibit?
It is one. For 8 guys. And it's a fence what?
The next one is going to be Ephesus Frank.
Ephesus Frank. Yeah, okay. So that's an image of you showing a yellow Range Rover with the caption "Big Photo Album," correct?
We have a date.
Yeah. 10.
Wait,
You know what, actually-
hold on.
Can I just say one thing?
No, wait, stop. You might ask if he recognizes, establish the foundation.
You recognize that car?
Yes.
Okay. You recognize the car?
Yes.
Okay. And does that car belong to your girlfriend, Lydia Parker?
It belongs to me.
It belongs to you?
Yes.
Not Lydia?
It belongs to me.
Okay, you take that down. Now, Lydia Parker is your girlfriend, correct?
Yes.
And Lydia Parker is the same Lydia Parker who zelled you $2,000 on November 8th, 2021, 2 days after the incident, correct?
Objection, relevant shorter.
Oh!
You don't recall? We could show you,
Your girl's sending you 2K.
we have, let me just see.
They're gonna show the witness something.
Okay.
They have to refresh his recollection by not doing it in front of the jury.
You have a photo?
I do, we do.
Go ahead and show us
Sure, sure.
at the, and there's no need for any counsel to ask whether it's okay to approach the witness stand. It's okay for anybody, all counsel can approach the witness stand.
Okay, you ready? So, does that refresh your recollection that Lydia Parker, your girlfriend, zelled you $2,000 on November 8th, 2021?
I guess so, yes.
Oh, he conceded. Bravo.
Now, that's not the only time Lydia Parker gave you money, correct?
Objection, 352.
Stay. Go on, second.
Well, specifically, did Lydia Parker give you $24,000 in cash?
Your Honor, didn't you just,
I just said,
October,
when?
October 2021.
objection, 352.
Yeah, that predates the incident. The objection sustained.
Okay.
On to something else, unrelated to
Jury heard it.
Mr. Ephron being given any money.
Okay. Now, you told the jury that you were making money in 2021, that it was ahead of your music career, right?
I wouldn't say that what I was doing as far as like music, like getting label meetings and doing shit like that. Can you say the question again, please?
You told the jury yesterday that you were making money in 2021, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is
Okay.
it-
Yes, yes.
And that you said it was the height of your music career.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Around the same period of time, in September 2021, you personally had about $4,000 in your bank account, correct?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. I have multiple bank accounts.
Okay. What was your primary bank account? I don't want the numbers, sir.
What bank? He's asking where was your money? Which bank?
I don't know. I have a lot. I don't want to say I don't know. I have a lot of things. Primary, I have a lot of primary.
You have a lot of banks.
Yeah,
A lot of bank accounts.
yeah.
Okay. In Bank of America, you don't recall having $4,000 in September 2021?
I don't remember.
Okay. Sure. Okay, so does that refresh your recollection that you had $4,000, $4,191 to be exact, in your Bank of America bank account in September 2021?
No, he's being used to refresh the record.
Give me mean, he did say he was into private equity.
Does that refresh your recollection that in September 2021, you had $4,191 in your Bank of America bank account?
I mean, it says it right here, yeah.
Okay. And in June, you had $693 in that same bank account, correct? No, it's not there. Hold on.
Now, these questions lack foundation. The foundation that you just need to ask is, does he remember
I
what he did?
seek an objection.
Yes. Stop the speaking objections.
All the questions.
Stop the speaking objections, both sides. Go ahead and show it to him, ask him if he recognizes what it is that reflective of his bank.
What was the question?
Sure. I mean, look at that. Does that refresh your recollection that at the end of June 2021, the year of this incident, you had $693 in your bank account?
No, it doesn't refresh my recollection. I don't have different statements, but yes.
Do you see that there?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Do you dispute the accuracy of that?
Your Honor, that's the improper question.
You are all offer that then? Defense exhibit.
The documents hearsay. It does not come in as a prior and consistent statement. It's not come in as a business record.
We already talked about whether it was, it could be used as an exhibit in a can. It's defense G.
So, there you go, sir. Anyway, that doesn't, as you sit here, it doesn't refresh your recollection. That's what you have, right? And if I showed you one from August, saying you had $1,500 in your bank account, would that refresh your recollection?
No,
Not. All right. Now, take that down. You said just now, you said yesterday that you were in and out, at the height of your music career, you were in and out of label meetings before this incident, right?
correct.
What labels?
Capital,
All right, let's take one of the Capital.
yeah.
Who did you meet with that Capital records?
Objection. 352.
Overruled.
Who?
I would have to ask my business partner.
Well, you were there, right?
I know, but it was so long ago.
All right, so he doesn't remember. Ask another question.
What's the other label you met with?
Universal and Epic?
Okay, let's take Universal.
I don't know. I
You
just
don't know
went
who
to
you met
them.
with at Universal?
It was a long time ago. It was over 3 years ago, 4 years ago.
You know, but everything you testify here.
I don't know Mr. Tacopina.
Okay. How about Epic? You know anyone that you met with at Epic?
I mean, I have it in my phone. If you really want me to, I could find all those people, but I don't remember right now.
Okay. So you have actually the appointments of the people you met
Yes,
with?
and I have flights from my business partner, everything. Like he flew to LA to these meetings.
Yeah, if you could eventually provide us with those names, that'd be great.
Your
Who you met
Honor,
with?
that's not a question. It's improper.
Each so.
It's improper conversation with the witness. This is not a discovery motion.
You also said that you wouldn't fight Rocky because you were already not liked in the industry. You said it on your direct testimony.
Wait, say what?
On your direct testimony, when Paul was questioning you, Ms. Briscoe, you said that one of the reasons you wouldn't fight Rocky was because you were already not liked in the industry. Remember saying that?
Because I'm already not liked in the industry.
Didn't you say that?
No, I didn't.
Oh, okay. So you were well liked in the industry.
I was.
According to something.
Yeah, I had a good name.
And then you said you wouldn't fight him because it would ruin your career.
I wouldn't fight him for many reasons.
Was that be one of them? It would ruin your career?
Yeah, it would.
Okay. You said a bunch of deals went away because this became public. Remember saying that to the jury?
Yeah, because you was in the media.
Is the answer yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Ask another question.
Let's start with what deals went away when this became public? Which deals?
Objection. 352.
Just a minute. You'll have an opportunity to inquire of Mr.
Rebuttal.
Ephron in all these areas that you feel.
Our objection is actually 352, Your Honor, not. So our position is it shouldn't be required.
I think the probative value exceeds our prejudicial.
Okay, so-
352 is the prejudice rule.
so, go ahead.
Can you repeat the question again?
Sure. What deals went away because of this incident becoming public?
Well, my joint venture that I was seeking
With the,
with all the labels I just told you. There's other labels too I can probably find for you if needed.
some say that you had a deal with
No,
Universal?
I didn't have a deal. I was seeking a deal for a joint venture. I could have had a deal a long time ago, but I created a whole company, which I wanted a joint venture instead of just selling off my artists.
All right. So what specific deal, you testified that deals went away. What other deals went away?
I mean, everything. All my artists turned on me. My own ASAP firms turned on me. Everybody.
Well, which artists left you after this incident?
My producers.
Name the artists that left
Do I have to name any names?
you. Yeah. You said the artists. I'd like to know which artists.
I'd rather not name any names.
So would be a three-to objection regarding specific names, Your Honor.
Overall, Mr. Tacopina is entitled to explore areas that Mr. Ephron testified to yesterday. Go ahead, Mr. Tacopina.
I'm adding the judge emoji back.
Like this. The stage name or like their name?
Stage.
Cash was one of my performing artists.
Say it again?
Cash,
Cash.
that was one of my artists. Remy, and then I worked with a bunch of like videographers,
You
producers.
need the spelling on the second name.
That would be helpful.
All
Thank
right,
you.
Cash. Who was the second one?
Cash, Remy,
Wait, I don't know what you're saying.
Remy,
Remy?
yeah,
R-E-M-I?
Y,
R-E-M-Y.
yeah, Remy, I think that is.
I know
And
like
then I was
10
just
people
doing,
that go by Cash or Remy that do music in some form.
I had a bunch of other artists, but not like in the works, like I'm about to sign them.
About to sign?
So, sir,
But my main focus was on Cash, really, in my and like, yeah, just Cash.
Cash left you after November 2021.
He left directly after the case just went public.
After it became public.
Yeah.
Okay. And I think you said that the jury yesterday claimed that a lot of these deals went away when the case was publicized, right?
That's correct.
But sir, you not only publicized it yourself, you promoted it, correct?
No, I didn't.
You did? Okay.
Well, at least I tried not to. I didn't talk about it a lot. Or I tried not to, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, we're going to impose just an objection. Counsel, after his statements, makes comments, okay, right, etc. We're going to ask that those comments.
No, that's inappropriate for anybody to editorialize after a response. Go ahead and ask another question.
All right, so Wally Sajemi, we talked about him, right? Correct?
Can you say that again?
Wally Sajemi, we spoke
Okay.
about. Right, you know who he
Yeah,
is,
right
right? He's an IT guy, correct?
here. Okay, yes.
After Rocky's arrest in this case, you asked him to publish and publicize
That might be quiz.
articles about the arrest, correct?
No.
You did not do that?
Never.
Never. You didn't ask him to publish Rolling Stone?
Publish. What can he do? I don't understand. What can he do to publish anything? What do you mean by that?
Put on the internet, on your...
Why would I can do it. Why would he do it? What is he? Do you understand what he does?
Ephron, all he's doing is asking you whether it did or did not happen.
No.
So you never did that?
No.
And you didn't offer to throw some money for doing that, right?
No.
Okay.
Only time I ever asked Wally to do anything for me was to get me verified.
Okay.
That's it. And that's a blue check.
Take a screenshot, please. Your Honor, I'd like to show the witness this screenshot. I'll speak to Mr. Wood about it. This is called.
Yes.
GTA 6 says, whose side are you on? I'm on ASAP Rocky. Let's go. I'm on defense's side for this. I mean, I'm not really invested in like
No, there's an objection, the indemnity foundation should not be free from.
Or there's no speaking.
Look at them.
Let me take a look. Bring it up.
They're too close. Okay, they're doing a sidebar. All right, so 1 if Rocky, 2 if Relli prosecution. Right? Let's vote, chat. Oh boy. Oh boy. Vera is crazy. Vera says free Diddy, keep ASAP. Oh my god. This is a crazy time. They were standing so close to each other right there. When they cut the camera over, I think they need to be like at least arm's length apart before we get another squabble in the courtroom. Oh my goodness. So, Positive Q, this is also hilarious, guys. The whole chat was remembering Mike and Lil Quez for the artists. And that's the thing. Like, I already think that Relli gave some inconsistent testimony about the damages, the consequences. It's understandable that whether somebody, like, you can be a victim, and when you speak out for yourself, it could hurt your reputation. That's very true. But also, if people have been distancing themselves from you before they found out about this, or they distance themselves from you because you're the one that tells them about it, because Relli was the one texting certain people, or there was distance before November 2021. You know, that doesn't really go to support this claim that you incurred damages to your reputation because of something that ASAP Relli and his attorney said. And it's crazy because that's not what this trial is about. But Relli made statements that brought it to the attention of the jury. You know, you guys keep doing this to me. The public is sending me death threats because of it. The public is saying that this is extortion. And now I think we get to ask a wider breadth of questions because it's already been said out loud in front of court. Before court started on day 1 of trial, we got to see the attorneys spar out about this. And the judge is like, look, guys, I don't want anyone to call Relli, at least during questioning. Maybe you can do it during closing. But I don't want anybody to call him a liar, a perjurer, or an extortionist. We're not going to go there. We're not going to go there. And then Relli says the word himself. So, I don't know. But yeah, lots of ones, but a good amount of twos here in the chat, you guys. Lots of ones, some twos. Why is there a random 3 for Amber Heard in here? Where is this coming from? Skillet Pan with the unforeseen extra answer here. Are people, you think people are confused? 1 was for Rocky, 2 was for Relli.
You don't have to do that. Just play it for him. Does that have speakers? Play it for him there. Just so he, the witness stand, just so he can hear the voices. It doesn't have to be broadcasted at this point over the loudspeaker system.
So now this is a foundation thing. They're going to play it for him first.
I'm just reporting the ruling yesterday about phone calls. I'm just what the court's ruling was. No phone calls could be played unless the foundation that both sides knew was being recorded. So
Yeah,
that was the court's ruling.
I didn't authorize me being recorded.
So that's the court's
Stop making speaking objections. Let's first find out if Mr. Ephron recognizes the voices on the phone.
Yeah. See if he lays foundation. This sounds like prosecution does not want this in.
That's not me. That's not me. That's fake.
Okay. No.
Did Joe just laugh?
He says it's not him. Go on,
What the fuck is that?
That's fake.
Go on, set the guns.
Can I finish hearing it though? Can I finish hearing it? Because
No, because there's no need to, because you said it's not you.
I want to finish hearing it though because
No,
all
you said it's not you, so it doesn't matter. Go on to something else.
That's, just to be clear, that's not your voice.
I would love to hear it again.
No, are you not sure?
I would love to hear it again for 2
Mark,
seconds.
right, let me
The rest
hear
of
it.
it.
So, might it be your voice?
No, but I would just love to hear it again because I never had this conversation with Wally.
Okay, all right. Then if it's not you, then it's not you. Go on to something else.
Your Honor, does the court's ruling still apply in the future regarding?
It depends on where the recordings were made. If the recording was made outside of California, it could well be that it might be a one consent state or maybe a two consent
This is
state.
a New York recording, made both parts of New York, Your Honor, it's one consent statement.
All right, then it would be admissible. It would not be precluded by Penal Code Section 632.
So is it coming anyway?
So, you remember
No.
telling Miss Parker that your life is fake?
Objection relevant at the
Wait.
time.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Okay. In 2021, August 5th to be exact, did you tell Miss Parker that your life is fake?
Objection relevant. prior
Sustained.
to the time.
Sustained.
I don't recall.
You don't. Sustained. Sustained.
No, I understand. Right. The form or not?
Whether he said his life was fake or not has no bearing on any issue that's before the jury.
Okay.
On to something else.
Well, you told Rocky's life fake yesterday, right? Did you?
I don't remember.
You don't understand.
Mr. Ephron, you got to talk to the mic.
I don't remember.
Well, I want to ask a question. I'm just not sure if this was off limits or not. Should I ask Mr. Chief, Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
No, no.
Well, His Honor said it's off limits, but I'm not sure you ruled on it. Should we go to it?
Again, Alice, that time, again, you gotta.
No, all right.
I'm not his honor, so you should not.
Well, then he should have ruled.
Can you two stop squabbling?
Oh my god.
It doesn't have to be on the record.
Oh my god. And you know what? The prosecution could score some points if they didn't squabble back. If they just let Joe look like too comical, too animated, moving too much, too rolling his eyes and laughing. The prosecution could score some points, but they whine back.
On November 6, 2021, that's, by the way, the date of the incident, correct?
What incident? The shooting?
What incident happened on November 6, 2021?
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm not saying what, like,
On November 6, 2021, your girlfriend, Lydia Parker, sent you a text message accusing you of being a fraud, correct? On that date.
Objection relevant, Your Honor.
no, I don't know.
Hold on.
It's also hearsay.
Sustained. Sustained.
Motion to strike any answer on the.
The answer is stricken.
Thank you.
Oh. Sir, on this topic, one last time. The height of your music career was in 2021, you told the jury. You were making money, you said, quote, I finally figured out how to make money. In 2021, did you make money from your music business? Yes or no?
I didn't make money, but I figured out how to make money
Okay.
within the music industry. And my artist was making money because it's their royalties. I could have made money, but it wasn't enough for me to even, I don't want that money.
Okay.
I'd rather get them a deal.
Okay. In 2021, did you make money from other businesses aside from The music business.
I don't recall.
You don't recall if you made money any other way?
I don't recall.
Did you have any other
I don't recall.
jobs? Question. Did you have any other jobs in 2021?
I don't recall.
Okay. So it's your testimony, you don't know if you made any money in 2021?
I don't recall.
Okay, Laura,
Here's the
we're moving to
shutdown.
an area now, based on that answer.
Say again?
I'd like to move to an area now based on that answer, like the Loews Hotel.
Our position is 352 and relevance.
I don't know what area you want to do. Why don't you come on up and tell us where it is?
All right, so it looks like Relli's shutting down on comments that, on questions that you should have some answer to. Maybe you don't remember specifically. I get it. I have to think about my time frames from when I worked where exactly. But to say I don't recall when you're asked, did you work anywhere else? Did you have any other income? After you were just telling us how you had all these bank accounts, this is clearly a witness shutting down for whatever reason. But the problem is when you just keep saying you don't recall, just because you're saying you don't remember something, it doesn't mean that foundation is going to be blocked. We saw a lot of this in the YSL trial. When you keep saying I don't recall, it becomes disingenuous, and it actually can open the door for an attorney to try to introduce some information that would show you should recall, and you're being disingenuous by saying you don't recall over and over and over. So I wonder what we're going to get into here. If you guys missed it, that little part right there where he asked on November 8th, 2021, did Lydia call you a fraud? Lydia, your girlfriend or ex-girlfriend, did she text you calling you a fraud? We heard earlier that she sent him like $2,000 in that time frame, right around that time frame. So I'm very curious who would have told. Some of these text messages could have been in the text messages records that they got through discovery for Terrell, like they could see who was sending him stuff. But I'm curious if they're going to call Lydia to the stand. Like, was Lydia ready to talk? So, okay, same day. The ghost girlfriend. Right, how is this all going to come together? How is this all going to come together? So I don't know. And this is supposed to be a full day, you guys. So, all right, probably I think 7:30 if they go to 4:30 with the court schedules that they're running on. I think they have to stop at 4:30, so that would be 7:30 Eastern. There could be a lot more here. So, yeah, that was so weird. Shay says, "What incident?" And if you noticed, and I think this comes from experience, being calm and collected. I would be nervous, like if I was a trial attorney and it was like my first trial, I would be so nervous. I don't know if I would just pause and look in disbelief. I could pause and look in disbelief sitting here on stream as a general reaction, but I might be so focused on the stand, at the podium, ready to launch my next question, that I might barrel right through that and not even know out of nerves. But when you have a more experienced attorney who can keep calm, whatever that means for Joe Tacopina, he just sat there quietly and let the air be dead when Relli said, "What incident?" He just sat there like, and let the judge have at it. Oh, we got something. Let's see. Let's go to Twitter. X or whatever. All right, some fireworks. Okay, whoa. All right, so shout out to Judge Mark Arnold for actually respecting journalists and our right to cover the public court proceeding, no matter how loudly and rudely the sheriff's deputies yell at us to leave the courtroom when we actually don't have to. Rihanna has a side part. Kathy says we have so many restrictions filming this trial. It's very annoying. They had arguments this morning where the public and media were in the courtroom, but we were told we could not turn the camera on. This might be the most restrictive courtroom we've been pulled in. So basically she's saying we're allowed to pool, but we're like barely allowed to film things, which sucks because I wonder if we'll be able to watch the jury charge the day they do jury charges. James says the world needs a Joe Tacopina, John Lewin frenemies sitcom after the A$AP Rocky trial's over. And Kathy retweeted Nancy Dillon, who says some fireworks in the courtroom. Tacopina was grilling A$AP Relli. Relli took offense. Judge called a recess. As people were filing out, Relli addressed Rocky directly. Judge told him to stop. He's staring at me, Relli complained. Wow. Way to make yourself seem confrontational. I wonder if she gave a follow-up. So, all right. So as people are filing out, what if this means the jury was still filing out and heard this all go down? And not for nothing, jurors could sit and look at A$AP Rocky's body language and make of it what they make of it. But this seems a bit confrontational, right? And you're the one being confrontational and bothered by it. Are you really intimidated, unduly so? Or are you playing up the victim role? So, oh my. So we're still paused on the, well, we're not paused on the feed, but they're still gone. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Pretty Eyes see he was staring at Rocky too. And, this is the thing, like, and I guess it's different for different circumstances, but I don't know. There's times where I've seen people like, oh, they can't look them in the eye. They're ashamed of what they did. So if A$AP was sitting there like this the whole time, that might be bad for A$AP because people could say that looks like he's guilty, And I mean, two different people could interpret body language totally different ways. But that stuff, for what it's worth, it's important. So, yeah, yep. And the right to confront your accuser. I mean, yeah, Rocky has the right to be in the courtroom looking at you. So, and this isn't just a witness that's being called, like a lay person that happened to see something and now they're being plucked up out of their life because they happen to observe something. This is the person that collected the shells and went to press charges, went to the prosecution. So, yeah, who's he supposed to look at? Give him the, where's Alex, courtroom Alex? Give Rocky some shades. Give Rocky some shades. Yeah, Too Tall says, I like this DA. He doesn't back down. I'm telling you, when they panned the camera and the two of them were like this, like, oh my gosh. And this goes back to, this is hilarious, James suggesting that they need a Tacopina Lewin frenemy sitcom. And it's a small courtroom too, so I mean, there's really only so many areas where you can look. Oh boy. Shout out to Beautiful for becoming a new member. Thank you so much, Beautiful. Love your name. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, wait. I think I do know this guy. Isn't he the one who discovered that duo, Lil Mike and Quez? Guys, do you know there is actually a... Let me find it. Let me find the channel. I think we were talking about it on one of Tabiz TV's. Think. There is a Quez the rapper. There is actually a Quez the rapper. All right, I don't think they have a channel. They're just featured on other channels that uploaded. So just look up Quez the rapper. But there is a Quez. There is a Quez that does music. And it would be so funny if this was somebody that was one of the artists that we were naming. Shout out to Chloe. I'm hidden back here. Let me get myself up here. Jennifer Devine says, objection, judge. The victim is hurting my case. And it's crazy because, again, there are situations, there are cases where victims, and maybe it's this case too, but victims can be victims and they could also not be very sympathetic witnesses. They could also not be very credible witnesses because they can't remember things for whatever reason. Or maybe they blocked out what was happening. But at the same time, I think there are some things that are raising questions that there isn't really just a blanket excuse, humans aren't perfect. Sometimes they don't remember things. I think this goes beyond that, what we're seeing from Relli. So thank you so much. Yeah, this is weird too. Pam Entertainment TV. Why would you want to continue to hear a recording that you said it wasn't you? And the only thing I can think of is you want to prep to be able to respond to future questions about it, right? And it seems like it's out for now because he's not laying the foundation. But the judge was having some conversation in response to the prosecution's objection, asking, where was this recorded? Joe Tacopina said this is in New York, not a California recording. And New York's a one-party state. So I'm very curious if, since it won't be barred from being like an improper recording, the recording is gravy, it can't be kept out because it was recorded without permission. That's one reason it could have been kept out, separate from foundation being laid. But if we now have it on the record, oh, it's a one-party state, judge is like pushing back against the prosecutor. If they call the other person that's on the call to the stand, and that person lays a foundation, yes, that's me on the call. Okay, well, who else are you talking to? And then I feel like there's no problem with it coming in. So, I don't know. So, it's possible he doesn't remember saying a bunch of stuff. People get up in their emotions and then they don't remember what they said because it was coming out the chest. They were speaking really fast and they really don't remember. So maybe he truly doesn't remember and that's why he can't believe that that's him on the call. But I think it's more he knows it's on the call, doesn't want to admit that it's him, but wants to know what's on there in case he has to come up with a story to explain it away. Just like that gonna get itch text. Oh, that didn't mean I was gonna get rich. It just meant I was gonna get irritable. So, all right, so Relli's going to be back on the stand at 1:30 Pacific. Are they doing a lunch then? I didn't even pay attention if this was a break or like a sidebar or a lunch. So, let's see. Just crazy. Well, no, too tall. I really think this was a proper foundation objection that was sustained. You've got, do you recognize this? No, right? He doesn't recognize it. Keep it out. So whether the judge likes Joe or not, I think even without that context, it was still a proper sustained keeping it out because the person being asked to identify it wasn't identifying it. So, and Relli could have just stopped there, but I don't think Relli understood that there's not going to be any more questions on cross about this exhibit. I think he wanted to hear it to anticipate how to answer future questions about this thing. I don't think he put the two and two together. Okay, so it started as a sidebar and they said, forget it, we're just going to go to lunch. So thank you for the congrats on the 30K. It's weaving in and out and that's fine. That's fine. I think a lot of people when the YSL trial ended, there's no reason to keep following if that's the only trial you were interested in. So a couple people have asked, weren't you already at 30K? It got to 30K and 4 people over it, and then it dipped under when the YSL trial ended. So thank you for the congratulations again. I'm fine playing limbo here. It's like a club, the capacity's 30,000. You gotta let some people out to let more people back in. Allegedly maybe says Relli bumping Billionaire by Travie McCoy. I forgot about Travie McCoy and that song. Surprisingly, because that song was on the radio every 3 seconds when it came out. You couldn't escape it. How do you unsubscribe? I think you just have to click the subscribe button and I think it makes you confirm. I think. It just gives a little pop-up. I don't think it's a one button thing. I think it is a conscious choice, but that's okay. Yeah, what happened? Is Travie McCoy still doing anything? I mean, you know what? I know he had an album and everything, but sometimes people are oh, why did artists do this one big thing and you never heard from them again? I don't know. Why wouldn't you take the opportunity? Take what you've got, do other things with your life. I don't think that that's that weird. So, Yeah, this is true. YouTube also does purges. And I appreciate that too. I mean, probably kind of weird, you know. My old Instagram account, for example, it had a pretty big following. But if I were to go back and use it, I think like nobody would actually be there anymore. So I don't mind when platforms like clear the inactive roster. Oh, that's really sad. I think his kid got sick and he's been taking care of his kid. That's really sad. Yeah, nothing new. Kathy have an update? There we go. So perfect screenshot of the vibe of cross exam. Yeah, yeah. ASAP Rocky trials on lunch break until 1:30 p.m., 4:30 Eastern. So we've got like an hour and 20 minutes. Is there anything you want to look at, fill up the lunch with? I'm going to share that link to, where did I put it? I'm not going to stream it here. But if you want to take this opportunity to go and watch Megan Cunniff's recap of Relli's testimony during the November 2023 preliminary hearing, that just dropped that in the description. I think the video was like less than an hour, so you could watch that all and still have time to come back. I think she goes through an article she put on her Substack in that video, so you don't need to subscribe to her Substack just to see what she was writing. But again, if you do go check that out, come back and let me know if it seems like the same bullet point details that Relli remembers very, very clearly. So, but other than that, is anything else you guys want to... Yeah, Rice Street, so they're going to lunch. So they took I do think they were doing a sidebar, and then they're like, all right, we're just going to go to lunch. So they're going to be back. We've got like an hour and 19 minutes. So... Yeah, Cali seems like a good work environment, right? All these breaks every 30 minutes, the 2-hour lunches. Love it, love it. So, but yeah, they should be back 4:30 Eastern, 1:30 Pacific. You know, there was a preliminary stream with there were 2 days that they did preliminary hearings, and I don't think there's a recording of the day that Relli testified in front of the judge. But a week later, they had the second hearing, the second day of hearings, and that one was streamed. Classy Beats recently reviewed it. So, and that second one, that was really like the officer testifying. I mean, I guess we could watch that if you want to watch that. I don't think that I don't think that the story really changed from the preliminary hearing with the officers. And again, I think the officer, the testimony that we got from Zizzo, he kind of told the jury if it was like a real shooting, we would have expected more people to call it in, at least in that area. So, I mean, there are surprisingly some interesting things from an officer's testimony that was helpful to the defense, which you don't see in trials very often. So, Lucinda says that Glanville would be right at home. All these breaks, all these comfort breaks. But at least it's like planned and expected, right? That's a bit different, right? You know, as a juror or someone, a staff member, someone going to court that day, you have the expectation for all these breaks rather than you show up, you wait for 2 hours to get in there, and then you're like, oh, we're going home for the day already. So, thank you to Royce Williams for becoming a member. Thanks for the support. Um, so Flesh of the Gods is currently live right now. Is he doing ASAP content? I wasn't gonna like snipe somebody. But we can do... Do you guys want to do a rewatch of the preliminary? Let me see if I can find it. Okay, wait, I'm only finding one that was like 30 minutes long, so I don't think that was it in full. Hmm. Just play the ABCs of Steel on repeat. All right, so I don't know where to find it, but I'm going to replay. We're gonna steal Classy's stream of it. Or maybe we can see where they were streaming from, because the only video I can pull up was 30 minutes long, and I'm pretty sure it's not the video I'm thinking of. Police testimony, opening statements, day 1. All right, I think I've got it queued up. Okay, when I queued it up, he did the nose wipe.
No, I always say Classy Beats channel is authentic.
Where is it?
Congrats.
He's
Thank
about
you
to do
so
the
much,
nose.
Michi. I appreciate that. Michi's been in here constantly supporting as well. So thank you, thank you, thank you. We also got Nana Banana in here. Has been a member for
All right, let me fast forward.
So Sean, that before that's crazy.
I tried to go back for the nose wipe. I think I went way too far back. But let's do this preliminary.
The detective who's seated next to me is going to be testifying. There's another detective who is one of the investigating officers. She's present in court. I'd ask that an exception be made for her.
That's fine, that's fine.
Her name is Danetta, D-A-N-E-T-T-A, Menifee, M-E-N-I-F-E-E.
That's fine. She was named as an I previously. All right, that's fine. Call your next witness.
My next witness is Detective Frank Flores.
Flores or Flores?
F-L-O-R-E-S.
Because officer, please raise your right hand. Solemnly state that the testimony you're about to give in the court can be reported in court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes, I do. Thank you.
So this is the detective that investigated the case.
Sir, please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Yes, first name is Frank, F-R-A-N-K. Last is Flores, F-L-O-R-E-S.
Good morning, Detective Flores.
Good morning, ma'am.
People, please.
Thank you. Your Honor, I handed my exhibits to defense. So they can go through them. Detective, will you tell the court what your occupation and assignment are?
Yes, I'm a police officer for the city of Los Angeles. I'm currently a detective assigned to our robbery homicide division.
Did you have the same assignment on November 6, 2021?
Yes, I did.
And how long have you been a police officer for?
Just over 27 and a half years now.
Woo, he's been in there.
Were you one of the assigned detectives on this case?
Yes.
And do you remember the date that you and your partners were assigned to this case?
Yes.
What date was that?
That was November 9th, 2021.
Okay. Did you speak with Mr. Ephron the day that you were assigned to this case?
Yes, Terrell.
After you spoke with him, did you go to the location where the crime occurred at Vista Del Mar and Selma Avenue?
Yes.
Sounds good. All right, cool.
Marked as People's Exhibit 7. In general, does this depict the area that you went to that day after speaking with Mr. Ephron?
Yes, it is.
While you were at that location, what was your primary purpose for being there?
We were there primarily to canvass for video evidence or any evidence related to the crime report.
Specifically, were you looking for surveillance video cameras?
Yes.
All right. Did you observe any cameras that were mounted to the building at 6200 Hollywood Boulevard?
Yes.
And it might be easier if I use People's Exhibit 8. Do you recognize what we see here?
Yes, I do.
Can you just describe for the court the building at 6200 Hollywood Boulevard? Hold on one second.
The camera person is struggling.
Yes, I can. It's a large building here that encompasses a good portion of the block between Hollywood on the north, Selma on the south, Argyle on the west, and all the way to Central on the east.
Okay, and even though that building connects with, from, I think what you described, 4 different streets, it's all addressed at 6200 Hollywood Boulevard?
Yes.
Okay.
This is where the shooting
I want to
took
first
place.
direct your attention towards the section of the building that's on Argyle Avenue. Did you locate any cameras on that side of the building?
Yes.
What cameras did you locate over there?
There was a camera located here by the parking structure, just on Argyle on the east side of the street, just north of Selma.
Okay, and can you orient the court what direction that camera was facing at the parking area?
Yes, that camera was facing northbound towards Hollywood Boulevard, which is the main street on the top end of this map.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to ask to mark my next in order, which I believe is People's 13.
People 13 has the word.
It's a demonstrative exhibit with an overhead satellite view photograph of the area, and it has a number of different locations marked on it. You have the detective go through it.
Someone.
Detective showing you People's 13. Do you recognize this to be the same area that we were talking about?
Yes.
And where the number 1 in the red box is on this exhibit, would that be very generally the area where that camera was located?
Yes, here.
And with a green arrow with the triangle around it, generally depict the direction that camera was facing?
Yes, the camera was facing in the northerly direction.
Okay. Did either you or your partners collect video from that location?
Yes.
Do you remember?
You know, I've got to say, this looks much clearer than the footage we're looking at over the last couple days.
Specifically, who collected the video?
Yes, it was ultimately collected by Detective Zaria, assistant from our technical investigations division, one of our techs.
And Zaria,
Caught the whole thing on camera.
Zorilla.
That's right.
Crazy.
And after Detective Zaria collected the video, did you discuss with him that that was the location where he collected from?
Yes,
Did you have an opportunity to review raw video from that?
I did.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna go, let's stay with that same building, 6200 Hollywood Boulevard. Did you collect any video from any portion of the building along Vista Del Mar?
Yes, I did.
And would that be depicted on People's 13 here?
Yes.
Can you identify that for the court?
Yes, that would be the building here identified as number 2, which is on Vista Del Mar, just north of Selma.
I'm sorry, I meant the building at 6200 Hollywood Boulevard.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
Yeah, my apologies. So did you collect surveillance video from the area of Vista Del Mar that's specifically connected to 6200 Hollywood Boulevard?
Yes.
Okay. And where would that be depicted on this exhibit?
Up here, marked 3 and 4.
All right. The camera's marked as number 3 here. Were there 2 different cameras at that location?
Yes.
Can you describe for the court how those cameras were oriented?
Yes, 3 had, there was 2 cameras facing, one facing kind of a easterly direction, another one kind of opposite, kind of facing in a westerly direction. So one east, one west. And then camera number 4 was a camera facing out from the loading dock, facing out westerly onto El Centro, which is the first major street that goes up to Hollywood Boulevard, east of Argyle.
Okay, the cameras at number 3 on People's 13 here, were those cameras, can you describe kind of where they were on the building? Were they oriented high, facing down, or?
I think that's described them as kind of a street level, facing out from a window. So they would probably at height, window height level.
Okay.
So when you say out from a window, behind the glass, in front of the glass?
Yes, out from glass.
Thank you.
Was that a private residence?
Yes,
Okay. So it would have been inside the residence facing out towards the street?
that's correct.
And did you or your partners collect that video?
Yes,
Do you remember who it was that collected it?
yes, that was collected by Detective James King. That was a video that was forwarded to him by a resident.
And would that be K-I-N-G, how you spell that?
Yes, K-I-N-G.
And after Detective King received it, did he send it to you?
Yes, he did.
And did you have a chance to review the raw video from that?
I did.
Besides video, was there anything else collected at that location?
From location 3 here?
Yes.
No,
Did the cameras at location 3 also have audio?
they did.
Okay. And you've already talked about the camera number 4. I believe you said that was above a loading dock?
I believe
Yeah, and Right Street's asking some great questions in the chat, by the way. He says, who got hurt, 1, and were there shell casings? So you'll hear in this testimony that during their investigation, they found no shell casings. Now, the interesting thing with the shell casings and your other question with who got hurt, ASAP Relli alleges that his knuckles were grazed by a bullet or something like that. And that's where those injuries came from. Then when it comes to shell casings, He actually said he went back to the scene. He did his own investigating, apparently, and he was able to find some shell casings. Now, how that happens, we have no idea. There was no weapon recovered. They don't know that there was an actual shooting. We don't have any video footage of it. So keep that in mind. And thank y'all for the super chats. I'll be reading those as we go throughout the show.
I believe it was adjacent to, or just below the dock.
Okay. And which direction did that camera face?
Primarily, it faced in a easterly direction.
And would that have captured El Centro Avenue?
Yes, captured the sidewalk and partially of the street.
All right, guys, I'm going to link you. Well, there's also a pinned comment in the chat, but check out Classy Beats. Check out this rewind here if you want to watch that during the lunch break. Make sure you give that stream over to Classy Beats. It really went through some of the same stuff that we had Zizzo testify to. I'm not sure if we're going to get this officer called. It's possible that the prosecution might be calling this detective to come testify after Relli, like maybe couching their witness in between two different LAPD members. So what I think we can do you guys want to look at social reactions, what's going on in the X world? I really think the reactions over on X, besides the few of you guys that I recognize, it's a different world over there. There's the commentary that's kind of, I don't know, I'm not sure that the people in X are following the trial through a stream versus just looking at quick reporting of it. And there are some totally different opinions versus the consensus here in the chat. And shout out to Classy. Yeah, Classy, I could only find like a half-hour link from Megan Cuniff of the preliminary hearing, but yours, I feel like yours was like an hour and a half, so I couldn't find the right link to it. Guys, it is linked in the pinned comment if you want to go watch Classy over there while he's here in the building over here. And even if you don't want to watch that preliminary hearing, make sure you go over there just to hit that subscribe button if you're not already subscribed. Great to see you. Big thank you. Thank you for gifting the subs here. You guys say thank you to Classy in the building. I already see a ton of love. Violet says Classy Bees with the hearts. We've got allegedly maybe saying Classy, are you sure? Thank you, Classy, for the gifted membership. Future Brown got one of them. Rayla also says, is this normal, the judge stopping to help the state and instruct the witness? Now, it can be normal for a judge to try to keep the record clean. And there are times where he's jumping in where the defense attorneys are quietly objecting and we can't really hear the objection be hashed out, but somebody did say something in the gallery or the area where we're not panning the camera to. Other times it's sua sponte. He's doing it on his own, but it seems like he has a basis for it, you know, stopping the run on answers from Relli. I do think that because he's had to do it a lot today, it's been helpful. He's trying to get Relli to curb his long-winded answers. He also tried to stop the conversation when we were getting into things that weren't really supposed to be talked about. And could that be stepping the line at points? I guess maybe, but the defense doesn't seem to be complaining about it. Not for nothing. Think of it this way, Rayla. Would you think that the jurors sitting there, if they have to see a judge repeatedly instruct the witness, not just like, hey, just speak into the microphone, but if they like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times have to be like, stop it, hold on, no, don't even go into that, don't go into that, and it escalates a little bit. If I was a defense, I might think that what the judge is doing makes this witness look not great, and I don't want this witness to look great if I'm the defense. So it is normal, though, in part, to some extent, for a judge to try to keep their record clean. But it is kind of happening a lot today. It's happening quite a bit. Hey, Amber Lee, good to see you. Classy Beats says, appreciate the love, Cat, and glad to have you back streaming. Man, this trial had me screaming at the screen. So I'm like, all right, we're going to have to go live for this one. Guys, that's the other thing, too. Classy Beats is on it every day talking about different cases. I think tomorrow you're doing a YNW Melly update, right? Tomorrow? So if you guys are always asking, you know, is anything happening with YNW Melly? I'm following that through Bryson Boom over on X. But Classy's going to be talking about it on his stream, his morning show tomorrow. So let me back out and get a regular link to his channel that will take you right to the subscribe button. And usually you start at like what, like 9:30 Eastern in the morning, around that time frame. So bright and early, especially for the East Coasters, if you need something to get you through the beginning of the workday, Classy's always there for you. So go check that out. I do believe I saw you say you're doing YNW Melly tomorrow. And today you looked at the new Tony Busby updates, right? With Alex Spiro and Tony Busby. That's been a whole sparring battle back and forth, you guys. It's interesting because it seems like, even though Tony Busby had time to put together a website, a biographical website showcasing his philanthropical work, he didn't have time to file proof that he applied for admission to practice. He says he's able to practice in the Eastern District of New York, and there's supposed to be reciprocity with the Southern District of New York, but you still need to apply and get that on the docket, right? He was on Twitter saying, oh, Spiro raising an issue about this, it's frivolous. But he still never supplied the information to the judge to show that he actually was provided admission. He was given admission to practice in the Southern District of New York. So Judge Annalisa Torres put forth an order, I think 2 days ago now, saying by February 14th, Busby needs to provide proof of admission. Not proof that he filed, but proof that he's been admitted, because he's claimed as much 2 different times already. And Tony Busby tweeted, like, don't worry, I'll do it. Like, just do it. Just do it. And also, it seems like, and Classy, I'm sure you went into detail this morning on your show, it also seems like Spiro was actually right that Busby didn't vet this Jane Doe client, this newer Jane Doe client that came out with the big accusation against Jay-Z. And he tried to deflect and say the firm before him that passed off the client as a lead to his firm did the vetting, but he was still going to continue to do investigative work after this NBC interview. It seems like it was his own law firm, but not him personally, that sat with this client. But he signed off. He personally signed off on stuff. So there could be some issues there. That's going to be a paperwork back and forth. Like, that's going to keep going. There's going to be a lot of arguing between, not just because there's a lot of motions in general with stuff like this, but Spiro and Busby seem to be taking every opportunity they can to go off on each other. So, all right. So Classy says he did a quick YNW Melly and Jay-Z update today. Judge Fine is giving YNW Melly access to the unredacted search warrant for Raven Liberty. And I don't know what all this stuff in Florida, guys. Sometimes there's these cases that prosecutions put forth as being so clear-cut. They have everything they need to prove somebody's guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And then it's got to be a Florida thing. It's probably not a Florida thing. But they start overstepping their prosecutorial bounds anyway. If you have everything you need, why are you taking an overzealous approach to, getting search warrants on an attorney? We saw it happen with the Courtney Clenny case in Miami-Dade. And there's big consequences for that, right? Because of what the prosecution has done, there's been this huge delay in the Courtney Clenny murder trial. The charges against her parents and some of the charges involving the laptop against Courtney Clenny have been dropped entirely. And now we're getting to a point where we're going to see these arguments on the 7th, right? We've got the next hearing for Diamante Kendrick and for Courtney Clenny are both on the 7th next week. We've got these issues because now in the Courtney Clenny case, we could have the state attorney, the lead prosecutor on the case, Khalil Quinnen, have to sit for a deposition and be asked questions about violations of attorney-client privilege, going through communications that the attorneys had with the Clenny family, that if not privileged, they may have been confidential for other reasons. So take a case that seems like it could be a quick win, an easy win, and you ruin it just because you're going above and beyond what you're allowed to do as a prosecutor. So I don't know. And it seems like there's a bit of that going on again in the retrial with YNW Melly. Why? We had a mistrial for round 1. Why do we want this again? Why do we want this again? And thank you so much, Classy. Classy with the Spark Notes here says Tony Busby never personally vetted the victim, and Jay-Z, Alex Spiro are pushing for the sanction in the recent memorandum. I think that was from last night. So crazy, crazy, crazy. Crazy stuff going on. And I wanted to see, I don't know, let's go over to X and just search, like, I think Relli will bring up people, posts, social commentary. I don't know how to say this name, but it says, man, if Relli thinks that's an AI, was he saying that about that recording? He should check out Public AI. We're all about making sure your data is legit, no fake calls here. Guys, so this person has a voice AI company that they're plugging, so that could get crazy. Spillin' the Tea says, I'm watching the ASAP Rocky trial and it's an ish show. Relli's doing that in front of Rihanna, shaking my head. How embarrassing. Oof. Oh, so Shannon Sharp's burner account made something. Yeah, so there's probably a lot of commentary. Shannon Sharp's burner account, parody account, whatever that actually means on X. When they post something, they typically get good traction. So let's watch this clip. Let's get a rewind.
That's not me. That's not me. That's fake.
Okay. No editorializing. He says it's not him. Go on to something else.
That's fake.
Go on to something else.
Can I finish hearing it though? Can I finish hearing it? Because
No, because there's no need to, because you said it's not you.
I want to finish hearing it though because
No, you said it's not you, so it doesn't matter. Go on to something else.
Just to be clear, that's not your voice.
I would love to hear it again.
No, are you not sure?
I would love to hear it again for 2
Right.
seconds.
Right, let me hear it.
So, might it be your voice?
No, I would just love to hear it again because I never had this conversation with Wally.
Okay, all right. Then if it's not you, then it's not you. Go on to something else.
Muted. I heard someone say something about PlayStation twice, but I can't really make out the other words in that call. But the voice does sound very similar to Relli, so I don't know. I don't know. Who knows? What are the responses here saying? That boy's good. Now we know why Rocky rejected the plea deal. He knows this boy is dumb. Yeah, this is not a favorable reaction for Relli here. Myra says, if I were the judge, I would end this tomorrow and require each of them to do community service and an anger management program, 20 hours each, period. Now, Myra, should this also include the attorneys? The attorneys. Oh boy. Let's see, all of these things plugging this AI thing. It's not me, but let me hear it again just in case it might not be me. Cap, crying, my new cop out. The famous lying meme. Oh my goodness. What did he say on the phone? Yeah, Pam's never gonna get over this. Pam, this is going to be your new catchphrase. That's not me. Can I finish hearing it? Classy Beat says, Kat, do you really think Relli didn't get prepped by his lawyers? I couldn't believe he said that. Now, the thing is, I feel like he's had 2-3 years to try to, like, you know, get his story straight, remind himself, memorize it. I don't know if you got to see, Megan Kuniff has an article, we talked about it earlier in the stream, but you might have been live streaming and missed it. But she did the rundown. I didn't see a recording of this first day of the preliminary hearing, but she did a write-up on her Substack and also talked about it in this video here of, like, certain details from Relli's testimony on whatever date that was that he testified back in November 2023 for the preliminary. And he contradicted himself back then. He tells Joe Tacopina, or Joe Tacopina questions him like, oh, you said you went back to the scene at the advice of an attorney. But phone records show that you didn't call any attorney, you didn't try to find an attorney until after the timestamps where you already went and took those pictures and collected the shell casings. And Relli's response to that was, none of that matters. I don't see why this matters. So there are some things that Megan documents, you know, and you're not going to capture a whole day in one article, but she documents certain things. And these specific bullet points that she made a record of by memorializing them in this video that I just linked and her Substack article, those bullet points match the exact things that Relli's saying verbatim on the stand during direct. It's like he remembers these specific bullet points that Megan happened to document in her journal very clearly, right? And that's very questionable. It's very questionable to me. So, yeah. But definitely worth checking that video out, you guys. Again, this is going to be a lunch break until 4:30 Eastern. So we've got 50 minutes to kill, 5-0. So, again, I don't mind if you go and check out, you know, Classy Beats preliminary stream is pinned at the top. If you want to check out Megan's summary of day 1 of preliminary hearings, that was just linked in the chat. It does have great context, both of those videos, so go check that out on their channels. But it just very interesting. It's very interesting. But yeah, I don't know. I don't really have a reason to think that Camille and Ben would inappropriately like coach Relli, but at the same time, I don't know how things might change because they're not his attorneys on this case. They're his attorneys in a separate action, a civil action. As far as the prosecution, I do think they showed him some exhibits. I think the biggest mistake the prosecution's making is they let him run on. They asked all these questions that let him go on and on. They did not control their witness during direct, and the defense is having a field day with his run on answers today. We've only had like 45 minutes total of cross-examination. So Kayleen says they just need some couples counseling. Yeah, I think what's her name? Myra. Wherever Myra's comment was. I mean, just give them anger management, make them shake it out. Let's see. All these plugs for this AI thing. That's the problem when you look at a viral post. You get all of these promotional things underneath it. What else we got talking about Relli here? Also, big shout out here. FFS says, please take a second, uses a stopwatch emoji, to like the video. Also, speaking of time, we got right out the gate with cross-examination today with Tacopina saying, you know, you went back to the scene. How long did it take you to find the casings? And for whatever reason, I don't think it's all that important to say 1 to 2 minutes versus 2 to 3. But for whatever reason, it already seemed to either make Relli nervous or I don't know if Tacopina was just asking that question to ruffle feathers. I don't know. But speaking of time management here with the stopwatch, thank you so much, FFS. And Chloe Albert's Revenge says, the case is riddled. Riddled with doubt. Now, riddled would make it seem like there's only like one little piece of doubt. So what do you really mean? What do you really mean, Chloe? And thank you for the super. Yeah, we are on lunch. McDouble Esquire, love the name. We are on lunch. And thank you for the mute alert. I did recover quickly on that mute, guys. I did recover quickly, but thank you for pointing it out. What else we got here for social commentary? The court of public opinion. The case is crazy. Patty Davis says Tacopina is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He's trying to also defend him in Rocky's defamation case, asking Relli about his financial situation and his claim of losing his artist and business after being labeled a snitch. That he didn't lose anything, as he was actually a broke bum in 2021. Okay, and shout out to, well, I don't think this is this person's name, but shout out to Azzy Fudd, and Nafisa Collier says, the jury doesn't care. They're responding. Let's read this thread. We've got fireworks in the courtroom. We saw this tweet earlier. Tacopina was grilling ASAP Relli. Relli took offense. Judge called a recess. As people filing out, Relli addressed Rocky directly. Judge told him to stop. He's staring at me, Relli complained. Lawyered Up says Relli has been told, yet he refuses to accept the fact that he does not get to determine what questions are relevant or not. It is the judge's responsibility. I cannot imagine that his attitude is playing well with the jury. He may lose this winnable case for the prosecution. And I agree. This is my stance. This is where I am personally. I align with what Lawyered Up is saying here. From a different perspective, Shoutout says jury doesn't care. Relli is emotional, but his testimony seems pretty credible. He doesn't seem to be lying to me. So imagine a scenario where you've got Lawyered Up on the jury and you've got Shoutout on the jury. You've got both of them sitting there in that jury box, right? What are deliberations going to be like? And then we get a response here. Lawyered Up says, I'm not confident that the jury doesn't care. He was even denying the testimony he gave yesterday, which made Tacopina play it back. And even after hearing it, he was still combative. Yeah, so I align pretty closely here with this opinion. We have his testimony was full of holes. And somebody pulls a gun on you. You agree with Relli the logical thing to do is to follow them and give them a piece of your mind? ? So, this is actually shifting, and maybe it's because that was in response to someone that's in the courtroom covering the case, so maybe her audience is following the case very closely for updates. But this is different than what I was seeing like throughout the week, comments on this case on X. Let's see. Donna Smith says, that's my question. Why didn't Relli call the police first before going to get the shells? And this is so important because during the preliminary hearing, he tried to say that he went back to the scene at the advice of his attorney. But he got called out on cross during the preliminary hearing back in 2023, saying that the timestamps on his phone, his call logs, show that that's not the order of events, that he didn't call any attorneys until after he'd already gone to the scene and collected the shell casings and taken those pictures. So this is a big question I had. Again, if Donna Smith is sitting in that jury box, we haven't gotten to Tacopina asking about this section of questions yet, but I'm sure we will. And we've got testimony from the preliminary. Relli's going to have to make a choice. Do you want to be consistent? Or do you want to try to come up with a way to clean it up? Which way is Relli going to go with it? But if Donna was in that jury box, what would Donna be thinking? Shout out to Taylor Gang. And I always love the chat. I always notice when there's raids. StreamYard doesn't show us that we get a raid. But thank you, chat, for always welcoming everybody that pulls on in. And I got to work my way up. I see all the Taylor mentions, and then I get back up and see Taylor. So good to see you, Taylor Umbridge. I can guess you probably think this isn't going great for Relli today. But let me know what you think, and let me know if I'm wrong on that guess there. Okay, Chloe also says, I meant riddled literally when I refer to Relli. So there we go. Love it. I would agree. Definitely more than one reason to have a little bit of doubt. Josie, and Josie's familiar. I think Josie's someone from back in Depp v. Heard days I've been following, and here she is popping up. Good to see Josie following this trial as well. Josie says, I don't understand why we're looking at my Instagram. You don't have to understand. The judge is basically like, I already told you, just answer the effing questions. FFS, we got an FFS shout out here. Did you notice Relli tried to gain sympathy with the jury with bringing up death threats? Now, I wonder if Josie's really noticing that because, and I thought this when he said it, Amber Heard, during her testimony, tried to do the same thing. She brought up public opinion of herself. And when you're sitting on the stand and you're aware of things, you might not be thinking about if someone's never been aware of this information before and you're introducing it to them, putting the thought in their head for the first time, that it could actually backfire. So Amber Heard said that somebody on social media made a post about putting her baby in a microwave, which is something that happened to a different celebrity. So there was a whole bunch of controversy about that. I don't know. Is it a good idea to let the jury know that people that are outside of the courtroom that may be seeing more than they're able to see from the jury box have a disfavorable opinion towards you? They were talking about during a big chunk of the trial, they even called an expert witness and underscored for the jury that people were using justice for Johnny over and over, like thousands of times on X, hundreds of thousands of times. Is it a good thing to tell the jury that hundreds of thousands of posts are going out there that say justice for the person that this other person on the stand is trying to sue? Right? So introducing some of these things, I think, backfires in a way. So I wonder if Josie was thinking back to the Depp vs. Heard trial, just like I was when Relli brought up the death threats. So who's done it? So Shay, so if you're not looking at the screen, we're going through social media reactions to this trial during the lunch break. So Donna is someone that just shared their opinion over on X. Let's see. All right, so we have a question here from Adrienne that says, is ASAP Relli lying? And a quote, snitch, thoughts. And we've got Pamela saying, but not Pam Entertainment TV, saying he can't be both a snitch and also lying. Someone can only snitch on something that happened. And Rocky's own crew were on social media mocking Relli for being a snitch, thereby admitting that something did in fact happen. Otherwise, they would have just called him a liar. What do you guys think about this word snitch? Because I define snitch, or I guess I'm like relaxing on what I interpret the word snitch to mean. Snitch means, has previously meant to me, historically meant to me, you tell what happened. And you might be breaking loyalty to somebody, but you're truthfully relaying to somebody else what happened, even if it's a betrayal to someone else that you're telling that truth to somebody. But snitch is kind of, it's used differently now. Snitch is now also being used synonymously with lying on somebody. Snitch is used differently than I used to think it was used. Right? So I agree, at one point in time, I would say snitch was defined as someone who was truthfully telling someone what someone else did. But I don't think that that's what it means anymore. I don't really think that that's what it means. So it's been changing, and it's pretty dangerous if we don't have an awareness that the way words are used has evolved, because, again, to see someone call someone a snitch, that could seem like an admission. That person just went and told the police the truth about me. But if the person sending the word snitch really uses the word snitch to mean they're lying on me, then there's a totally different meaning to that text message. So yeah, so Nem, I like this. This is much more simplistic. Nem says if someone gets you in jail or in court, they're snitching. So that's a very nice, simplified way to put it. Yeah, and Leah's dad, I agree. People just need to use words as they mean. But at the same time, I mean, I think it's always good to be aware that people use words in different ways. Scary is another good example. You know, scary doesn't just mean, if I call myself scary, that could mean people are afraid of me because I scare them. But I could say I'm scary, and it could mean I scare easily, so don't come near me because you might scare me even if you're not doing anything scary, right? So even though it'd be a simpler world if we all used words in the same way, the reality is that people use words in different ways with different meanings. And one person's read on it could be completely incorrect. So yeah, so Taylor, talking about anything is considered snitching. Snitching, talking and cooperating with police or authorities. A snitch can lie about the situation. Yep. And I really think that, you know, someone like Pamela, not Pam Entertainment TV, the Pamela on the screen. If this Pamela was in the jury box, and Pam Entertainment TV was also in the jury box during deliberations, the two Pams could be sitting there like, but I'm stuck because Rocky acknowledged that he was snitching, which means he was truthfully telling the police that he was shot. And Pam Entertainment TV could be like, that's not really the only way that the word snitch is used. I look at it this way. And, hopefully deliberations could be a meeting of minds. So Yeah, no problem, Shay. Thank you for pointing out that I left you confused. I like to try to make sure our listeners understand what's going on, and sometimes I forget that I'm showing things on screen without specifying. So, yeah, I see the word woke has been used in all sorts of ways. That's another one that's evolved, and maybe like its meaning has faded. It's just used too much. And interesting too, opinions on snitching. Scott says doing it for your freedom is terrible, but doing it for money is despicable. All right, so 10/20/28 says catching up on the ASAP case. Oh, it's Empress Fox. She changed her name. I didn't recognize her. Relli is not feeling being interrogated since he is the alleged victim, but that's why you have to think first before answering questions initially. It definitely gives he's not telling the truth, and I'll leave it at that. Let's see. So Southern Belle, in response to Black Letter Law, saying we're taking a 10-minute break because Relli keeps saying he doesn't understand what these questions have to do with this case. He's being very combative. Judge admonished him for a third time. Relli just looked at Rocky and said, "You did it to yourself. You did it to yourself." I do think Black Letter Law has been at the courtroom too. I feel like I saw this logo yesterday. So let me share this account with you. I think they posted a video from people leaving the courthouse yesterday. So if you want to check that out and follow for maybe more in-person updates. But in response to this, what's the commentary here? Southern Belle Raising Hell says, Rocky knew Relli couldn't handle this, and he knows exactly how to get Relli here. Yep. Wait, why are we getting a Max Short appearance here? Oh, it's just to use it as a GIF. Okay, so I survived the 2021-23 Rockets through 23 Rockets team. Aw. Says, how does this mean he's not a victim? I'm confused. So this is the clip. I think this is the same one that we watched, right?
That truthful testimony.
I know it's
Can you
different.
explain the question again? I don't know what I'm saying. Yes, I know it's I got
You just see yourself.
No, but you're not explaining the question.
Here's my question.
I see myself, but you're not explaining. So what I'm supposed to say is yes or no to?
Look, just listen. Did you see
Not
yourself? Did you see yourself?
I see myself.
Did you hear yourself?
I heard myself.
Was that truthful?
What's truthful?
What you just said.
That I love him or like we was cool? I don't know what you mean. I said a lot of things.
The part that you said, if I said, fuck you, it was sort of wishy-washy with love, you know? That part.
Okay,
that's
it's true.
True?
Yeah.
In fact, on September 18th, 2021, at 8:19 a.m., you text Rocky, fuck everything about you, fake ass gay nigga, right?
Of course not.
Of course not? Okay. I'm going to show you a text message now. Take a look at that one.
What is it exhibit?
Yes.
All right.
And really,
Hold on. This is defense C. C is in charge.
September 18th, 2021, 8:19 a.m. No matter how much the nigga tried, you not charging, I think they're changing. Fuck everything about you, you fake ass nigga. I dead hate you. Sucker ass guy nigga, then you change guy again. Remember sending that message?
Bro, this is a 21.
I understand. Everything we're talking about here today is in 21. Every text message he had showed you yesterday was in 21.
Yeah, but you asked me now, do I remember? You're not showing me nothing else that came into the text message, so I probably did right there. Is that for me?
Yes, for me.
Okay, that's cool.
That's cool. Okay.
So there's the clip. And I survived the 21-23 Rockets. Is saying, how does this mean he's not a victim? I'm confused. And the point of the clip, I think what Joe is getting at is, was this truthful testimony? Was what truthful? Well, it's a problem if you are if you are ready to suggest that I'm not sure if a certain part of my testimony was truthful, because your testimony is always supposed to be truthful. I think that's really the point of this clip. But how does this mean he's not the victim? I'm confused. And okay, and Hunnard, right? Is that how we're gonna say it? Hunnard says that's what the lawyer is trying to establish. Pay attention. I feel like I'd say some ish like that to someone that tried to shoot me too. Probably say worse. I need more evidence. So they're stuck. This person's really focused on the text message and saying the text message itself doesn't take away from Relli's credibility, not the exchange here. The incident happened in November. Yesterday on the stand, Relli testified that he and Rocky had no issues prior to that fateful evening. So, messages being read is proof that Relli had been threatening Rocky as far back as September. So there you go. And then, oh yeah, Def wasn't paying attention to that part. Sounds like, I'm assuming the Meg Thee Stallion case all over again, the Tory Lanez case, not the Meg Thee Stallion case. So, get some commentary there. Rihanna in court. Put Up Princess says Relli's a prime example of everyone can't go with you. Envy and jealousy within the circle makes it so everyone loses. So, yeah, we've got a lot of right in the chat, you guys. And I appreciate everybody sharing what snitching means to them or how they've heard it used. But there is divergence in the chat, and that's all I'm trying to make a point of, is some people can interpret a certain word in a text message one way to have a certain meaning and be so 100% set that that's what it means. And that might not be the case. And hopefully when you have a jury pool trying to hash things out, if something doesn't definitively mean one thing, hopefully in deliberations, people can have a conversation, can have the discourse, and can work it out. Again, and not come to the wrong conclusion about the facts in the case just because they never thought about looking at something a different way. FFS, so the FFS mentioned in that tweet was just someone saying, for F's sake. So I just thought of you because it's your initials. It's your old name. Let's see. I don't know, unless you mean I don't know what EDC is. I don't know what EDC is. I feel like, Darissa says, I feel like in YSL, the people saying snitching is lying on someone was only saying that because they were snitching for real and tried to backpedal on the stand. Like, don't confuse the two. Right? And I think, I think that's a very good argument. Trying to change the meaning, trying to say that that's not what it means. Allegedly maybe says just like weird is used several ways. Okay, I think, Charlotte, was this a plug for... Let me share the link again. Oh my god, did we go through this many posts? I thought I was right there. Was this a vouch for the Black Letter Law, Charlotte? If I'm getting your vouch wrong, let me know, guys. I'm sharing the link to the Black Letter Law on X. Make sure you give a follow. Again, looks like tons of updates here. Live and in person. They're in LA. Also, great thanks also. Criminal entertainment lawyer. My name is Affy. I hope I'm saying it correctly. So this is really cool. Definitely some good stuff to follow. Get some insight. Boots on the ground. When I scroll through the chat, just correct me if this is not where your vouch was. Okay, yeah, you say it. So the Black Letter Law, her tweets are so good and easy to process. So there we go. Thank you so much. We have a vouch here for the Black Letter Law. Make sure you go and follow. Charlotte also says she's an incredible lawyer and person. So very good. I say go ahead and follow. And I think James is in the courtroom too. There's like a circle of people that are in the courtroom. We know Mel, I'm Not a Lawyer's in the courtroom. Megan Cuniff's in the courtroom. Nancy Dillon seems to be in the courtroom at least some of the days. Oh, and there's Charlotte right there. Hey, Charlotte. I'm going to follow you too. So there we go. And let's see. Oh, and Darcy, we're not going to go there. We're not going to go there, Darcy, but no, they are not. That is not the same person. or persons. Green eggs, no ham. Good to see you. Says Relli's trying to be a victim, acting like a defendant. Is wild. So, Ajani says it doesn't like how Rocky's lawyer's using the N-word so freely, and I kind of think it would be interesting if Relli had pushed back on that, but I don't know if Relli even like heard that being used in the moment. But that would be a pretty interesting way, I think, if Relli like addressed his pushback. I think that would have been pretty interesting. And I don't know. I don't know what this jury will make of it. It's certainly a choice, if you ask me. It's certainly a choice, and I don't know if it's a good choice. Allegedly maybe says, well, Relli, that's a real bad idea. And then, let's see. Michelle says, sounds like a money grab. The pow pow looks like Stretch. Classy Beats has the counter. Oh, no. Oh, man. Classy Mab says, I'm so late. Work had me working today and I missed it all. I don't think you're that late. There's been so many breaks. So if you're like rewinding when you get to this point, I think you'll catch up faster than you think, because they took more smaller breaks than they needed to, and they've been on lunch. So hopefully you get caught up with us. Hope work went quick and was easy. Hope you had a good day. Yeah, Leah's dad says the divergence is actually blowing my mind. I'm like up here like, I'm just trying to explain it. I'm not trying to define the word. I promise I'm not trying to give the word a definition. I want to be aware that things can be used in different ways, and that at the same time, people might not understand that people mean different things in different contexts, right? And that can be really important when it comes to deciphering testimony and evidence like text messages in a trial. It can make a huge difference. And I think anybody in this chat, I think if you're ever sitting on a jury and this word comes up, now I hope it's in your head like, all right, now we've got to make the decision. Do we think this person really meant snitch and they're trying to change the meaning now to clean it up? Or are they saying snitch just because they're mad somebody went and told the police something about them, even if it's not true, right? Oh boy. Yeah, Leah's dad, are we about to get into, speaking of regional dialect, are we about to get into a soda pop and, I don't know, what are other terms? Soda pop. What other words have, like, hoagie, submarine, sandwiches? We're going to get into all these debates on the regional differences between food names. And this might be true, Ghost, maybe he's saying it for the record. I guess that could be true. I mean, maybe he's trying to make it seem like that word has a certain connotation definitively. And as a reader, I don't think that word has a certain connotation. Like, but I think maybe he's trying to make it seem like it must be something angry or full of animosity at this September time frame, when he wasn't supposed to have had any issue with Rocky yet. So maybe. For me personally, I don't know. So chat, you can answer. Nemsa's question on the M word, does it bother you when people use it while singing a song? I used to do club events. I used to work at the door. I used to sit there bored watching people. I will tell you, it looks like there are some white girls out there that really love lip syncing the word. And it's always been kind of like a moment to me. So that's just me personally. But chat, what do you think? Diego Dreams is stuck on, I think, a big question here, common sense wise. Why would he follow someone who walked away that had a gun? So, yeah, Obi, I didn't know who people was either, but Yeah, Violet says the English language is full of words that can be heard as meaning something different to the listener. And I mean, you see people like, just generally, like throughout the course of my life, I've seen people complain about the English language. Like, why is it so complicated? Why is it so extra? So, Chloe Albert Raven says, for defendants, you often look at their actions following the crime. I feel the same for victims. I just feel like he realized after some time that there was a mark on him and he decided to milk it. So, yeah. And to add extra context here, there was a gap in time, right? So this search on Rocky's home wasn't until April of 2022. So I think one of the biggest questions out there, there's been some judgment on Joe Tacopina and the defense. Joe Tacopina said, no, we're not going to produce a starter gun. But at the same time, if police did this search pretty quickly a few days after and they weren't able to recover this starter gun, that might be one thing, right? To me, I'm pretty forgiving of this because they waited 5-6 months in the course of the timeline of this playing out since the incident actually took place to go and do the search at all. So is it that weird that there is no starter gun when we're talking about a search 5 months later? And it's not like they found a Glock. Their ballistics report isn't saying that, hey, we definitively know that a specific firearm fired these specific casings. There isn't evidence of that. This ballistics report just suggests like a Glock 43 is likely one of the types of guns that could have expelled these shell casings. And separately, we happen to recover a 9mm Glock 43 magazine from Rocky's residence, Rocky and Rihanna's residence in April 2022. That I guess we're going to have a witness, a manager, come and testify that that was his magazine. So, but this is really, I think this is great. People look at the actions, they did something weird. Why didn't Rocky keep the starter gun? Or why did Relli text these things at 2-3 in the morning? Sometimes people are telling the truth and they're completely honest, but they have their reactions, they have their emotions. People deal with feelings, grief in different ways. But I'm with you in this particular circumstance. He realized after some time that there was a mark on him and he decided to milk it. I agree. I think he was on his way out anyway, and he figured he'd find some type of way to benefit on his way out, to not go down with empty hands. So what do you guys think in the chat? And if you think this, like, what do you think the point in the time was? Yeah, Darcy said Relli said extortion and the jury understood that. Yeah, that's a big word. I mean, is there a mixed meaning for the word extortion? Extortion to me is like, I think people have a pretty similar picture of what extortion means, what extortion might look like, right? I don't think there's debating that extortion just means you poke someone and haha, oops, got your nose, right? I don't think anyone's going to give a divergent meaning here, attribute a different meaning to extortion. And it was Relli that said it. So. Yeah, Lacey Ann says sending pictures of the shells to Rocky is mad weird. Right. And it's like, I would love, it was kind of hard to follow the text on screen because, again, we're dealing with the recitation. But, it's easier for me to process things when I can see it on paper and the timestamps are right there. And let me make sure we're not live. We've got like 15 minutes before they come back. We'll pull this up. Make sure we don't miss any action. But I would love to see like how quickly, like, did this come in like after a bunch of denials? The prosecution is hinging on the one text from ASAP Rocky saying, like, stop making this up, stop making stuff up. The prosecution is trying to frame that as Rocky denying everything across the board, and obviously a full-out denial makes Rocky not credible, because you guys, jurors, you can see with your own eyes that some type of altercation happened. Maybe the details are what's unclear, but something happened, somebody was fighting, and Rocky was involved in some way or form. But I wonder the time difference. I want to see the timestamps. I want to be able to process it better. I wish I could just read it on the screen, but it was such bad quality. But was this like, you only send the shells because you're getting repeated denials and you're sitting there screaming at your phone like, how are you denying this when it's right here? Or are you setting it up to be like, are you gonna say something? Are you gonna admit to something in a text? Am I gonna get something that makes it look incriminating for you? And I don't know, has anyone been in a position where someone took a conversation out of context and made it look like something completely different than what it actually was? I had a very close friend have that happen to them with like a friend when they were falling out. So probably more than one, but there's one that it was like so egregious how they cut it out. Like they just recorded themselves walking up and calling someone a snake. And my friend was like, what are you talking about? And that person generally didn't know what they were talking about. And they just took this clip of them walking up, posted it on socials, and said, they're a snake. And it caused chaos. Like their mutual friends are like, what happened? And I feel like that type of thing taints somebody's reputation, even though there was nothing saying why or that this person actually was a snake. So you never know. Yeah, so a lot of times, plenty of times, context matters. Let's see. Yeah, in Pretty Iced Tea, I don't think any slur should be used. I don't really like to curse in general. I mean, I know certain curse words are not considered slurs, but I still feel like a curse word that's not a slur can be so hard, like hurtful anyway. Like, I don't know. Did you guys ever like, do something bad when you were a kid and your mom like slips and curses? And I remember my mom would curse. We have German and Italian in our background. I don't even know the words, but she would curse in whatever of the language, right? She wouldn't do it in English, but I still knew it was a curse word. I still knew it was profanity. I knew the steam was coming out of her ears. And as a kid, I'd be like, I would be kind of tuning it out when she would just be like, Katie, or yelling my brother's name. I would tune it out. But when she would add in that like curse word that I didn't really even know what language or what it meant, I just knew it was a curse. Oh, my whole feelings would shift. I would feel bad. I would feel like I was really in trouble. So I really think that slurs are bad, but I even think regular curse words that aren't a slur can really be hurtful too. So, yeah, Pretty Eye says, I swear like a sailor. Okay, we're going to get you that SpongeBob emoji, the sound effect, the dolphin episode. Black Butterfly says, Cat Rocky denied shooting him, not fighting, in my opinion. I 100% agree. That's exactly how I read it. But the prosecution's presenting it a different way. Relli is adopting that presentation, I think. And, again, like me and Black Butterfly, we could be in the jury box, but there could be two other people that are like, why would Rocky deny everything? Obviously something happened. So... but I'm with you. I'm personally with you. I'm in the exact same shoes as you here on that. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Kiss and Pig says, I'm a truck driver and I curse like one. You gotta use the horn to censor yourself. Oh yeah, do you guys want me to put the lights back up? I'll switch you guys want to switch the animated reacts for the second half of the day? What do we have right now? We have the judge, the question exclamation, the sweaty, and the punch face, or the punch glove. Oh, this is a great example, Pretty Iced Tea. Just like the R word, it wasn't considered a slur when I was growing up. Now it is. I remember that's what they referred to my brother all the time. Yeah, that was Like, I remember that, and I remember, like, it phasing out of usage. And it's kind of one of those things where it's like, I wonder if people could go back in the day and find, like, an old tweet. I don't think this is a good example. I don't think Twitter existed. But sometimes words get pushed out. They're not acceptable anymore. But maybe you used to say them back in the day. This is a really good example. Especially in the gamer world, like, because I still think it's used. I still think it's used a lot. But people push back against it now. All right, so what are we switching to? What's the next? Let's see. Let me reorder them because reset to default. It's not letting me change it. Let's see. Okay. All right, so we're going back to, we're going to get the green light. Get red light. You guys want to keep the judge? The judge has had so much action in this whole trial. What other emojis do you guys want? The reacts, the animated reacts. Oh, Taylor's in the bushes. Taylor's in the bushes, you guys. What a day to have to be in the bushes and work. Cross-examination of Relli. All right, we need to stop. You guys want like a stop sign? So by the way, like the channel emojis, how we have like emojis for this specific channel, I can't choose those for the animated reacts. It doesn't give me the option. But there are some emojis in here that I don't see when I look for an emoji to use in the chat. There's some like extra ones. You guys want a frying pan? D Wood says, get out of the bushes, Taylor. Yeah, so we definitely got the judge in there, you guys. We've got a option for a frying pan, stop sign as the final. And we've got to come to a decision because we're going to have court coming back in a few minutes here. Space cadets. Space cadets. You know, if you called me a space cadet, it would go over my head. I wouldn't know that you were calling me stupid. I would just be like, huh, space is cool. This might be a term of endearment. It would be lost on me. Shayna wants a rock. Positive Q wants a staring down one. And we could refresh these again at different parts of the stream. All right, we're getting some votes for the frying pan. Right, Ovi? I would be, someone could really get away with insulting me by calling me, not now, because you guys clued me in on it. But Space Cadet seems kind of flattering. Like, yeah, I think it would, I'd be like, thank you so much. And the chat would be laughing at me. So. Or I would think of that Space Cowboy song. All right, so we're going to do the frying pan. I think that's the vote. Otherwise, I'll forget to save it and update it. What is it called? A pan? Cook? Skillet? Okay, I had to type the word cook to get it to come up. So. Just so you guys know for future reference. I tried frying pan, I tried pan, it didn't work. Yeah, so the squabble is why I had that, the boxing glove this morning. But hopefully, you know, if they listen to the judge, hopefully they settle down on that. I don't know if they should keep pushing their luck, trying to squabble up in court. Keeping it going. Getting called a rocket also means stupid? I mean, I don't know. If someone called me a rocket, I'd be like, that's weird, but it doesn't really sound good. I mean, I would kind of think in line more with like Austin Powers and the way Austin Powers uses rocket imagery. So that's where I would go and think it had bad connotations. But good to know that rocket can also mean stupid. That one I don't think I would take as a term of endearment on gut instinct. So. Oh yeah, and in the UK, isn't rocket like arugula or something? Right? Isn't rocket like a type of lettuce in the UK? I would think you're calling me arugula. And Rocket the raccoon, Chloe Alberts would think, of course, you would think of the trivia here. You would know the reference. You would think you're talking raccoon. Yeah, this would be great, Kiss and Pink. So the compilation of Lewin, one of the prosecutors, and DeGuerin. I saw that there was something with the Robert Durst trial. And I only know top level of that trial. But Lewin was one of the prosecutors. Lewin is the prosecutor that's been sitting down mostly, but doing a lot of the objections on behalf of his counsel, even though the counsel's did the direct. Lewin prosecuted Robert Durst successfully, but then sat down and did a long interview, intimate one-on-one interview with Robert Durst after he was convicted and sentenced. So really interesting to hear that happen. I think HBO hosts it. So if you guys wanted to check that out. They're almost back, Pop Tot. They're almost back. They've got 4 minutes. And you guys know, with the way that this court has been going and how the media rules are, the sound could cut right in at that moment before we even get a picture back on the screen. It's not like with the YSL trial where we get that Georgia seal to let us know we're almost back. So they do an hour and a half. Okay, so DeGuerin was Durst's lawyer. Okay, yeah, that compilation would be great. That would be great. That would be great. Lacey, I've got questions on that, and I mean, I don't know if they're playing much of a role in the criminal action here, but I really think it's interesting that Camille Vasquez represented Johnny Depp against a countersuit that Amber Heard filed for defamation based on statements Adam Waldman, Johnny Depp's attorney, made to, it was some publication, I forget what, but the counterclaims against Johnny Depp were really for things that Adam Waldman said, right? And there was an agency argument there. And for the most part, Johnny Depp's team argued successfully against those, right? They only found one of the listed statements to be defamatory, and it was something that mentioned participation by multiple people in a conspiracy, rather than it just being a statement about Amber Heard herself. But now, switching clients here, she's taken on Relli, Terrell Ephron, as a client, and this defamation suit is arguing that A$AP Rocky should be liable for things that Joe Tacopina said, his attorney said. So interesting to see the switch of the argument there. So that's kind of where I am. But it's also it's LA. I saw Nick Starro has been covering Cementelli. He's calling it the Hussey murder trial. But I guess her husband was murdered. The person and the co-killer have been convicted, but the co-killer that carried it out was her boyfriend and a friend actually killed her husband. She was having an affair with the boyfriend, but she wasn't the one that physically killed the husband. But now she's on trial because the co-killer said something to police, possibly because a detective kept interrogating him to get more out of him. So now she's on trial for possible involvement in all of it. But Blair Burke is the defendant, Miss Cementelli, if I'm saying her name right. Blair Burke is representing her. And if you don't remember, if that name rings a bell, she represented Johnny Depp during his divorce with Amber Heard. So that infamous video where Amber Heard like slaps her face because she realizes she just spilled that she sent information over to TMZ. The deposition where she pleads the fifth when she's asked if she ever committed domestic violence against a previous partner. Blair Burke was Johnny Depp's attorney that led that deposition of Amber Heard. So if you guys are interested in seeing more from the same attorneys, Blair Burke can be watched. Nick Starr's covering that trial. But again, it's LA. It's LA. These people have had big name clients through and throughout. So, and we've got 1 minute. Let's see if they cut in. Let's see if they cut in. Someone said, yeah, so I heard this, Egypt, as a way of spelling. And I really think like a decade ago when games started implementing censors, like ways to block out certain words from being used. I'm thinking of RuneScape specifically. I think they blocked the word idiot, but people were spelling it this way and it wasn't blocked. So that's why I'm familiar with that one. So that one I would catch. Oh my god, Project Bandshirt is over in LA. That's cool. Let us know, like, if you have, like, local sentiment, what people are saying about this. That would be awesome. Good to see you. Project Bandshirt says, I haven't been here in a while. Yeah, I wasn't really covering anything. So you didn't miss anything. We're back for this trial. So glad you're covering this. I'm here in LA and the trial is bananas. Yes, I think it's bananas and I did not expect it whatsoever. Starfish with the context. So going back to the, is it Monica said? I could just look it up at this point because Kathy's been talking about it. Oh, and hold on. Mel just reshared a courtroom sketch of Rihanna. She said, told y'all she had a side part. So there we go. We'll get this out there. Yeah, no other updates from in the court, but I think Kathy talked about this trial. Let me get this name right. Okay, Monica Cementilli. So there we go. This is who we were talking about here, being represented by Blair Burke. And Starfish has the context that the co-killer was locked up and they put an undercover in the jail with him. Now, would we call this snitching? Like snitching on yourself? Oh boy, that might be a good example. And okay, so this is good context. So these breaks in California, there was a break today that I don't think was part of their like regularly scheduled breaks, but because of the court reporters union, you know, the days seem to be like 10 a.m. can be the earliest they start, 4:30 is the latest that they can go. They have to have this hour and a half lunch, and they're supposed to get these 15-minute breaks. There was a break that wasn't one of those 15-minute breaks today, which I think was a cool-off session, was a bit of a cool-off session. So, Project Bandshirt says downtown LA is utter chaos. I was there yesterday, not at the courthouse, though. Oh, and I can imagine, especially yesterday of all days was the news where, you know, today is the day Rihanna's going to show up. She's there today, too, but I think yesterday, if people thought this was their one chance to be on, like, the same street as Rihanna, they must have been running down there trying to be around the courthouse. So, like, I would avoid. I'm sorry, you probably had a reason, maybe work, you had to go down there, but holy moly, can you imagine being stuck in that kind of traffic? Someone hears Rihanna's going to be at court. And that LA courthouse, you know, courthouses that have to deal with, like, celebrities often, you know, it was reported that Rihanna came in through a back garage entrance. You know, I think that courthouse has a lot of celebrity traffic. They're kind of built to accommodate entry and exit without like public chaos, right? Another thing, another reference back to the Johnny Depp trial when she initially filed for her divorce, where she had the bruise or maybe not a bruise on her face. She chose not to go out of the back way that everybody knows exists. She went out to the public and the press was there to take pictures waiting for her. So seems like somebody had the alert to be there to take the pictures. Oh, Obi. So California has the worst issue with court reporters. You can't even pay for a private one. That's how hard it is. So you have to use somebody that's like on the list of the court's list of who's approved. That's interesting. Because the one positive I was thinking of is, if they have a shorter day, I mean, if they're asked to produce copies of the transcript, do they get to work on that past 4:30 when they're outside of the courtroom? Because at first I was thinking like, oh, they have more time to get transcripts done and turned around. And, in other areas, I don't know about California, but New York, for example, when we got the Jonathan Majors transcripts, that was money that court reporter, she got paid to transcribe the trial, but the money we pulled together to get the transcripts, I think that was just money she made as an independent contractor. She had there's limits in New York State, mins and max of what she can charge per page based on the delivery time frame. But outside of that, as long as she stayed within those limits, I paid her directly. Like I cash apped her. I sent her a Zelle to get these transcripts. But the form she sent where I had to go through the court, she had to sign off on all the pages, the quote, and it had the headers and everything. So, but I was thinking like maybe in California, they can't just use that extra time to transcribe stuff. Does it make it any faster to turn around when a transcript's requested? So, okay. So Obi with the context, thanks so much, says the court-appointed reporters are limited. They only do certain cases, criminal, civil, probate. Oh my God, and probate is crazy in California. If you want one for family or juvenile court, you have to special request one or pay for a private one. Yeah, and I don't know the rates. I don't know if there's caps on it, but, for the bulk of the transcripts we got for the Jonathan Majors trial, for 4 days of testimony, it wasn't even complete days. One of the days was like an hour of testimony. Lots of breaks because one of the witnesses kept leaving the courtroom. And I think the quote was something like 2680. It was like 2,600 and something for the 4 days. And we did it with the cheapest turnaround price that you could get. We went for the lowest per page price. So not not cheap, especially not in New York. So okay, and Nem says the YSL court reporter Christina Weaver said the same. She is paid for court and extra for the transcript. Yep, and again, like especially with Whitaker, Glanville's days might have been shorter, but those days where imagine you're in court from 8 to 6, like Whitaker time, and you've got to produce a transcript because someone has an appellate issue. They need to send a transcript up to the appeals court. When does the court reporter have the time to do all that? It's got to be after 6 o'clock, right? So. Okay, so Project Banshee, the LA courthouse is crazy. I testified before a grand jury there a few years ago and was brought through the back. I had to leave through the front, and yes, it was a celebrity trial. I had to have a police escort. Crazy, 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 crazy. Oh boy. I've heard the same, like there's, kind of several issues here with the Richard Allen case files, right? There's been like obstacles to even request the transcripts. So not just the price, but the access to them. The access to them. Let's look at, this is a bit unusually past time here. Has anyone mentioned, they're arguing in court? No. No updates. We still just got Rihanna with the side part, you guys. Yep, still not back. Okay, so this is very helpful. Obi says transcript turnaround, Cali, is based on cost. 1 to 2 weeks has a fee, 1 to 2 months has a lower fee. It's based on half days rather than pages. 1 full day is about $700 for 30 to 60 day turnouts. Double the price if you need it within 1 to 2 weeks. So crazy. Yeah, transcripts are not cheap. Transcripts are not cheap. And speaking of traffic, like maybe it's like someone's having difficulty getting back to the courtroom on time. All the hectic hustle and bustle. But we'll hear, we'll wait for them to come back. Yeah, Positive Q says, I wonder what this has cost ASAP. And what's interesting, this is like a 2 to 3 week trial. And again, the judge did that compromise, right? This late disclosure, this ballistics report. The judge said, look, the court will pay for your expert witness. Like, here's a list. You can find one that is able to do it in short notice, but the court will pay for it, right? So at least they got to save on that. But even though this is a shorter trial, I mean, forget the civil actions, but I mean, this is stemming back to a 2021 incident, right? He's had to have representation on this matter going back and forth for a very long time. So I imagine it's not cheap. I imagine it's in the 6-figure range, if not above that. So touche. So Touche's thinking of the Natalie Cochran trial. So I think it was for one of the YSL hearings. I went live last week and I was like, I'm thinking of something. I'm thinking of a way we can pretend to be mock jurors. I was actually going to do it with that case, but I couldn't find the time because I thought it was really interesting. So Natalie Cochran, you guys, this just ended in a verdict. She was convicted. But the prosecution originally tried to press charges against her like 6 years ago, and they end up dropping the charges and bringing the charges again more recently, and that got us to the trial that played out over the last few weeks. Now, she already has a separate conviction for this Ponzi scheme that her and her husband were both in on. Like, they both at least knew about it or both participating in it. He's not alive, so he didn't face trial for it. But he ends up dying, and they suspected that she killed him, and now she's convicted for his murder. Their theory is she was poisoning him with high doses of insulin. But her attorney, as soon as I started watching day one, her attorney has like a kind of like I don't know, his approach, he has an accent, but that's not it. Like, his way of punctuating sentences is very much like, and wouldn't you say that, like, his inflection at the end of his sentences, in a way, I think he did some effective work at asking questions that could make the jury doubt certain things. He brought up black mold and how her husband, a few months before he died, had gone to the hospital because he was feeling ill and he had black mold exposure. And when I heard that, I was like, wow, there's actually something that's very green for the defense, because the witness agreed. The witness agreed that that was the case. So touche, I didn't see that one play all the way out, but I actually did have it in mind. I wanted to watch with you guys. I just couldn't find the time. So if you've seen it through and through, you can let me know your opinion. I think I watched up through day 3 and saw some of day 4, and then I fell out of it. But that black mold mentioned, I was like, oh my God, there's actually an explanation here. We have a green light. We have a little bit of green. So that's where the idea came from, to do the red light, green light. It was a really interesting trial. But at the other side of it, we've been pointing Joe Tacopina rocking in his chair. One of the things that I noticed just in the 3 to 4 days, even though I was open-minded to maybe black mold could explain some stuff, I think Natalie Cochran's body language could have made her unlikable to the jury. So, the body language, maybe it shouldn't matter, maybe it should matter. At the end of the day, you gotta be careful how you come off in front of a jury. I think that girl Mia is catching up. So when you catch up to us in the future here, that girl Mia, How do you not know the names of the artists he was representing who deserted him? Scratching that sweat, going through them hairs on his chest, he's the worst. So she's going to get there, guys. That girl Mia is going to hear the list of names, and it's going to be Cash, and it's going to be Remy, and it's going to be some videographers. Yeah. She'll catch up with us. So, a blast from the past here, that girl Mia. Glad to have you with us when you catch up. All right, so media's back in. We are almost back, you guys. But touche, guys, and chat too. You know, I think Law and Crime streamed all of Natalie Cochran's trial. If you guys want to go check that out, I think it was an interesting case. I have to go. I can't really speak on how it played out. I know she was convicted. I only saw like 3.5 days of it. So. And let's see. Angela Thompson says, from what I've seen so far, Joe isn't being aggressive towards Relli at all. So Relli being so defensive looks bad on him. And that's the thing. Like, I don't think if we compared Joe to like other attorneys in general, I would still say what Joe's done so far in like the 40 total minutes of cross have been a little bit more bombastic, right? A little bit more extra than most attorneys. He's like above the bell curve there on that still. But I still think it's toned way down from what people expected, what some people expected. I don't think he really came out guns blazing, but maybe he'll get there, right? We've only had like 40 minutes across. Maybe more than that, right? How long did that? Let me check my timestamps. I don't know when exactly they started lunch, but like an hour and a half of this 3-hour stream, we've been live just over 3 hours, has been lunch. We had the other breaks. It didn't start until 26 minutes in. We really didn't have all that much cross yet. So I think Joe might get there, Angela. I think Joe might get there. I definitely think it's a little bit more calm than what people expected, based on him, like the way he's been reacting in the audience. Doing the emotes in the audience. Can I add a video clip here? Hold on, let me see if I can get this up here real quick. Oh, maybe I can't because it's a... Yeah, there we go. What? There's a size limit specifically for GIFs. Let me just export it as a video then.
I'd like to ask you, sir,
Oh, they're back.
Terrell Jones?
I don't recall.
Okay. Well, who's Lydia Parker?
That's my girlfriend.
Does she go by the name of Gemma Jones?
I don't recall.
Well, does she have a website named Gemma Jones?
I don't recall.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Did she text you a website of herself?
I don't recall.
Let me ask you a question, please, sir. Did she text you a website of herself entitled gemmajones.ch?
I don't recall.
Okay.
Yeah, no. Overlooked.
Right.
Objection's overlooked.
I'm just going to have to refresh this recollection.
Fine. You want to show stress on the document?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I'll see if you can go after.
Look at Lewin. He's inching up there.
You don't have to say it. Correct.
Just let him read.
I'm just correct. Is that your number?
That's my number.
Just take a look at this, and then take a look at that.
What am I looking at?
Right here. And read that.
I don't know what I'm looking at.
This, right here.
Yeah.
Do you see that?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you read it?
See yourself.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, sir. Okay.
Did you show that to him to help him refresh his recollection?
I'm only asking that question now.
But that was the purpose.
Yeah, that's the purpose. Okay.
They need arm's length.
So having seen that, does that refresh your recollection that Ms. Parker sent you a website named jimandjones.com?
No, it doesn't.
Does not. Okay. How did Ms. Parker make her money?
Objection relevant state.
Okay. Do you, sir, or should I say in 2021, did you along with Ms. Parker make money in prostitution?
No.
Question was compound that's referring to two people.
I can do it.
It assumes it's fact now.
It is a comment, just limit it, you can limit it down.
Sir, did you make money in the business of prostitution in 2021?
No.
And you've never seen that website, jimandjones.ch before?
Objection asked and answered. Said he doesn't remember.
Have you ever seen it, if you recall?
No, I don't recall.
All right. Okay, let's move on to
Got it,
a
Ron.
different topic.
Yeah, you got it. You invest in real estate?
I do.
And you made a down payment towards a luxury apartment building, you need construction, condominium in Miami?
Objection made as the time, therefore.
Sure.
Sustained as
May,
to,
in May of 2023, did you make a down payment towards a luxury apartment building and a new construction condominium in Miami?
I don't recall.
Okay, I'm gonna put up, and this is one of the 7, so to speak. I'm gonna put up, sure.
is this an exhibit?
Yes.
We I don't know which one it is.
The next exhibit will be H's and Harry.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna wait for John for a second.
Not booty equity, Chloe. Oh my god.
Thank you, Ron.
Okay, John?
Yes, thank you, I've seen it.
Guys. What up, guys? That's your Instagram, I guess, post regarding investment property, correct?
No, just remember we talked about, just answer the question. Ask the question again, Mr.
Sure. Is that, first of all, is that your Instagram post?
I don't recall.
You don't recall if that's your Instagram post?
No, I don't recall.
So, how about the next one, guys?
Wait a minute.
It's one of
We don't want the index appearing where the jury can see it.
Do you have another exhibit you want to show?
We're trying to
Show the other exhibit,
Right.
without an index.
Oh my god, Cass. Not NASDAQ.
No, just stop.
You think they saw those 100 lines over there?
I don't want the two of you arguing, there are no speaking objections. We've got another exhibit up there, go ahead and ask about it.
Okay, please take a look at that.
I don't recall.
You don't recall what? What don't you
I don't know what you want me to look at.
That's your Instagram
Green.
page, Mr.
I don't know.
Ephron. You don't know if that's your Instagram
I
page?
don't know. I don't know. Next question.
I'm sorry?
You got another question?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Are you familiar with that building, the standard residence?
I don't recall. No.
You don't recall or no?
No.
No. So, is it your testimony that you didn't invest in that building?
I don't recall.
It says big investment moves at the standard residence.
I don't recall.
That's not your wording?
John, this has been asked and answered now.
No.
He says he doesn't recall anything about the civil rights.
I'm asking about the wording.
I don't recall.
Wait, hold on. The wording of,
That, the on there. Big investment moves at the standard residence. That your wording.
question,
I said it 3 times, I don't recall.
stay, stop, ask another question.
Okay.
If you go on to another exhibit, if you have.
Okay. So what investment properties in Miami did you invest in?
I don't recall.
You don't recall?
No.
It was only 2023.
I know, I don't remember.
So you invested in a real estate property in Miami. I don't remember which. Let me finish this down, please. You invested in a real estate property in 2023 in Miami, and you don't remember which one it was?
I don't remember.
That's the background and evidence.
That is correct.
You aren't.
He says he has no recollection.
You aren't, excuse me. You first answered that you gave investment in real estate in Miami. That was the first thing, before I showed you all these. So again, I'm going to ask you, which building do you
I
invest
don't
in?
recall.
You don't recall?
Yes.
How much did you invest in?
I don't recall, sir.
You don't recall?
I don't recall.
So you invested some unknown amount of money in some unknown
I
building
don't have a clue.
in 2023.
I don't have a clue.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about the events on
Getting
and
into November?
surrounding November 6, 2021.
November
Okay.
6th.
And when I say the events of November 6, 2021, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, shooting.
Oh, okay. It was your understanding, following this incident, well, withdraw. John Ephron was Rocky's manager, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you text John a video of the shell casings on November 7th, 2021 at 12:04 a.m., right?
I texted him everything. I told him that your client shot at me.
My question was one.
I don't recall.
You don't recall? Okay. I'm going to refresh your recollection.
Okay.
Get that? Or did we just put it up or?
I don't know why he suddenly didn't remember when he was going with it.
Okay. Okay. Take a look.
Your Honor, at Mr. Tacopina's request, we are willing to stipulate the witness being asked about the specific times of text. I'm not sure if he knows it exactly. I'm willing to stipulate.
Who's he? You say he knows it, who's he?
The witness.
Mr. Ephron.
Yeah, so whether he knows specific time, we're willing to stipulate. What's the stipulation you like, Mr. Tacopina? That
12:04 a.m. on November 7th, 2021.
Oh, he's going to say it's before he contacted an attorney. He went to the manager first. Oh, this is where we're going. I know it. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Alarms. We don't want to put the messages on screen.
So we have a stipulation, Your Honor.
Let me tell the jury what a stipulation is. Folks, a stipulation is another word for an agreement. So whatever the parties stipulate to, that issue is not before you. It's been proved. Whatever they stipulate to, that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Right? That's what a stipulation is. It's an agreement between both sides.
And also at 12:04 a.m., you sent a text to John claiming that Rocky shot at you, right?
I mean, I'll have to see the thing, but yeah, sounds correct.
Okay. And again, that stipulation still stands, right, guys?
Well, why don't you just stipulate, tell the jury what you're stipulating to?
The time of 12:04 on November 7th, 2021. Same text, right?
4 minutes after you hit that.
But the problem is, if you're asking him what he remembers, we'll stipulate to it.
Right.
Then if you then ask him afterwards, doesn't know the exact.
Right, you don't know the exact time, obviously, that you sent the message, right?
It was 3 years ago.
I understand. I'm saying you don't know the exact
No,
time.
no.
Right, okay. But we have a stipulation agreement that you sent it at 12:04 a.m. You sent him a text claiming that Rocky shot him, correct?
So stipulated.
All right. And then you sent subsequently, 34 minutes later, You sent John a screenshot of your straight fingers. Remember sending John that?
Yeah.
Okay. And at that same time, again, guys, 12:38 a.m. on that same date, you sent John a message saying, "I'm getting itch." You remember that message?
Yeah, I'm getting itch. It was a typo.
Okay, all right. But that's the message that you wrote to John was, "I'm getting itch, ITCH," right?
I don't really recall, but I think
Okay, we can show it to you. That's it.
What do you think itch means, guys? The chat dictionary.
Guys, this is the other stuff. Yeah. Sit there, Paul, just show me that.
Okay.
Wait, can you take 1 second?
Sure. Okay, Ms. Ephron. So you saw that message, "I'm getting itch," that you sent to John, right?
Correct.
All right.
Impeach him. What do you say during
At the
prelim?
preliminary hearing that we've heard about, the jury's already heard about from November 8th of 2023, you were asked about whether that message to John was you saying that you're getting rich instead of rich. Remember being asked those questions by me?
Well, the conversation,
Just call it yes or no.
say it again?
Do you remember in the preliminary hearing in 2023, November 8th, to be exact? I asked you questions about whether that message, "I'm getting itch," was really meant to say, "I'm getting rich." Remember those questions?
Get page one.
Sure you are. It's page 145, lines 15 through 20.
15 through 20?
15 through 20, sir.
Big shout out to Touche for gifting 5 memberships. Let's show Touche some love.
Do you remember that question?
Can you say it again?
Sure. I asked you at the preliminary hearing whether you meant to type, "I'm getting rich."
Impeach
instead of
him.
itch. Do you remember me asking you that?
I really don't remember.
Okay.
I don't recall.
Or would you like me to put the transcript up, or you want me to show you?
Would it help you to read what was said at the preliminary hearing? Might that help you remember?
Wally said, I just don't remember.
Would it help you to read?
Like what he just showed me?
Yes. Yes. Did you read it?
Yeah.
No. He's talking about the text message. He's talking about being shown the text message. So what we're proposing is you read the transcript.
And that's you read it to himself.
The transcript is
The transcript, go ahead and show him the page of the transcript.
Okay.
Mr. Ephron is going to show you something, just read it yourself and see if that refreshes what you said, refreshes your memory as to what you said when you testified the last time on November the 8th of 2023.
Okay.
Right, so he's going to be able to read it. He's reluctantly reading it. And remember, what he just said a few minutes ago, his contemporaneous today, his testimony today, is that the word itch was just a typo. What do you say at the prelim? What do you say at the prelim?
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, Q, exactly.
Yeah, but you can't ignore foundation for a court transcript. can't escape this one.
What am I supposed to do? This is like media conversation?
It's your testimony at the preliminary hearing.
Yeah, I don't really remember that.
Okay, so, I'm gonna just read this, I guess, as a stipulation from Mr. Wu. That's exactly read. Question, 145, line 15. The question to you, sir, was, and although you didn't make a police report about this incident until 2 days later, on November 8th, 2021, you did send a text message on November 7th to Mr. Mayor's manager, John, at 2:38 p.m. saying, I'm getting rich. Remember that?
We will stipulate that in fact, that is what was asked.
All right.
Yeah, that was it. Okay.
Mr. Tacopina is entitled to let the jury know what it says.
Oh, you just
Prosecutor
asked me for
panicking.
stipulation, so I'm telling him,
Oh, we did.
we'll stipulate.
I asked him.
All right, good. Well, glad you told
Only
me.
managed on that.
So that was really quiet, but the prosecution, it sounded like John Lewin was saying, we'll stipulate to it. We'll stipulate to this thing in the transcript. He doesn't want the defense attorney to keep reading what was said during this preliminary hearing. I think the prosecution needs to be careful because that looks like a, have mercy on me. Please stop, you're ruining my case.
Everything else, yes.
Good news.
And do you remember saying on 146 lines 7 to 8?
What are you going to read from? Mr. Tacopina, what page are you on?
146, I'm getting old as hell tomorrow.
146?
146, line 7 to 8.
Okay, go ahead. As long as he's asking the question. 146. Look at the lines. Read it to yourself.
Judge, Mr. Wu and I sort of figured this out. This might save a step here. I'm just going to read them and say, did you say that?
And I'm going to follow that.
That's a little
So, all right, so he doesn't have to tell professional type
This is going to help us.
All right. Read it.
All right. We get that, Mr. Ephron. I'm just going to read it to you.
All right.
Question. Your answer to that last question was line 7 to 8. What the fuck would I be getting rich off of? You remember saying that?
I don't remember, but I really don't remember.
I have a stipulation on it. You read accurately.
That was like a year ago.
So the stipulation is those are the questions asked and the words that are reflected in the transcript. Yes?
Even more than that, that is what was asked and answered that right here.
Okay. Then, a little further down, you said, continuing on, lines 12 through 14, fuck, shit, I'm getting mad. That was your preliminary hearing when you asked about whether you said we're getting rich. Do you recall that?
Can you say that again?
Sure. You said, fuck, shit, I'm getting mad.
I don't remember that.
Okay. Well,
In what context? Like, what do you mean? Fuck shit, I'm getting mad?
when you asked about the word rich, text message you were confronted with.
Oh, no, I don't know.
Okay. So, when questioned about that word itch at the preliminary hearing, what you claimed is that you meant to write the word irritated. Is that right?
It wasn't a typo.
I don't recall.
Okay. Page 148, on 25 to 27. Well, Mr. Ephron, before I read that, let me withdraw that last question. What did you mean when you said I'm getting itch?
Well, when I was talking to his manager?
Yes, sir.
Well, I was just showing his manager everything, and I think he took a while to get me back, so I said, I think that's what I wrote, but in the trend, like, that's what I meant to write was I'm getting irritated. But then you said, I'm getting rich, and that's when me and you started arguing at the
So it wasn't a typo. It's just what you mean when you say itch. Good. That's why he withdrew the question, was to let him trip up with an explanation.
preliminary hearing. Like he was trying to get something out of me or something more out of me.
So you meant to write the word irritated?
When I first spoke to his manager, I don't remember what I wrote, but from what is there, yeah.
Well, you saw the word pitch, right? You saw that message.
I mean, but you flipped it so many times. That was a fast moment. You can't make me go back and think like something that I don't really. I definitely won't write his manager in the context. If you show the whole text message, where would it make sense? I'm getting rich.
All right.
You're not showing the whole text message.
So-
You're just picking.
You saw these messages yesterday on your direct
I mean, if you want to pull up John's text messages, we can.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Play yesterday's
So,
testimony.
what you're saying to this jury is that you didn't need to write that you were getting rich, right?
I don't recall.
Okay? You're not saying that you didn't need to
I
write.
don't recall, sir.
Just don't recall.
Don't recall.
Okay. So you may have been,
I,
meaning you're right to get
I
rich.
don't recall.
Okay.
If I said anything like that, I mean, not said anything. Anything I said after the shooting is lawsuit. It falls in my lawsuit. So
You what?
it falls in my lawsuit. Like a crime was committed, and then whatever I say after that's retaining money or anything that's compensating me was with my lawyers or anything else. I had lawyers present and everything else.
Well, you didn't have a lawyer at this point, did you? So,
When I spoke to John, I didn't need a lawyer. What I need a lawyer for if I didn't say I'm getting rich? And what does getting rich have to do with a man shooting me?
You said you had a lawyer at the prelim, though.
I'm waiting. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out what's
Oof.
going on here.
So you did say to this jury that you don't recall if you meant to write rich or not, right? That's your answer.
I don't recall, sir.
Okay. Now, you also then text Rocky at one point, right? Okay. On November 7th, at 12:36 a.m., you text Rocky, right, in the morning?
I mean, if you want to pull up our whole text messages, you can.
I appreciate
I don't
that.
remember.
Do you remember texting Rocky that morning?
It was 3 years ago. You just got to pull up the text messages, the whole text messages.
Do you have the 63 guys?
Is this going to be an exhibit?
I believe this was shown yesterday, Your Honor, I believe, but it's not. Yes, it's the same conversation we had with that little mark as defense.
Jay's and John's, you know.
Was it Jay?
Jay's and John.
Okay, Jay. So I'll take a look, we'll post it, or publish it, I don't know. You see, Rocky's response to you if you turn around, sir? I don't know if you see it on the little screen there. You have it on that screen as well?
No, it's not here.
Okay, just take a look over there for a second. And I think you saw this yesterday. Relli, WTF, what are you talking about? Why are you telling people I shot at you? Right?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, you saw it yesterday too, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then subsequently he said, stop making shit up, right?
Where's the rest of the text messages?
I'm asking you, did Rocky text you that?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Now, take that down, guys. Just to be clear, on November 7th, Mr. Ephron, on November 7th, day after 2021, you did not have an attorney, correct?
Actually, I called the same night. I called the attorneys the same day
Impeachment on the way, guys.
after the shooting. After he told me to go to the police.
Okay, we'll get to that. But on November 7th, did you have an attorney?
I think I went in the police station with him. I didn't have an attorney. Like I signed the paper. I signed the paper part. Lawyer client privilege, whatever. And then me and him met. So pretty much I was waiting on the lawyer to go to the precinct to finish doing what I needed to do. So I didn't want to go in the precinct by myself.
That was on November 8th, right, sir?
I would have to see. I would have to go through my text messages and stuff.
Okay, we'll get there. We'll get there. Now, you did remember seeing a message yesterday on a text that you sent to your friend Justa Benea saying, on November 7th, 2021, saying, I want to get this nigga's money, right? Remember seeing that yesterday?
Yeah, that was after the shooting.
Obviously, right? You saw that.
Yeah, correct.
And this nigga that you're talking about was Rocky, right?
I mean, I could be dead, yeah.
I didn't ask you that. I said,
I mean, that's obvious.
right?
Obvious.
Now, can we refer to
Talk to Mr. Steve.
What did the judge say?
You understand that obviously Rocky is extremely successful in the music industry, right? So,
I mean, it's blatant.
it's what?
Blatant, yeah, he's famous. He's known.
And you knew Rocky for about what, 4 or 5 years before he became successful?
I've known Rocky since high school.
It's about 4 or 5 years before he
No.
became successful.
No.
So I'm wrong if I say that.
No.
I'm wrong if I say that, right?
Tacopina, I don't know. I don't recall.
Is it no?
I
or
don't know, sir. I don't know.
Okay, so
I just know we know each other since 17. I'm 36. His first video was made in my house. That was like 2000 and we know each other for like 6, 7 years before you got famous.
yeah.
Maybe 8.
Before he signed his first deal, how long did you know? Before he signed his first deal.
Not objection relevance, it's just a.
Now, to be clear, you were not really involved in Rocky's career taking off, right?
Objection relevance.
Wait, say that again?
Sure. To be clear, you weren't really involved in Rocky's music career taking off.
What does that even mean?
You don't know what I mean by that?
No, I'm sorry, I don't.
Okay. Were you responsible for Rocky's career becoming successful?
How would I be? Why would I be responsible?
Just
No.
asking you
No.
yes or no.
And when one of the ASAP members, and ASAP's a conglomerate, you described it was yesterday,
Mhm.
when one member earns money, that's not to be distributed amongst other members, correct?
No, but you give credit when credit's due, meaning if they got you around for hours, days, years, and weeks, give them the credit where their name is in write-ups. You just don't have them around looking silly.
Right.
Mhm.
And so members, by the way, rotate in and out of ASAP, correct?
I mean, it became a mess. So yes, we're all to do it.
After Rocky found success, Mr. Ephron, you started to feel tension towards him, right?
Of course not.
Of course not.
No.
Okay.
I helped him on his album. I helped him mad stuff. Like, why would I be mad at this dude for his success?
There's 30 million reasons why.
Went out my way numerous times.
All right, okay. No question. Can I see you all not on the record? I just have to inquire.
All right, we're doing the judge wants to inquire about something. I don't know, maybe it's scheduling at this moment. Oh boy. Yeah, that was really confusing. I mean, we heard some testimony from Relli, like saying he had a role in helping grow this collective, that he was growing his own career separately, like, well, kind of overlapping, right? He's doing management work for artists that he had trouble naming. And he's claiming he lost all of this stuff as a product, as a byproduct of this whole incident, or people talking about it, or it becoming public. His descriptions aren't exactly pointed or consistent. But now he's suddenly like pushing himself back from having any success or role in A$AP Rocky's success, which should be somewhat intertwined with the A$AP collective. So that's a weird thing for him to try to, oh, no, how would I be successful for... It just seems like he's trying not to agree and doesn't realize what he's not being agreeable about. My read on that. That's a little confusing. So that's confusing. Also, I'm like dying over here about this. If you guys are coming back late from lunch and you missed the very beginning of the cross that happened right when lunch came back, Joe Tacopina was asking questions about Lydia Parker, and it sounded like JennaJones.ch. Like, Lydia Parker, who's he said girlfriend today. He didn't say ex-girlfriend. Whatever, I don't know their current status. We heard some questions before lunch about, did Lydia give you $24,000 in cash in, I don't know, what was the time frame of it? I don't know, like October 2021. It was objected to and it was sustained, but it was heard out loud. So I don't think that's on the record anymore, but the jury could remember before lunch, Lydia gave you $24K cash. And now we're getting questions after lunch about her possibly prostituting and Relli being part of it. And they're doing this prostitution thing together to get some money. And Chloe's like, out of all of this, he's getting itch. What does itch mean? He's dealing in booty equity. Because he also said he was into private equity investments. He sampled the product, he needed a shot, then told the police it was the other kind of shot. So if you guys missed this whole thing about possible prostitution being a way that him and this girl Lydia were getting money, Lydia, again, he said at some point, Lydia went to the scene with him when he was going to collect these casings, but nobody sees a sign of Lydia going to the scene that night. Like, there's this whole gap of knowledge. Like, where is Lydia? Who's telling Joe Tacopina about this $24K cash? Is it coming from text message conversations? A whole gap. And Chloe's making it mean. That's what he meant by itch. So shout out to Chloe. I think it was Violet in here thanking Chloe for the laughs, as always. We love Chloe around here. Let's see where this is going to go.
You told the jury you didn't have a problem with Rocky, correct? Before the shoot.
Yeah, I mean, what you mean? Say that again, please.
You told the jury you did not have a problem with Rocky before the shoot.
Yeah, to my knowledge, I didn't.
Well, I'm asking you, so to your knowledge.
Yeah, to my knowledge, I didn't have a problem with it.
You were upset with Rocky because he disregarded some of your projects, correct?
No, never.
No, never. Okay. I'm going to read from the preliminary hearing, page 85.
Impeachment.
Lines 8 through 11, Your Honor.
Look at him looking his head down.
Mr. Lewin, he's going to read from the
Preliminary hearing.
85.
8 to 11.
Before you do it, let Mr. Lewin get up to speed. Lines
8 to 11.
Counsel, we're stipulating in advance that that is what the witness testified to at the preliminary hearing. So you don't need to ask him, does he remember?
I didn't ask him.
No, but I'm just saying, we're stipulating in advance.
Thank you.
Just to confirm.
Mr. Ephron,
Yes.
this is what you testified under oath at the preliminary hearing.
Okay.
And you said you got upset with Rocky because of some of your projects got disregarded by him, right? Answer by you under oath, yes. That's different than what you just told the jury, right?
What I just told him.
You just said you weren't upset with Rocky because he disregarded some of your projects.
Wow. Can you say that again? I don't get it.
Which part, sir? Which part would you like to
Just say it over, please. Over.
Okay, so here's, you want to jump in, Judge?
No, just re-say the question.
I'm not doing
The jury heard what Mr. Ephron testified to. The jury has now heard what he testified to at the preliminary hearing. Simple.
You got it. Now, in any event, several months after the altercation, the one on November 6, 2021, you know who 12 is, right?
Yes.
You lived in New York at the time, after the altercation, right?
Yes.
Okay. 12 you lived in New York, right?
I don't recall. I don't know where he was.
You didn't know where 12 is?
No, I don't know where 12 was.
Well, you saw 12 in New York after the incident on November 6, 2021. And you said to him, you know that Rocky did wrong for not taking care of us. Remember saying that to Wally?
No, I don't remember that.
No.
No.
On November 9th, 2021, you were questioned by several detectives. And during that interview, you told the detectives that you had become successful in your own right within the past year or so. Do you recall that?
No recall.
Okay. You also told them you decided not to become involved in Rocky's music business anymore. Is that true?
What does that even mean?
What does it mean?
Say that again?
You told the detectives that you decided not to become involved in Rocky's music business anymore.
I don't recall that.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. With respect to becoming involved in Rocky's music business or not, did Rocky invite you to become part of a music video he was doing called DMB, David Mary Boyd?
Vegas to time, therefore.
Sure, July 2021.
Did he what?
Invite you to become part of a music video he was doing called DMB.
In July 20th of 21?
In July 2021.
He wouldn't invite me to nothing, but I don't recall.
You don't recall?
I don't recall that.
And, well, let me ask you this. Justin Benet was your business partner?
Yes, still is.
Okay.
Wait, you want to go back to that last one? You want to say that again? Just say what you just said again. Before Justin Benet.
Not the video.
The video, okay. July 2021.
Okay.
You recall Rocky inviting you to be part of a music video that he was doing called DMB.
What date?
July 2021.
You don't gotta hit the table. You just gotta tell me what date. July 21? Is it some type of text message or something?
It's a question, Mr.
No, I don't know.
No, okay.
No, absolutely not.
So, Justin Benet is your partner.
Yeah, business partner.
And you and Justin Benet had a FaceTime call with Rocky on August 6th of 2021. Do you remember that?
I think we attempted to speak to Rocky numerous times. I think one time he was on the phone with him and he couldn't get to me, but this is all pertaining about my label and about like just certain other things. But
Hello?
I got all those text messages. Nothing was ever wrong or anything.
Well, there was a group chat between you, Justin, and Rocky, right?
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And July 24th, 2021, Justin sent Rocky a text message saying, "What's good? This is Justin. I'm Relli's business partner at Shut Eye." He mentioned you guys spoke about working on a management company for your artist. I wanted to tap in to see how I could help you get started. You have time to jump on a call or link up next week to chop it up. You remember being part of that group chat?
Yeah, that's not okay.
So in August 2021, you were still trying to be involved with Rocky, obviously in the music industry.
No, I wasn't. You can't be involved with him if you don't answer or doesn't acknowledge you.
Well,
that is hurt.
In response to that request,
Here we go.
where do we go?
Let's go.
Where we going?
I don't know. Let's hear it.
You got it. In response to that request, Rocky texts you and Justin Benet that he was free and you should all jump on a call. Remember that?
I remember that day, yeah.
Okay.
I don't think, I just told you that before then. I think that Justin spoke to him. You're correct. I think Justin spoke to him, but I missed that call. Or I don't know if I got on that call. I think it was like, just a long time ago. Long time ago. But I was even surprised he even acknowledged that, to be honest.
Right, but he did, didn't he?
But nothing happened.
What do you mean nothing happened? Mr. Ephron?
Like nothing happened. It's been open-ended promises forever. And it's not even about promises, it's about the industry in itself. Like, it's just smoke and mirrors.
Well, you remember Rocky not responding fast enough for you, and
You don't gotta respond fast enough, I don't care.
And you said, oh, didn't care. You remember sending a group chat a message into that group chat 12 days later on July 24th, pardon me, on August 5th, saying, fuck Rocky, calling him a fake ass N, and fucking goofy. Remember that?
You gotta say the whole thing. If it was
That's
12
the whole
days
thing.
later, if it was 12 days later, that means I'm definitely tired of getting lied to, bro. So you gotta say the whole thing. You can't just make it look one-sided.
Stop.
What's the whole chapter?
Take a look at the screen.
This is crazy. I can't read it.
See it all?
Yes.
Okay. So you see Rocky twice saying, I'm free for a call, let's hop on a call. You see that, right?
I told you that before you even showed me this.
Okay. But despite that, above, what do you say about Rocky?
Which one?
Oh, the one up there. Go scroll down please a little bit. Right there. Exactly my point you write. July 24th. F-U and ASAP, fake ass N, effing goofy. Right? That's what you say about Rocky. The guy you have no animosity towards, right?
It's not animosity, those are the names.
It's July.
You trying to make me look like I got some type of animosity towards this dude. I don't. I never did. Never. To this day, I still don't.
I'm trying to make it better.
I mean, what are we talking about here?
Your message?
He's just asking you about the words in the text. That's all he's asking.
What was the question?
There was no question.
Okay, so what are we looking at?
I'm looking at you. You done?
Yeah, we would ask for, stop.
Okay.
Stop the.
We're going to offer that, Your Honor.
Dueling.
We're going to offer that as defense exhibit.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, okay.
Let's now go on to October 21st. October of 2021.
On the before anything,
Talk to police detective.
It's talking to the tech. So look at them! Look at the attorneys! Work it out. Work it out.
Is your screen on?
No.
Mr.
Ephron, would you say your relationship is like mine and Loews?
It is? Okay. It's good. It's good.
Ready, Your Honor? October 2021. I want to now put your head there. It's a month before the incident. Another member of the ASAP group named Josh died, right?
Correct.
And that was a tragic death, correct?
Yes.
And after his death, you and Rocky were part of a text messaging thread in which discussed ASAP Josh and his death, right?
Correct.
And during the group chat, there was talk about flying ASAP Josh's body back to New York. Okay. For his funeral, right?
Yeah.
And during the group chat, Rocky stepped up and said he would pay for the expense.
Your Honor, objection, relevance.
Oh, it is relevance, Your Honor.
Just relevance and, I'm making my ground and I'm interrupted. Relevance and 352.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ephron, repeat that question. during the group chat, Rocky stepped up and said he would pay for the expense, correct?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know. I don't recall.
Is this leading up to
It is. It is very soon.
Okay.
Preliminary hearing under oath sworn testimony, page 26, line 7 to 8. And Your Honor, you'll recall this is one of the texts that was shown this morning.
What line?
Lines 7 through 8.
18.
7 through 18, I'm sorry.
This 352 is like a 403 objection. It's California's version of Georgia's 403. So balancing test, probative value, waste of time, confusing.
Is this all there is?
With this question, that's all there is. In about 2 minutes, this is going to be caught up, and it is relevant. I can come up and tell you. Okay, so I'm going to read this to you, sir. Line 7 through 18 on page 26 of your sworn testimony. Question, what was the nature of the message that he sent on that thread? Answer by you. I think it was a bunch of people just talking about like Josh, and Josh's mom was in the group text. Like just pretty much, we was trying to come up with money, and Rocky stepped up and said he would pay for it. Question, was there something in particular that the defendant said he would pay for? This question by the prosecutor, by the way. Answer, his body being flown back. Answer by you. Question, flown back to where? Answer by you, to New York. Okay. You gave that testimony in November of 2023 under oath at your preliminary hearing.
What was the date?
November.
No, what was the date of that,
Next chat,
yeah, of that chat.
October of 2021. So, based on what you just heard and what you saw in that thread, you believe Rocky was going to pay for that, correct?
Your Honor, I'm assuming that the fact that
You are.
it's going to get to
You're
something.
going to hear it. Yes, sir.
Wait, explain it again?
Sure. Based on that, Rocky was supposed to pay for Josh's body to be flown back, correct?
Off of that text message, off the conversation?
Yes.
Yeah, I assume. Okay, I would assume.
However, you thought that Rocky did not follow through on his promise to pay, right?
I mean, I think I seen this was a long time ago, but I think I seen Josh's mom re-hit the text and ask, did anybody speak to Rocky or something like that in that sense?
That doesn't answer the question. That's the question.
Sure. Based on what you saw in the text thread, you believe Rocky did not follow through on his promise to pay, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Right. And that caused you to be upset with Rocky, right?
What do you mean by upset?
Were you upset with Rocky that he...
What's upset mean to you? I mean, if somebody's saying they gotta pay for your friend's body,
Yep.
I'm not upset, but I'm disappointed.
Okay. So...
And I didn't even know, because I never got a text back saying, oh, Rel, I paid for it, or anything. It just left me on red, because I know what you're about to say. You're about to say my text message, and we could pull it up.
Oh, it's coming.
Okay, cool.
Why do you need someone to answer to you all
There
the
you go.
time?
In fact, I said, he referenced the text message that's coming.
Your Honor, we are under relevant 352, given the court's prior rulings, I'm not understanding.
It was shown.
But I still don't understand how is that relevant to the case.
This, I believe, relates to possible bias.
State of mind.
That's an objection. The objection's understood. Go ahead.
You were not. Okay. In any event, you found out that Rocky later paid for the entire funeral, correct?
I never found out.
You never found out?
No.
Page 94 of the preliminary hearing transcript, lines 21 through 26. I'm going to read your sworn
I don't recall.
I'm going to read your sworn testimony. 21 to 26 on page 94. Question. Do you now know that Rocky paid for the entire funeral? Answer by you, yeah. That was under oath. Your
I
sworn
found out
testimony.
that day, right?
Sir?
Then, Sir, what? Are you
That was
telling me?
under oath.
You read it fast. I don't understand what you're saying.
Ephron, stop. That question was asked at the preliminary hearing. That answer was given at the
Yes, sir.
preliminary hearing.
Under oath. Okay. And as you testified, if you like, I can read it to you again.
Yeah, please.
You were upset about that, correct?
No, can you read it again, please?
Sure. Question 94, lines 1 to 2. You were upset, right? Answer, yeah. Okay?
If he wasn't paying for the kid's body?
What you thought.
Yeah.
The kid.
Right, but you later found out that he did pay for the body, correct?
How did I find out? Through preliminary hearing? Is that what you're telling me? Because how did I find out?
I just read it to you. I'll read it to you again.
No, how did I find out?
Sir, I'm not you. I don't know
You
how
just
you
work. I mean, you obviously know.
No, I know what you said on
You
the
said-
phone.
Mr. Tacopina,
You're all right. I mean,
See, you confused me. You're supposed to
all
like,
right, you got it?
you gotta be clear.
Stop! You've elicited what he said at the preliminary hearing.
Here we go.
Go on to something else.
I'm going to read him his answer. Question. Lines 21 through 76 on page 94. Do you now know that Rocky paid for the entire funeral? Answer, yeah, I heard that later. Okay? That's your under oath testimony. Now, because of you thinking he did it in November and October of 2021, that he didn't pay for the body to be flown back in Josh's funeral, you were upset with Rocky, right?
Upset about what?
Okay. On November 16, 2021, here we go. You sent a text message to someone you called, "Hi, Why," threatening, "If Rocky don't do shit with this boy funeral, I'm gonna beat that N-word up." Did you send that message?
I don't recall.
Okay, we'll show it to you.
Okay.
This was Put it up, please.
Just another text?
So, yeah, you rule on this one, so.
And also, did he just censor finally?
Okay.
What am I looking at? That text? I don't recall that. I don't remember that. I wouldn't even break that.
Is that your cell phone number?
Yeah, it is, but I don't remember.
Yeah, it is.
This is in 21.
Yeah, it was in 21, October 16, 2021.
What's the rest of the conversation?
Sir, that was given to us from your cell phone from the district attorney's office. Are you saying that's not yours also?
This is not yours. Means nothing. Even if it was, okay? Yes.
Wait, is it yours or is it not yours?
Were those your words?
Yeah. I don't recall, but
Those were his words. Ask something else.
Let's go to November 6th, okay? By the way, the N-word there that you're referring to, the person is Rocky, correct?
I don't recall.
Well, read the line above. If Rocky don't do shit for this boy funeral, I'm gonna beat that N-word up. You're talking about Rocky, right?
And you said I'm writing this to Taiwan.
No, I'm saying.
I wrote this to Rocky. I wrote this to Taiwan.
No, Taiwan, that's your cell phone, sir.
Okay.
On November 6, 2021, you can take that down. You were staying at the Loews Hotel, right?
Yes.
In Los Angeles.
We're gonna get more impeachment, guys.
And while you were there, you woke up to find a series of missed calls.
That's correct.
And those calls were from Rocky, 12, and Elijah.
Correct.
All right.
No, I think I had the text messages first.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the calls and text messages, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you turned your phone over to the district attorney to go through all those messages or your cell phone messages, right?
Yes.
We put up exhibit, people to exhibit 13, Paul.
Screenshot.
So he voluntarily turned his phone over. He went to the district attorney's office with the casings. He said, here's my phone. And he was texting Rocky and the manager both saying, you know, Rocky shot me, you shot me. Says, look at my phone.
I'm sorry, everybody can hear. We have a stipulation that the phone was not turned over to the DA's office, it was turned over to NYPD. So stipulated, Mr. Tacopina?
NYPD.
And, look, John, you heard that stipulation that eventually was given to you from NYPD. That was eventually given to you guys from NYPD.
We will stipulate that we eventually came in, we got the phone, whether, the chain of custody is not an issue, but we ended up having this phone, which was analyzed. Is that stipulation you like? Mr. Tacopina, a thumbs up, won't work to the court reporter.
Oh, I didn't know I was on the right. Yes, that's a stipulation I like. So I'm looking up People's 21.
Hold on, but so what's the time frame on when he brought the casings into the district attorney's office versus when he turned in his phone to the NYPD, right? This is two different actions then, right? He's turning his casings in to one place at one point in time, and then at a different point in time, he's going to the NYPD? Or did I miss that he brought the casings to NYPD?
What's that? Oh, 13 is fine. Good. 13. Let's put up 13. This is in evidence already. It was introduced, I should say, by the people yesterday. All right. So that is in evidence, and we'll just put the date on the record. This is your exhibit now. November 6th. November 6th, 2020.
The first message, November 6th at 9:34.
Okay. Now, that was put into evidence yesterday by the prosecution. You saw that yesterday, correct, sir? Yeah. Okay. Now, there's no, as you see, there's no message above that, right? Under it is the video you sent of the shell cases. Subsequently, that was later, that was at 11:58. But before that, before the incident in 9:34, is just that, right? Okay. Before turning your phone over to law enforcement, you in fact deleted messages which you sent to Rocky on November 6, 2021. Is that right?
I don't recall.
Okay. Well, let's show you.
Uh-oh.
Your Honor, there's an apparently now, but they're going to show now.
Hold on, take it down, take it down.
We have not been provided.
Is this apparently shown with you?
I never
We'll show you.
Yes, it's from the defendant's phone, which they have not provided to us.
Are you
It's a
showing
text message from the witness to the defendant, which was deleted from his phone.
Are you going to show a text?
Yes.
Show it to Mr. Lewin and Mr. Verslogan. First.
We're requesting to see the complete thread. So that
Look at
we
the
know
judge.
what we are looking at.
Judge, by the way, we talked this earlier, and they agreed to this morning. This morning. This was fronted earlier and agreed to this
The
morning.
defense is going to show an exhibit. They have to show it to you first.
He did this morning.
That's the exhibit.
You remember this morning?
Yes.
Yeah, he agreed.
That's all they have to show you is that exhibit. That's it. That they are going to show. All right, have you looked at it?
Let's see it, yes.
All right, go ahead, Mr.
Okay. There you go. You see, what wasn't on your phone, but remained on Rocky's phone, was what you deleted,
Your Honor,
Mr. Ephron.
Your Honor, that is no argument.
Hold on. You're right. It's argumentative.
Okay. Do you see the text messages you sent at
This is
10:30
fake.
a.m.?
This is fake.
It's fake also.
It's fake. I never seen it. You don't even write like that. This dude would not write it.
No. What are you talking about?
This is supposed to be Rocky right here?
No, sir. No, sir. That's you writing to
Oh,
Rocky.
okay.
Okay. That's right. Rocky's responding to you, WYA, let's get through it, stop talking my calls. You saw that yesterday. And you wrote on front of Trader Joe's.
Yeah, because that's when I seen Jabari. So that was the 6th when obviously, when I heard him saying he was going to beat me up and do everything else under the moon.
Right. So you wrote that message to him,
I did.
correct? Okay. Why did you delete that from your cell phone before you turned it over to law enforcement?
That assumes a
I
fact.
did not
That assumes a
stop.
fact, not an evidence.
Did you delete that text from your cell phone?
Yeah, but I didn't delete it because I handed it over to...
Did you delete it?
Yeah.
Okay. Your question now comes
You got a yes.
Why did you delete that string before you turned your phone over to law enforcement?
I don't even remember what this stuff is. It's kind of weird. Oh yeah, because I asked him to beat me up because of...
He's asked, you already said you did delete it. He's asking,
Why?
why did you delete it?
I think I deleted his whole message, and that's why it popped up a whole new one.
He's asking you why you deleted it.
I don't remember.
Okay. All right.
I don't remember.
Okay. Anyway,
But if it was me, I would have kept it. I mean,
anyway, you testified yesterday to this jury that when you went to meet Rocky on November 6th, that you weren't...
I never went to go meet him.
You gotta let him finish the question.
You testified to this jury yesterday that when you went to go meet Rocky on November 6th, you weren't wanting to have a physical fight. Remember saying that to the jury?
Is that the day of the shooting?
Yes, sir. That's November 6th. What's that?
So, okay. But what was your question? Can you say it again?
You testified to this jury yesterday that on November 6th, when you were going to meet Rocky, you weren't wanting to have a physical fight with him, right?
I said in preliminary hearing, and I said yesterday, this is 3 years ago, I said, a fight is a fight. Like, I don't mind a fight, but I still want to fight the kid.
Mr. Ephron, that's not, you're answering a question that he didn't ask. Ask the question again.
Sure. See this jury here? You told this jury yesterday that on November 6th, when you were going to meet Rocky, you weren't wanting to have a physical fight with him. You recall saying that yesterday?
Yes.
No.
I don't really know, but
Well, at that point, you didn't think anyone was going to see your deleted messages, did you?
I really don't care, because it's not, what does that doesn't mean bring a gun.
Okay. That's your answer?
Can you pull it back up?
Oh,
Like, what do you mean?
Let's put it back up.
This dude threatened me.
Put it back up. Can you put it back up? Excuse me.
Okay, I said you got all this fake animosity towards me, laugh out loud, beat me up, because I'm saying, I heard him tell Jabari he was going to beat me up and do everything under the moon. So, okay,
And what's the line under it?
nigga, I wish you would.
With what?
I wish you would try to beat me up.
What are you saying?
And then you
under
go
that?
meet with him.
Give me a reason
The reason to do what?
to fight you or whatever. At this point,
Okay.
you got to understand what it's leading up to. We're not cool. It's obviously not cool. Like, but I'm willing to go to him because he called me with his goons and link him and see what was going on, because I've said it many a times. We can easily talk this out. This ain't the first time me and Rocky had an altercation where it hasn't been talked out.
You told the story yesterday, you were going there to, quote, make things better.
I mean, yeah, like, anything can happen. Anything can happen. I'm not going into a fight.
Okay. Take it down. That morning also, I'm sorry, that day, November 6th, same day, were you agitated by anything else?
relevant?
You mean about Mr. Mayor's or anything else?
He had another argument on it.
So was he upset about something else related to Mr. Mayor?
No,
Is that the question?
yes, yes.
Was anything else upsetting you on that day about?
No, I don't recall.
Rocky?
No, I don't remember. I don't recall. I don't remember.
You are, that showing me clearly rules I don't want to follow. Am I limiting that question to arguments he had only regarding Mr. Mayor's? Yes. Okay, fine. Now, you testified that on November 6, 2021, you woke up to find the missed calls and text messages, right?
Correct.
You understood that Rocky was performing at a music festival
The next day,
called Complex On?
I only found out because it was the 6th. I seen them on the, I heard the phone call of them on the jet going to LA. That's the only way I found out.
And
And because he had all the rest of the ASAP members in his house. So when I'm looking on the Instagram, I'm seeing everybody at his house, or some of them, the performers.
And according to you, just a day earlier, on November 5th, 2021, Rocky had asked Jabari to attend the festival, right?
Yeah, he did.
And after waking up at the Loews Hotel on November 6th, 2021, you finally called Rocky back.
Excuse me?
When you woke up, finally, on November 6th at the Loews Hotel.
I'm going to ask that the editorializing is finally, et cetera, be kept out of the question. It's already matter.
If you woke up at, I will do that.
Just
If you woke up at the Loews Hotel on November 6th, 2021, after missing all the calls, what I said,
Correct.
you called Rocky back, correct?
I don't think so. I think I got a FaceTime call from him asking me where was I. Either it can be me calling him, or I know it was a FaceTime call. Either way it goes, it was him looking for me.
So we preliminary hearing transcript on the road. November 23.
I don't believe that this one
Okay.
is the impeachment.
Let me look first. Before you can read anything,
Sure.
let me take a look.
12 to 15, Your Honor.
On what page?
I'm sorry, 41. Okay, so here's what you testified to when we were here on the road. Question. When you initially woke up, you're saying the first thing you did was call him back. Answer by you, yeah, because I had a bunch of missed calls. So in fact, you called Rocky back that night, correct?
When was that said? At preliminary hearing?
Yes, sir. A year, 3 months ago.
And when was the shooting?
Tell me, what was the shoot?
November 7th or something like that? So what I'm saying in preliminary hearing, I don't really. So you say that question again?
When you woke up, you called Rocky back.
I mean, we can look through the text message. I don't want to guess. So you got the text. You got my whole.
Stop. All right. Okay. All right.
There are 352 as to.
I don't want to hear from you. I don't want to hear anything now. I don't want any speaking objections. The jury has heard the question that was asked and the answer that was
I'm ready
given.
to go.
Go on to something else.
Rocky asked you where you're at, right?
You should have taken my calls.
Yes. And according to you, his voice sounded angry because he asked you where you at multiple times, right?
Like twice.
Is that why his voice sounded angry?
I mean, he only said it once, and then the second time it kind of sounded like more like you could tell somebody's not really like they agitated or something.
How many times did he ask you where you at? Once or twice?
I don't remember. Sure.
Well,
Probably twice.
only twice. So you would agree that November of 23 is closer in time to November of 21 than January of 2025, right? 2023, November, is closer to November of 2021 than today, right?
I don't get what you're saying. You're kind of confusing me.
Oh,
The answer is yes.
excellent. Yes.
I mean, I don't know.
Would your memory be better a year and a half, 3 months ago of the incident, or would it be better today?
I mean, if we're talking about timestamps and everything, it's going to get kind of faded away, but I can tell you exactly what happened that day.
Okay. My question is, did Rocky ask you where you at once or more than once?
On the phone?
Yeah.
One, I don't believe, I think twice, I'm not sure. It was a long time ago. It was in 21.
Did he raise his voice when he asked you?
He kind of really, I don't really remember. It was more so like slick, like where are you? Like kind of where are you? No shit.
So it was kind of slick. That means he wasn't loud?
Tacopina, I don't remember. It was 2 years ago, sir.
Well, I'm going to read you, I guess, your testimony. Page 44 from the preliminary hearing.
Hold on.
I'm holding on.
44, hold on.
7. Actually, you know what? We're going to start at 43, line 28, 44, line 8. For context.
Main objection, not a prior inconsistent statement, a prior consistent statement, or refreshing recollection. Therefore, it's hearsay.
Straight.
Okay. Question, this is you at your preliminary hearing in November of 2023 under oath, sir. Question, what was the volume of his voice? Rocky answered, it was like, you want me to say how it would sound? Question, sure. Witness. Oh, sorry. Court asked, was it loud, soft, whisper? Witness. No, it wasn't loud. Okay. That was truthful testimony, correct?
Yeah, I just told you it wasn't loud. You don't got to scream in the phone and make your point.
Mr. Tacopina is asking you, what you said that.
No, it wasn't loud. It wasn't
That's
loud.
not what he's asking you. He's asking you, when you testified that way, we told you.
Yeah, yes.
When Rocky asked you where you were at, you lied to him and told him you were at the W Hotel when you actually at the Loews Hotel, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And during the preliminary hearing back in November 23, you were asked, why didn't you tell Rocky you were at the Loews Hotel? And you testified that something about Rocky's voice told you not to give your original location. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's correct.
You were interviewed by detectives almost 2 years earlier, sir. 2 years before the preliminary hearing, 1 month after the incident, on December 17th, 2021. Okay? During that interview on December 17th, 2021, you told Detective Manafee and Detective Flores that the reason you told Rocky you were staying at the W Hotel was because you just woke up and didn't know the name of your hotel. You remember saying that? 1 month after the incident.
Can you say that again?
Sure. Only 1 month after the incident, when you were interviewed by Detective Manafee and Detective Flores. You know Detective Flores, right? Remember that?
Okay.
You told him the reason you told Rocky you were staying at the W Hotel was because you just woke up and didn't know the name of your hotel, right?
I really don't recall. It was so long ago.
Well, almost a year later, in November 14th of 2022, you were interviewed by a deputy district attorney named Fred Engel from the district attorney's office. You remember Mr. Engel?
Never met him.
Okay. Well, do you remember speaking to someone from the district attorney's office back in 2022?
I don't recall.
You told him a phone interview with anyone from the DA's
I
office?
spoke to a lot of people.
Okay. From the DA's office?
I mean, all around about this.
During that interview, you were asked again why you told Rocky you were at the W Hotel when you were staying at a different hotel. And this time you answered, because I wanted to make it look like I was at a nicer hotel. That's the only reason. Why, to be honest? Remember saying that?
It was numerous things, because when he said that, it was that and because I didn't want to give him my location.
So it was numerous things. It was one, you wanted to pretend
Not
you were
a
at a nicer hotel.
It's not pretending, bro. You obviously seen the text messages. Like,
Bro.
you don't gotta, like, pretend.
Why don't we take a break now?
Sure, sure.
All right, folks, we'll take a break till 3:15. We'll discuss the case much
All right, so we've got a break, you guys. Yeah, so the bro thing, that's the second time I've noticed since we got back from lunch that he said, why would I do that, bro? I don't know the exact quote. But when I'm like retelling a story and I'm like just as heated, like I'm in the same emotional state retelling the story as I was in the moment that something was pissing me off, I might throw a bro in there. So when he's saying this bro thing, to me, it's coming off, it's showing heightened emotions. So yeah, attorney bro. Oh, Joe Tacopina kind of does look like a bro, so maybe it's a term of endearment. I don't know. Oh my goodness. Yeah, this is a lot, you guys. So we've had several, and I kept calling it like chapters or sections, like things, different topics that the defense was going to come in that I was curious if they were going to try to show prior inconsistent statements. We've had a few of them. We have the itch text. And this is the thing, like some of it's coming from text messages that he sent or text messages that he deleted and testified one way about the remaining text messages, but now he's got to figure out how to clean it up when he's confronted with the full chain of text messages, including the ones that he deleted before turning his phone into NYPD. So we've also had, I don't know, there's been several impeachment moments. We haven't really gotten to the Dunkin' Donuts part, and that's what I'm waiting for. But we did hear Relli say earlier that at the time frame of these text messages he's sending at like, starting at like after midnight, he's starting to text Rocky and the manager. He had this confrontation with Tacopina today, like, what would I need an attorney for? What would I need an attorney for? Well, I think we're going to have Joe get to that point. He testified at the preliminary hearing that he went down and collected those shell casings at the advice of an attorney he called that night, which would have been in the 11:30 time frame. So this is not, we haven't gotten through we haven't even gotten to the actual altercation, right? We're going to have to get through, you know, you said 12E, you dropped 12E to the curb, or you dropped to the curve. We've got to ask these questions about, you know, when you knew that Rocky had the gun and you told prosecutors you weren't sure yesterday if he pressed it up against you or not. Did you say this at the preliminary hearing? There is still so much more to get through. And each of these chapters, it seems like the defense has something ready to go to impeach him based on what he said previously. So there's no longer just people forget things. It was a long time ago. When every single issue, especially the issues that you remembered so vividly during direct examination, suddenly go out the window. And you're either starting to say things like, well, let me see the whole context. And then you're shown the whole context, and that's not any better for you. You find another reason to be mad about it. Or you're confronted with what you said at a preliminary, which was closer in time to the incident, and in theory, your memory should have been a little sharper. And that's different from what you're testifying to here, and now you're trying to say you don't recall at all. It's too much, I don't recall. It's too much inconsistency. You lose that sort of like understanding from me of, I get why people don't remember every detail forever and ever, right? So it's been a day, and I think that this might go for a few hours tomorrow, more of cross. I don't know. Like, yeah, so Tiffany Lee, on top of the lies, he's hiding text and then couldn't come up with a good reason. And it's not like he deleted, I don't know, have you ever run out of space on your phone? I mean, I don't think I've had this issue in recent years, but years ago, maybe even back in 2020, or maybe he works with music artists. He takes a lot of videos and his phone storage goes crazy and he doesn't store things on a cloud server. Maybe you go back and delete a random set of old text messages. Well, it would make sense if you had no messages from right after that still. But how do you explain away why you would delete 3 text messages but still have text before and after it in that same time period? There isn't an explanation for it that looks good for your credibility. So this is a great point here, Tiffany. Hiding the text. And again, specifically turning your phone over later on. Later on. You didn't turn it over when you brought in the shell casings. So, yeah, Classy says I delete text as a last resort. Yeah, delete the apps before you delete the text. Brittany says I don't think I've ever deleted a text. And it's one of those things where, like, maybe you delete a whole group of text messages when you break up with somebody. But you're not, like, piecemealing one text that might make you look bad and leaving the rest. When you're doing that, how do you explain that other than you're trying to make yourself look good and the other person look bad? So, not good, not good. Darissa says, I honestly delete all my coworkers' texts. Yeah, I'm not a big group text or coworker type of person. And eventually I'll see like a big red number that says like 70. And I'm like, oh my God, and like, get this out of here. I'm not even reading any of these. So I feel that. Let's see. Also, big thank you to you guys gifting the memberships. I like ran out, went to get my little stream soda here. Keep us going. Not that I should need the energy. This is pretty high energy today. That girl Mia, blast from the past. That girl Mia caught up with us. Thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Finally caught up. Hey, KNW, Chat Collective. So yeah, it was so funny because I think while you were behind, we were back from lunch and Joe started asking questions about Lydia Parker again, but you were still behind and you're like, I want to hear more from Lydia. And I was like, oh my gosh, when she catches up and gets back from lunch, she's going to get her answer. She's going to get her wish. So I'm glad you're in real time with us and thank you for the super. FFS says there's 1.2k people here and 470 likes. Hit that like. Guys, hit that like button if you can. Hit it as many times as you want, as long as it's an odd number of times, right? Because an even would undo the like. But thank you so much here for the super chat and the reminder, FFS. Thanks for holding it down in the chat. If you guys notice, early on, FFS has been like making sure the chat is good even before the stream starts. So appreciate you for that, FFS. Chloe Albert's Revenge said, I think he did take Woody's Zoom course on testifying. He just didn't pass it. Now, what do you guys think? Like, how comparable and in what way is this to a witness like Kenneth Copeland, like Woody? Because on one hand, I'm like, the theater of it all is certainly there, right? The reliance that for the testimony to rely on past statements versus present statements, that's a similar theme. But I really think Woody had better control of his testimony when he was on the stand. I think he like ran that show. And most of the time was direct examination. Cross of Woody wasn't quite as long as direct or redirect. But he really only started to like, I don't know, lose it a little bit. I think a little bit with Max Sharp. And it didn't really like go over the top and get into this, bro, what do you mean type of thing. So with Relli, I feel like he's trying to outsmart and wriggle out of what's coming, but sometimes there's just no way to go back on something that you said previously. Did you testify to something? Well, what are you asking if I was truthful about? What specific part? Well, not for nothing, but the easy answer when someone asks you about your testimony, you should be able to say that it was all truthful. Otherwise, you were lying under oath, right? So I think there's differences there as much as there's similarities as far as the, like, all eyes are on this witness for this particular case, just like it was with Woody. Yeah, Sonia says Woody was good. He was used to lying to officials. And, you know, Woody was like, I'll wear a wire, and they never made him, right? And, you know, I'm not going to point you to where the firearm might be, or, you know, I have different phones. I'm not going to point out a different device that I might have been carrying on a given night. There's a different approach there, even when it comes to the interviews. So, and this Skillet Pan, you know, the body language. Woody is more photogenic and likable. This guy's body language is terrible. And I think in a way some of the body language from Relli is evoking sympathy at the same time. Like damn, you're in a situation that how do you get out of at this point? I'm not sure I personally feel that way or want to throw him that bone, but I can see why it could give that energy off. Let's see. Touche said Woody was more sympathetic, and like a lot of the state's witnesses didn't like the state. Now I've got a question for you guys in the chat. Who do you think was a more credible witness? The LAPD officer or Relli? I think that's very weird, because for me, I'm usually very skeptical of not necessarily the integrity. Like I've questioned police integrity when they're testifying before, but for the most part, for me, watching a police officer testify, sometimes it's just the recall that's questionable. They're asked to take the stand like 2 or 3 years after something happened. It was just another day for them. They weren't paying attention. And I think that could go away from maybe this investigation, maybe the response. They didn't do a complete search of something, right? So typically I'm usually like, all right, whatever this police officer gets on the stand and says, for one reason or another, I'm going to take it with a grain of salt. And in this situation, it's kind of like, I don't know, the officer got on the stand and was pretty forthcoming. And then the actual key witness, it's weird. But the officer was just like, I don't know, we responded to the call. I guess maybe it could have been an incomplete investigation. Yeah, and I got that read too. He tried to help the state, but didn't really. And Classy, I would say, yeah, you were surprised he threw himself under the bus, but I think that was what Ghost is getting at. He tried to help the state, but yeah. And the but yeah is important. The but yeah is important. Let's see here. Touche says, I wonder if the Rockies and Jeffrey Williams of the world are hurt by their former / so-called friends, or if they even care anymore. And I think, like, this might be a bigger culmination for Rocky because it's a shorter trial. I mean, what was it, day 3? Maybe the end of day 2, right? The end of day 2, Relli's already up on the stand, right? But I do feel like with Woody, like, I feel like that was going on for a much longer time, right? But this, I feel like this is the culmination. It's all coming to a head here. And I think it'll be over pretty quickly, too. I mean, even after Relli gets off the stand, this is only expected to be a 2 to 3 week trial, right? So all the emotions are going to pool up in this really tiny courtroom right here, while the attorneys on both sides are like neck and neck. I don't know what that little like hug almost moment was, but you know. Yeah, I agree. The LAPD officer leaned into Cross. Yeah, and it just felt a little weird. Like, typically, officers, they don't remember much. They just remember filling out a report. They want to read from their report. Or, even worse, they seem sketchy or unreliable in a more malicious way. Like, typically when I watch trials, they're usually there to establish some type of chain of custody or some, you know, physical, tangible fact about the event at hand. But here it's like, all right. Yeah, Michelle's with the reminder here, Woody was on the stand for 2 months, longer than this entire trial. Yeah, and Rocky, yeah, he's not in jail. He's not in custody for this. And I do want to say, though, you know, I still, stuff like this carrying out, it's great that he is out. He wasn't in custody. That is a huge loss of freedom. Holy moly. But I still imagine, like, if I was going through this, it would be on my mind every single day, right? So in a way, there's still weight on your shoulders until this is closed. And again, he's still facing a conviction and time, serious time. So even if he's acquitted, like, I still think even having his physical freedom, this stuff has to sit on your shoulders while the whole process plays out. And that's crazy. That can really take a toll. And that's true. Nem says Woody acted remorseful and made Thug laugh. Relli was angry. Yeah, 24 years on the table. 24 years. Randy, this is true. I have noticed this. Every time the prelim gets mentioned, his head goes down. And it's kind of obvious, right? Like, his legs are kind of angled outside of the witness stand. You know, those witnesses, the stands can be kind of small. So if you're like over 5'5", your knees might be up against the little box, right? So he just might be sitting half the time with his legs out for the space, right? Like when you sit in the back seat of a car and you gotta like jank your legs up. But because his legs are over there, when he puts his head down, it's a lot more of a range of movement because he's like moving over to his legs to lean his head down. It's very noticeable when he does that, for better or for worse. Let's see. Yes, so Queen Shadina is the officer, the son of a reality star. So Erica Jane Girardi, from Real Housewives of Beverly Hills. I got that context from the chat. But yes, that is son of Erica Jane. Let's see. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, anyone else think maybe he's trying to get Tacopina to lunge at him? Because that could easily end in paralysis. Seriously, can you imagine if it gets too heated in the courtroom? I mean, we've heard from day one that there's been these issues between Lewin and Tacopina. Where is this iconic moment? Did it let me upload it yet? Let me make sure we can get this uploaded. What is this little clip? This forever iconic moment. And again, shout out to I'm Not a Lawyer, but Mel, and Factual Lie. They made it easy to get this clip. like, holy moly, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? We have live emotes in the courtroom. So, okay, this is great too. Allegedly, maybe says Erica Jane's son, Tom Girardi's ex-wife, but it's not Tom Girardi's son. So there we go. So yeah, let me not attach the last name and get people confused. But yeah, so this is crazy. I mean, do you guys picture the spice in the courtroom getting worse? I mean, in my banner, right? When I count these objections made, sustained, it's never a perfect count because sometimes there's like multiple objections and we get it sustained on one ground, and I don't know if I should be counting 2 objections, 2 sustained, 2 or 1. So it's a casual exercise. It's a casual exercise. And sometimes we get the judge doing things on their own. It's not really something that a prosecutor or a defense attorney are sitting there and initiating an objection to. In this case, more unique than what I'm used to, this judge is interrupting, making sure the witness isn't just going on and on and on. He's preempting in a lot of ways. He's making objections sua sponte without the prosecution or the defense, whoever would, actually need to raise their objection. And at times, even when the objection's raised, he's deciding the basis, stating the basis, instead of the attorneys having to do it. So I've got this like weird counter, and we're way beyond this non-responsive thing. I should update this. He's done this like 12 times at this point. It's been a lot. But he's also asked the attorneys to stop squabbling with each other. I've counted 6 times. One time he said dueling. And it's just a lot. like, can you imagine Adrian Love in the courtroom asking to make a record to ask the judge and inform the court that she doesn't appreciate counsel, the attorneys on the other side of the aisle casting aspersions upon her? Can you ask how much time would be, can you guess how much time would be wasted if we had someone like Love in there trying to make a record every time someone was squabbling, even if she was part of it? So in a way, I have a big appreciation for the judge just yelling, "Stop it, stop it, stop it." It's crazy, it's high energy, it seems too chaotic. But if he was too calm, he could be like Glanville and let these rambling arguments go on and on and on while the jury has to leave the courtroom. So pick your battle. Which one would you prefer? So, let's see. Yeah, Jenny said this judge actually answered for Relli, and that was at the beginning of today. If you missed it, he might have done it more than once. But one specific example was, it was 2 to 3 minutes, not 1 to 2 minutes. Specifically giving the answers. Yeah, what do you guys think overall about this whole, the little tidbits about the finances, and then the question with the implication, right? And this is from the attorney's questioning, because we do not actually have testimony. Relli did not concede on this point, but we just heard it through the attorney's questioning. So that's not really evidence on the record, but the jury in the room heard it, right? The jury, whether they're supposed to or not, might take into consideration what Tacopina said in his questions. We have this idea that Lydia Parker was doing some type of prostitution with Relli, kind of like as a partner in it, right after we got all these tidbits about his finances. I mean, does that make an impact on you guys in the chat? If you were, guys and gals, if you were sitting in the jury box and that idea, that nugget, that piece of information came across you, does it make you think anything? Does it move the needle for you? Because that is a little bit crazy. It is a little bit crazy. What was it? 24,000 cash. So they go through the bank statements. He had a bunch of banks, but the bank statement that there were records from, because I'm assuming Tacopina was only asking about one account, so either he didn't turn over all the information as he should have when subpoenaed, or he really only has one account and he was just playing it up on the stand like that wasn't all the money he had. Tacopina's lining it up that he had $4,191 in his account in September, but in October, his girlfriend Lydia gave him $24,000 in cash. Then on November 8th, his girlfriend sent him $2,000 in cash and might have called him a fraud, right? So I don't really piece all that together, but it's weird. It's weird. Can he face charges for pimping her out? I mean, somebody would have to decide to press charges. I mean, I don't know where that would have been. What jurisdiction, what location. I guess theoretically, yes, you know. But will somebody? I don't know. Especially will this district attorney's office? They need him. They seem to believe him and need him as a witness. So let's see. Was Florida the whole location for that? Or I know we had the questions about the real estate investments, the property in Miami. So, you know, something with Florida, right? At some point in time. But if this relationship was nothing that took place in California, I don't know. The other thing I think too is if Lydia's out here with you, you have Bari out here in California, going back to that question of, if I'm a juror and I'm considering, all right, well, if he planted the shell casings but couldn't fly into the state with a firearm, if he supposedly planted these shell casings, where did he get these casings from? And I think there's plenty of explanations for that, but the defense hasn't really gotten to that point of their cross-examination yet. But already I'm taking a little bit of a leap, speculating on my own, like, if Lydia did prostitution and you help her out with that, you should be protecting her. Somebody should be protecting her, maybe. It would make it seem more likely that somebody would have a firearm in reach, right? In this November timeframe in LA. So, court isn't back. We're behind like 15 seconds. I'll just refresh it. If they just came back, maybe it is. Nope. Oh, now they did. But I promise instantaneously they just came back. Let's hear what they said.
W Hotel. And obviously you weren't scared of Rocky.
No.
That's a double negative. It's so clear.
Were you scared of Rocky? Were you scared of Rocky?
No. I didn't know what was gonna happen. I'm not scared. I'm not gonna be scared of.
Not scared.
And you understand that Rocky's not a difficult person to talk to face to face.
Huh?
You understand that Rocky is not a difficult person to talk to face, correct?
No, he is.
He is?
You testified to that.
He's a difficult person to talk to face.
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
One second, please, John. Back to the preliminary hearing under oath testimony from November 2023, page 47. 25. 2. Page 48, line 1.
Fair game.
Okay. So I read the question. I'll read the question first. Question. From what you were describing, were you expecting to have a difficult conversation with him? Rocky, your answer, no. Rocky is not a difficult person to talk to once you face to face.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
That was not the question you asked. Face to face is different because you're having a real conversation opposed to text. I'm thinking you mean in like every form.
So my exact question just a minute ago was, you understand that Rocky is not a difficult person to talk to face. You said, yeah, he is.
Oh, you said face to face?
I did. Okay.
Well, it all depends on the context. Like, nobody.
Anyway, you agree that Rocky is not a violent person, right?
I don't know that.
You don't know that?
I don't know.
Okay.
There is relevant as to time.
Well,
And give Your Honor.
Stop. The objection as to Vegas time was sustained.
Your Honor, very important point. I just want to give counsel a heads up.
No speaking objections.
Your Honor, I need
No speaking objections. It's sustained as to the time, as to Vegas time.
Your Honor,
No.
Your Honor, I think the court's
No.
the court's going to want me to approach on this. The court, I think it's going to appreciate that I asked to approach.
Run it by Mr. Tacopina first. Quietly.
All right, so there is one sustained there, but whatever else John wants. The judge is like, no. Oh my God. Oh, sorry, the captions. Thank you, Jenny. Hold on, why can't I click on okay. There we go.
All right, so you're going to go on something else?
yes. So we'll get at some point this year. Let's go like this. 6'3", you weigh, back in 2021 November, you weigh about 205 pounds, right? Back then?
Yeah, probably, I don't know.
Okay. You're 6'3"?
Correct.
Okay. Rocky's about 5'9", 5'10".
I don't know.
You offer up the stipulation. I don't know how tall he is. You offer up the stipulation.
Okay. You're significantly, physically much larger than Rocky. You agree to that, right?
No.
You wouldn't agree to that? You're not much larger than Rocky.
The question was significantly and how it's large.
Significantly is big.
Okay. In terms of physical size, are you bigger than Rocky?
I mean, clearly.
Okay. Now, when you went to meet Rocky, you didn't just walk to the Loews Hotel, right? You jogged there.
Yeah, job. Because
Because what?
Elijah was calling me,
Okay.
asking like where I was at.
And as you were quickly heading to Rocky and the W Hotel, you thought, to use your words, if there was going to be an altercation, there would be a bit of roughing. You said that, right?
If there was an altercation, yeah, but that's regular, it's a fight.
Okay. And you thought maybe you'd have a fight with Rocky on the way to that W Hotel, right?
I did.
Okay. And you thought because...
But what's your definition of fight? Because I would, like what I said, I was thinking arguing. Like, you're not going to get to a fight without arguing first. So I'm thinking it can easily be de-escalated or whatever. But you go going.
And you thought because, according to you, fight's what men do if they're angry, right?
Say what now?
Sure. According to you, you thought a fight is what men do if they're angry, right? Did you say that?
No, I don't recall.
You don't recall what?
Say that again? If men get what?
Okay. According to you, you ever recall testifying that, according to you, when men are angry, they fight?
Yeah, that's, I mean,
and of course, you were angry with Rocky on November 6, 2021, right?
no, I wasn't angry at him.
You weren't angry?
Mm-mm.
Is that no?
No.
So, were you upset with him or pissed at him?
No.
No, okay. You are, at this point, I would like...
But what about what? You're not making it clear.
You are at this point...
Wait, are you referring to before the shooting or after?
Right. On November 6th, as you were going to meet Rocky, you were angry at him. We saw your text messages
Oh, yeah.
asking about something else. Sorry, what did you say?
Can you re-say the question because
Sure.
you're trying to make it clear.
On November 6, 2021, as you were going to meet Rocky,
Mm-hmm.
you were upset with him, or quote-unquote pissed at him, right?
I don't recall.
Okay. You are there, let me speak to Mr. Bowman.
Whisper, whisper, whisper.
It's not.
Yeah. It is a thing, like guys fight. They get into fight, they relieve tension, they become
This is
friends
what he
again.
told,
But he won't own up to it.
ADA, or Deputy District Attorney, I should say, Engel in a phone interview on November 14th, 2022. Okay, you have stipulation you are on that, that's the right date.
Is it after the incident?
In November 2022 is after the incident, yes, sir. I mean, you had to be pissed at him a little this is the district attorney, by the way, speaking. You have to be pissed at him a bit though. I mean, he's out there talking to other people and calling you a bitch. Your answer, wait, what do you mean? Physical with him? Answer, no. I said you had to be not physical. I didn't say physical. I meant you had to be upset with him or pissed at him. Your answer, oh yeah. You recall giving that answer in your interview with the district attorney's office?
And that was the day, when was the text produced?
Is the stipulation that was the question, those are the questions asked, and those are the answers given?
Yeah.
Yes, and that just so it's clear, this is an interview conducted
I said, yeah.
November 14th, 2022.
So Deputy District Attorney Frederick Engels.
Yes,
That's right.
DA.
Deputy
Angle. Singular.
Engels.
Was I mad at him? Can you repeat the question?
Hold on a second. I have a stipulation I've read accurately to move on.
I think everybody agrees that
Okay.
that was the question, those were the questions asked, that was the answers given. Those were the answers given.
Now, again, you've already testified, and read from the transcript again, that as you were heading to Rocky, you believed he hadn't paid for those funeral expenses for ASAP Josh, right? We went through that already, right, Mr. Ephron?
I didn't care. That was weeks prior that I wrote him that. It's two different situations. You're trying to mix it up. Jabari and Josh is way different. You gotta go back to Josh's text. That was 3 weeks prior to me getting that phone call. So I just mentioned Josh. I never combined them together. Everybody wanted to combine these two together. I don't know what that man is thinking within 3 weeks.
It's a recorded conversation, too, sir.
Mm-hmm.
He said he never got closure on the Josh thing, so 3 weeks ago wouldn't have deaded that issue. Yeah, Peter Steele says Joe has taken over the prosecution table.
On that same interview with the district attorney, Engel, in November of 2022, you said, talking about Josh's overdose, and it was a big thing where Rocky said he was going to pay for Josh, body to get flown to New York. It never happened. So, and I'm becoming successful. So I wrote him, and I just wrote him like, yo, bro, that's mad F up like this, that, and the third. Like I got myself out of mad situations. So I'm just like venting, and nothing bad, nothing like threatening, nothing, you get what I'm saying? So basically I'm just like cutting ties, like it's smoke and mirrors, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay. I know, I'm just reading your transcript. I'm not asking if you get what I'm saying. So, you continue. Rocky, Engel, I'm sorry, DA Engel. Rocky essentially says he's going to pay for the transport of the body from, you get flown back to New York, it doesn't happen. You answer, right, it didn't happen. So that's a year later, according to you, still didn't think it happened, right?
Your Honor, relevance?
Yeah, like what are we talking about? Who's talking?
Relevance is when he went there.
I said overruled, so
Oh.
it's a fair question.
Sorry, go ahead, sir. On November 6, 2021, you still didn't think Rocky had paid for this, correct?
I don't recall. I don't know how that's relevant.
Yeah, that's the judge over there, so I'm just asking you.
Okay, but I don't recall.
Well, you just heard could I have a stipulation I heard accurately from the
Yeah, but that does not have nothing to do with the case.
We already stipulated.
Okay.
So yes, you read accurately the transcript.
And that was 1 year later. Just a few weeks earlier, I'm going to remind you something. A few weeks earlier, on October 16th, 2021, you saw the text where you text, "Hi, Wally. If Rocky don't do this shit for this boy funeral, I'm going to beat that N-word up." You remember that text, right?
That was asked and answered.
You remember that text, right?
I don't recall.
You don't recall that text that we put up here?
Like, sir. Has nothing to do with the case. I'm so confused what's going on.
Take a look. You recall it now?
I don't recall.
Take a look.
I see it. I see it. You ain't got to
You
look
can
at me.
read that?
I can see it.
What's the last line say? Oh, no. You were looking over here.
But I've seen this already.
I know you have. Take that. Okay. So as you're heading, now let's get to the hotel. As you're heading to the W Hotel in Rocky at 10:08 p.m., you sent them a message saying you were in front of Trader Joe's. We saw that, right?
Yes.
And at that time you sent that message, you were actually still on your way. I think you testified to, right? You were walking down Argyle Avenue, and that's when you encountered Rocky.
I don't know when that text message. Wait, say it again, please.
You were on the way to Trader Joe's, and you were on the way to Trader Joe's, you sent them that message.
And I sent them that message because the W is right next to Trader Joe's. And yeah.
But you eventually encountered Rocky as you were walking down Argyle Avenue, right?
Yeah, correct.
And even before the events depicted on the video, as you approached, there were words you said between you and Rocky from as far as 40 feet away from one another, right?
What?
As you approached Rocky, there were words you said.
I didn't say nothing. He said something to me, but okay.
What did he say?
He said, "What's up now, pussy?"
Okay. And that was from 40 feet away, he told Detective Manfrey, right?
I can't recall like what the. I know when I heard him, I seen him.
How far away was he?
I can't really recall right now.
And according to you at the time, Rocky was just standing at a building when you approached him, right?
No, I said I heard him. I heard him, and then he started like he was walking. I heard him.
That's a good question, which is, according to you and what you told Detective Flores, Rocky was just standing at a building when you finally approached him, correct?
No, I never said that.
You never said it to Detective Flores?
I don't recall.
Okay, you don't recall. And even though you claim Rocky made this remark to you as you guys were coming towards each other, you didn't turn around and leave when he said that, right?
Say what?
Okay. Even though Rocky...
When he said whatever he said, I didn't turn around and leave?
Right, that's my question.
No.
You continued to approach him, right?
I mean, what's wrong with that?
I just asked you if you could...
Yeah, I did.
And you've seen on the video, you show the initial encounter with Rocky outside that parking garage, right?
Correct.
Okay. And it's your testimony he grabbed you first?
Yes, it is.
With his right hand, you said?
He grabbed me with his right?
Yeah.
No, I don't know. I just know I lifted up my left. I know I just had my left up and I'm right.
Correct, the witness has extended his left hand outward, Your Honor.
Well, which hand did Rocky grab you with first?
I mean, we got to go back to the video if you want to play it. We can play it 100 times.
Okay. So it's your testimony that the first person seen moving hand on that video is Rocky?
I mean, we could play it back.
Okay, as you sit here, you have an independent recollection from watching that video. Who's the first person on that video to move their hand?
Your Honor, is the question, does he have a recollection from watching the video?
That was the question.
Does he have a recollection of what actually happened?
Do you remember, can you put yourself at the scene, can you put yourself in the parking lot? All right.
No, it's not the parking lot. It's the parking garage.
All right, parking garage. Can you put yourself in there in your mind's eye?
I don't want to lie and say that.
I know. Can you put yourself in your mind's eye there?
Say the question again?
Sure. As you're sitting here now, I was actually referring to his recollection of the video, because it's a long time ago, like you said. You just saw the video yesterday, right?
Seen the video a lot.
A lot. Do you recall, as you're sitting here, testifying, from the video, whose hand moves first, yours or Rocky's?
Your Honor, questions about the video are irrelevant It's a piece that which the jury will evaluate.
Yes.
Oh, yes, sir?
Yes, sir.
I mean, can we play it?
Sure.
Alright, so they've got like 40 minutes before court will wrap up for the day, I think, so. We still haven't gotten to shots fired, so. We're gonna do cross-exam on a Friday.
We'll mark it, it's the same video, but we'll mark it as defense video on.
Same video?
And, yes, the garage.
I show it as M as in Mary. Alex, was there an M?
I believe it's M. I've got the next M, Your Honor.
Do you have an, is
I
the
do
next
not-
one M as in Mary or N as in Noah?
I do not have an M as in Mary.
Okay, the next one is M as in Mary.
Okay. So we will now, sir, play that video for you, that portion of it. I want you to look at the video and watch it and tell me whose hand you see moving first.
The arm thing, this is important.
Rocky, I'm blocking. Like,
Panic,
again?
panic. This is critical.
It's kind of blurry down here.
Again? Sure.
You gotta play it again, but it's hard to say. I know I need to put my hands on him.
So
I know that for a fact.
here's my
so-
question, Steph. Let me just make sure you understand. According to this video, which is the evidence that this jury is looking at,
Whatever you want to try to do.
what's that say?
I said whatever you want to try to do.
I want to try to ask you a question.
Okay.
Okay? According to this video that you just looked at, according to the video, the only video we have, whose hand moves first is my question. You want to see
I
that?
can't see the other person. You're saying who here moves first. We have to see both parties.
According to the video, which is the evidence.
All right, he's answered, he can't tell. Ask another question.
Okay. You want to see it again?
I can't tell.
Okay.
Yeah, let's run it back. My bad on the chat. Let's run back this last. Let's go back to the video up on the screen. We'll watch it again. Let's go right to when they put it up on the screen. Doo-doo-doo. But let's look at this video. And guys, this is critical because again, if in jury instructions, they can ask the jury to consider, you know, if Rocky ends up shooting at him later, you think it was a real shooting, he used the firearm, was it justified in self-defense or defense of others? This is Joe Tacopina trying to get him to say or let the jury decide for themselves that the arm reaching up, it was the first arm that made contact. It was Relli first, not Rocky. Prosecution's arguing the opposite. So this is a critical point for the jury to determine. What do you guys think?
That portion of it. I want you to look at the video and watch it and tell me whose hand you see moving first.
I mean, obviously you can't see Rocky. I'm blocking. Like, play it again?
Sure.
It's kind of blurry down here.
Again? Sure.
You gotta play it again, but it's hard to say. I know I need to put my hands on him.
So
I know that for a fact.
here's my
so-
question, Steph. Let me just make sure you understand. According to this video, which is the evidence that this jury is looking at,
Whatever you want to try to do.
what's that say?
I said whatever you want to try to do.
I want to try to ask you a question.
Okay.
Okay? According to this video that you just looked at, according to the video, the only video we have, whose hand moves first, is my question. You want to see
I
that?
can't see the other person. You're saying who here moves first. We have to see both parties.
According to the video, which is the
All right, he's answered, he can't tell. Ask another question.
Okay, you want to see it again?
I can't tell.
Okay. You testified that, well, let me ask you this question. Do you see Rocky's right hand coming up after
Play it again.
your left hand is up? Go ahead.
What are we looking
Take a
at?
look, take a look. There you go.
Wait, play it back.
Okay.
Play the whole thing. He's grabbing me. You see him literally grabbing my arm, bro.
Okay.
Like, you see him tugging at me.
Okay. Is he coming at you here or are you
Play
pulling
it
him
back. Play it back.
Play it back.
Because I just seen it.
Okay.
So now he's acknowledging a grab, but it was definitely Rocky doing the grabbing. So now he's saying he sees the grabbing action.
Tugging at my arm. My other arm is down and I'm a righty. And I'm so big, if I wanted to fight this man and I'm getting touched, don't you think I'm gonna protect myself?
Where are your hands right now?
We're both grabbing each other at this point. Look, a second ago when my hand was down, I'm a righty. I try to stop him with my left.
Indicating right hand down, left hand
Ambidextrous. Ambidextrous.
Now, what's going on there?
Explain that one more time. If you want people to see it.
No more. Just keep on going. In argument, you can give what your version is. Mr. Lewin or Mr. Sloman can give theirs. The jury will make the final determination.
Just
Don't replay it.
No, I'm replaying. Just want to scroll forward another few seconds.
All right.
Just look. Right there, you're pulling him back. He's not pushing you, correct?
Excuse me?
Sure. The part of the video you just saw is you pulling Rocky back, correct? He's not pushing you forward, right?
Let's see it again.
Sure.
Do you want to indicate where you're pointing?
There's fabric.
So, okay.
Counsel for the record, we don't have to get the record.
And I don't, it's two men grabbing each other at this point. He initiated it.
Hold on, Sheriff. Hold on. Stop.
The record's got to show, he is showing him, and it looks like between
Just give me the
12,
seconds.
14 seconds into the video.
A little bit before 14 seconds. I agree with John. 12.
12 to 14 seconds.
Yep.
Between 12 and 14 seconds.
Okay. So it's your testimony that you are not trying to pull Rocky back.
Let me see.
Sure.
You said I pulled him back?
I'm asking you, sir.
I don't recall. I don't know what I'm answering right now. I don't recall.
Here's the question. In that video, on this street on that night, November 6, 2021, are you pulling Rocky back?
I don't recall.
You don't recall? Yes. I'm going to read your preliminary hearing transcript of November 2023.
Oh, prelim.
Page 9.
Yep, trying to get it on. Page 63 on 22 to 25.
What line? Taken the line?
22 to 25.
Okay.
Question to you. And did he do anything besides just grab the collar? Your answer. I mean, he was yanking it, and I tried, like, pulling him back, You told me that answer on the road?
That was my move. That's fine. Wait, what did you say again? Tacopina?
Stipulate, yes.
All right. The question that was just read from the preliminary hearing transcript, and the answer given by Mr. Ephron, that's what is reflected in the transcript. We are stipulating that.
Okay. Good. So, now it's your story that during this initial encounter that we just observed, Rocky pressed the gun against your stomach. Correct?
Yes, correct.
He also pressed.
He didn't touch my stomach, but he pointed it out at me. Nothing that physically touched me. He pointed it at me.
Okay, so it didn't physically touch your stomach.
No, I didn't touch my stomach. Sir.
So therefore, if it didn't physically touch your stomach,
It was in between.
If it didn't physically touch your stomach, like you just said, you wouldn't have felt the barrel of the gun against your stomach, right?
I don't know what I was feeling. Everything happened fast.
I understand.
Fast.
Right. But you just told the jury nothing physically touched your stomach. Gun did not physically touch you, right?
I don't recall, sir.
Okay. Did you not testify that you felt the barrel of the gun touching your stomach previously?
I don't recall.
Okay. I'll
You were wishy-washy about it on direct this week.
Yeah, like you gotta read, but I don't know.
No, I've been doing that, but I'll do it again. Page 63, lunch 22. No, I'm sorry, wrong one. Sorry, that's the Engel interview on November of 2022. Transcript is page 18, 178.
It's the phone interview with the DA.
The relevant portion. He's like Elijah and 12 he's off to the side. Elijah's put it away. No. He's literally, I'm feeling the barrel of the gun in my stomach. Like, do you recall saying that to the district attorney in 2022?
Say it again. Like Elijah and
This is the relevant portion.
Wait, hold on, sir. What was this? A phone call or?
Phone interview with the district attorney's office in 2022. You recall saying, I'm feeling the barrel of the gun in my stomach.
I'm feeling the barrel of the gun in my stomach. I don't recall.
Okay.
I just want to be clear, is the question whether you recall saying it, or is the question whether in fact,
I believe the question was, does he recall saying?
Correct.
Okay.
Because initially today he said nothing touched. So that was my question. Thank you. You also told detectives that in that instance that we saw in this video, not only did he put the gun to your stomach, but he also put the gun to your head. Right?
No, he didn't put no actual, because it never touched me, but he pointed it. He pointed it to my stomach, and I said that. He's trying to trip me up. He pointed it to me, to my head and my stomach, and he said he's going to kill me.
Okay. Now, this Ephron, I just read your words from the recorded conversation where you said you felt the barrel. I'm not trying to trip you up. I'm asking you if you recall.
If I'm next to him in 2 seconds, a gun can easily touch you, do anything. I don't know. But a gun
And
was
it could
pulled on
easily
me.
not.
It was pointed at me, and it was fired later.
So it was now pointed to your stomach and also to your head, right?
I'm going to object to the word now, it's argumentative.
According to you today, according to your testimony, the gun was pointed at your stomach and at your head, correct?
It was pointed at me, Mr. Tacopina.
At your stomach and at your head, right?
It was pointed at me.
Where, sir?
At my stomach and my head.
Anywhere else?
I don't recall. I don't remember.
Didn't you also tell the detectives that the gun was also pointed in the third place, your chest as well?
If he's pointed to my body, my chest, bro, all this is the same. All of this is the same. He pulled the gun out, he pointed at me, he said, I'm gonna kill you. Boom, boom, it happened quick. He pointed it. That's it.
For the record, Your Honor, when the witness said it's all the same, he made a finger as a gun, he pointed it at his stomach and his chest, indicating the stomach and the chest were all the same. Is that the court see that as lawyer line?
Sure.
Yes, I did.
So, when you're
Now, before they get into the mix of this is all supposed to pertain to the moments where they're still in physical contact with each other. Like right before we see that ending clip of that surveillance video where we see Rocky with what looks like a gun behind his back. How would you be able to tell if you guys are still in like constrained arm's lengths from each other? How is someone standing far enough back to go like this to 3 different places, like make a cross shape aiming at you. How does that happen that fast when you guys are standing that close together on video?
Describing the chest and the stomach, it's the same thing. Right.
It's not the same, but he's pointing it at me. Which one you put it? The gun's pointing at me.
And you testified that he also said, "I'll kill you right now." Right?
Yeah.
First of all, you remember those words? Specifically remember those words, sir?
I mean, he's screaming at me. He's saying, like, "I'll kill you."
Did he say those words, "I'll kill you"?
Yes.
You're sure?
Yes.
Okay. In fact, when you spoke to the district attorney only 1 year later, in November of 2022, on tape, what you said was, you don't remember what he said because it was so long ago. Isn't that true?
I mean, that's pretty much a tactic you had since day one, drag it out. But if I'm refreshed, I can remember. It's been 3 years. If he was innocent, he would be home a long time ago.
I'm sorry.
I mean, I don't know.
All right, there's no question.
But 3 years.
He's not even in custody, and you have the witness on the stand, the alleged victim, saying out loud in front of the jury, if he was innocent, he'd be home a long time ago. But they roll on. Wow.
No, stop. Just wait till he asks you a question. Why don't you ask,
That's a fair question. I think.
No, I know that, but we're almost 4 o'clock, so go ahead and finish the topic, and then we're going to take a break.
Here's the question. You swore to this jury that Rocky said to you exact words, "I'll kill you right now." Not that something like it. You remember those words you told the jury.
Yeah, that's exactly what he said.
That's exactly what he said.
Yeah, I remember.
1 year after this incident, sir. 1 year after. Not 3.5 years later, like it is now. 1 year after, you had a taped interview with the district attorney's office. And what you said to them was, and then Rocky, like, he's saying something, I don't really remember because it was just like a long time ago, so I don't really remember what he was saying.
Because I'm getting tired of talking to everybody, bro. Nothing was happening. It took them 9 months to even pursue the case.
So you didn't give me the honest answer?
It's not honest. I'm just tired.
Mr. Ephron.
I'm going to read from that transcript.
It's a stipulation that those questions were asked and those answers were given when Mr. Ephron was interviewed.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, so why don't we just take a break now?
Sure.
2 minutes, well, it's 4. All right, we're going to resume calls tomorrow at 10:30.
10:30 tomorrow, guys. 10:30 tomorrow. I mean, I don't know if they're going to come back. I don't know if they're going to deal with anything with the attorneys. I think they might be done for the day, but we'll keep it on just in case whatever happens. But yeah, and Trakeisha, absolutely at this point, in all the trials I've watched, I've never seen a judge interject, clarify, answer as much as this one. This is so over the top, and it's to the point where it's chaos in the courtroom, not just keeping the record clean or keeping things moving. So that's crazy. And an interesting time to break. He said he wanted this to be a long day. They could have gone to 4:30. But guess we're changing our mind now because the witness was getting caught up. It was getting too hectic in the courtroom. I don't know why. So, yeah, and honestly, I mean, I think they do have a full day tomorrow. Thank you for streaming, Law and Crime. Yeah, why does it sound like he's about to cry? I mean, and guys, we're still at the parking garage part. We have not gotten to when things move to the parking, the car garage, the car lot, the outdoor lot, the open air lot where the lady on the balcony then ends up saying she saw the shots fired. So, like, I don't know. I don't know if the jury will be able to have interviews. I don't know. It's usually typically like if they choose to opt in to give an interview, they can. As far as whether or not their identities, like their names will be sealed for a period of time to make it more difficult for people to reach out and ask them to speak. I don't know about any of that. But we do have a bunch of journalists in the courtroom. It's a small courtroom, so I'm sure a few people might be able to ask, like, hey, would you want to, talk about your experience? So, and it's voluntary. It's not like anyone can force a juror to give an interview. But this is just crazy. Guys, we will be doing cross-examination continued on Friday, tomorrow, 10:30 Pacific. That's going to be 1:30 p.m. Eastern time. Yeah, I don't know. As far as a directed verdict, you guys, I don't think so. You know, with a directed verdict, it's a question of sufficiency of the evidence. And is there enough evidence? Whether a jury would find it credible or not is not the question. But is there an issue as a matter of law, or is there a lack of sufficient evidence to support these two assault charges, assault with a semi-automatic firearm? And there's evidence on the record that it's up to the jury to decide if it's credible or not. I don't think the judge is going to dismiss this on a sufficiency of the evidence or as a matter of law type of scenario. So this is going to ultimately, in my opinion, make it to the jury. They will be the fact finder here. And it seems like a two-prong question that the jury will have to answer. Did these assaults with the semi-automatic firearm happen? Yes or no? And then if they say yes, they did, could this have been justified in defense of self and or defense of others? Again, we'll have to see jury instructions to see what they're actually asked, what they're instructed. But I do think we'll have that two-step. So, and there's two routes, right? First, if we don't think it happened, then we get an acquittal. If we think it happened, there could still be an acquittal because the jury could decide that it was justified. So there we go. Let's see. Shay Boogie says this is a boring case. All right. I respect it. I think it's pretty exciting because it's just like, it's a bit crazy for me to watch it play out. But I like, a key witness getting tripped up on past statements. I like watching that play out. I like watching the attorney scramble when they feel like something hurts their case. In this scenario, it happens to be the prosecution that seems to be scrambling. These constant stipulations, guys, to me, that's strategic on the DA's part. It's John Lewin making those stipulations. By stipulating, that eliminates the need for the witness to sit there and read something on the transcript and recite it out loud, right? So rather than have the whole thing recited and get it on the record, which the prosecution seems to think would not be good for their case, for the jury to hear these things read out loud or spelled out, they're stipulating to it and then having Joe just ask questions about it, right? So I think that's why we're seeing so many stipulations. It's strategic more than it is just mutual, cool, we'll agree to that for the sake of it. Let's see. Yeah, Granddad Gaming says it's exciting, but we were spoiled with YSL. There were some boring days with YSL too. So there were definitely some boring days with YSL, but moments that were like stuff you'll never see in a courtroom again. Yeah, allegedly, maybe I agree. It's crazy that it went this far. And again, I'm still going to stick by what I'm saying. Like, both of them, you never know. You think you're going to get together, fight like men, get the energy out, and things go back, you guys clean it up. Just because that can happen doesn't mean that it's going to happen in every scenario. So maybe be smart and avoid that entirely. Some people can't handle a fist fight. Some people can't handle losing, and they'll take it to another level. So always got to think ahead because some things you can't reverse. Respectfully, me says let's liven it up a bit. Let's set an interjection clock for the judge. That'd be fun. That would be very fun. Yeah, Martha, the video of Relli following, right? We're not even to that moment in time yet on this cross-examination. And I bet when we get there, we're going to hear the word preliminary. We're going to say what Relli said about it in the preliminary hearings or maybe in an interview with the DA's office. But some type of what he said previously versus what he testified to on direct or is answering now in cross-examination. We've got all these little chapters to still get through the rest of this. And I think each step of the way, the defense has something prepared to be ready to impeach this witness with. And it's like so overwhelming to this point. Every step, every question, there's like an inconsistency around the corner. So It's definitely been a day. Peter Ortiz joining us late. It has been a crazy day, Peter. This has been some interesting cross-examination. Interesting cross-examination. It's great to see you. I'm sorry, I feel like you missed a spicy day, but it's so good to see you anyway, even if you're getting here late. Hope you're doing well. And you're not getting my notifications. YouTube's got it out for me, I guess. I don't know if you have the bell on, but sometimes like unclicking it and putting it back on and choosing all notifications can like fix that problem. I don't know. I feel like YouTube's done that for me for a bunch of channels. I don't know what they be doing. You would think YouTube would want to tell people, right? Like, stay on our app. Yeah, Jenny says YouTube is a-hole sometimes. Now, Minnie Perkins. So the judge has taken breaks that are not for what I'm about to say, but there is an extra layer here with this court. This is in LA. The court reporters, they've unionized and they've made it so they get regularly scheduled breaks, these 15-minute breaks. Some of these other breaks, these sidebars where we can't get filmed, court's still in session, but it looks like we're on a break. Other times where he says, like, let's take a 10-minute recess. I don't think that's one of those mandated 15-minute breaks. That's a different break for whatever reason. So yes, he is still taking breaks, but some of them do have an explanation that's not really on him. So, and let's see. Also, big shout out here. You guys, I was laughing in the chat. I said FFS and Chad Diggy are fighting with the gifted memberships, just like they're the attorneys in this courtroom. What are we at for? We had 6 stop squabblings with each other, like straight out attorneys stop fighting with each other. And there were some other minor comments about like, stop it. That was kind of like to anybody at either table and maybe the witness themselves. But thank you so much, FFS and Chad Diggy. Look at these two going at it. We got one from FFS, then Chad Diggy coming back in with another. FFS back in. Cha with another jab. FS with the dodge. Chad Diggy with the right hook. FFS with the left or the right hook. Maybe he's ambidextrous. We don't know. And they're going back and forth. So big thank you to you both. Thank you so much for the support. It has been... Does anybody know what hand Relli is? Is he a lefty or a righty? Is he a lefty or a righty? We can't even get accurate testimony, consistent testimony on whether you're a righty or a lefty. That's insane to me. If you use both, just say it. But when you keep saying I'm a lefty and then I'm a righty and then I'm a righty, I use my right hand because I was a righty. Like, what? So, oh, allegedly maybe it says the court reporter changed midday today. I didn't even pay attention. Welp. Michelle says the judge has been listening to Kendrick squabble up. He has said squabble many times. Although I think the attorney, I think maybe Joe or both of them used the word squabble a few days ago. And they've all just adopted it. Jamie says he doesn't know what hand he uses either. He doesn't know. It's just crazy. I see we've got Jim in the chat. Shout out to Jim. Hope you're doing well. Let me go up. It seems too dumb for me to even enjoy. Yeah, I think if you were following along with this, you would be in all caps all day. So, yeah, and Obi points out he's a lefty the way he points at Joe and at the screen. Ooh, African D says, give him the setup, ask him to sign something. I love that. Love that, love that, love that. That's definitely a good time. Classy Beats, also thank you, by the way, Classy Beats, for tuning in today. Guys, Classy is going to be talking about a little bit of the YNW Melly stuff. I'm assuming talking about this great cross-examination and fun, consistent testimony in his morning show tomorrow. So make sure you check that out. He should be pinned at the top of this chat. He's been there for a while. He's also giving the reminder here, 500 likes are missing from this video. Hit that thumbs up. Also, it's the time of day. Let me know if you see someone live, if you want me to redirect to somewhere specific. Let it be known in the chat. We can set up a redirect and go on a trip somewhere. Jennifer Devine says, Relli is the worst hustler ever. And that might be why we have this earworm. We don't actually know, and Relli didn't testify, yes. But we have a suggestion through Tacopina's questioning that on the day of this incident, his girlfriend Lydia is calling him a fraud. So, I mean, it's one of those things the jury hears. Technically, it's not evidence because it's just the attorney's questioning. But yeah, Jennifer Devine, I mean, jury has some earworm that his own girl is calling him a fraud. So if there's some prostitution, she's giving you $24K cash, and you've got nothing. Yeah, it doesn't seem like you're very good with the hustling. So, Keisha, have a great night. Martha says, I like all caps, no anger. Do you guys need a 60-second all caps? It's been a long time. Surprised I didn't think of it. There you go, you guys. Have a 60 seconds all chat. Have me and Classy hugged and made up. Look, we were never really beefing. It was never a real beef. My, see you tomorrow. Yes, again, 1:30 Eastern time tomorrow. A Friday cross-examination. Positive Q says he can't handle the truth, LOL. And like some things, I get it, like you might not want to admit, but sometimes you just gotta concede. You can't just lie out of pride, right? I understand that someone could be completely in the right about a situation and there might be some embarrassing things that they don't want to let people know or say out loud, right? It happens. But at the same time, if you want to come off as being credible, if you choose lying to save your pride, you're giving up your credibility. And he wasn't willing to concede to very much at all. So not a good look, not a good look. I'm with you, Positive Q. Thanks for the super chat. Jennifer Devine says Rocky feels alone a lot because of people like Telly. Telly. Oh, man. Yeah, and I mean, I think that's something that might be extremely commonplace when someone rises to fame out of a friends group. But it's also something that's relatable, you know, friends groups that never have to deal with someone becoming a multi-millionaire, marrying a billionaire. It happens with regular, everyday people, too. Hurt feelings can just take everything left. So, yeah, just like this. Classy, I don't know when we were fake beefing. But it was all for show, you guys. It was all for show. It was all for show. Thank you so much, Jennifer. FFS says this was the Temu version of Lil Woody. And that's the thing, as soon as the I Don't Recalls came out, like the chat's like, oh boy, he learned from Woody's playbook. But it really doesn't matter. I mean, when you have these statements from another point in time when you were under oath or giving a sworn statement, if you say I don't recall, you're not just going to be able to block something coming in on a foundational issue because it's a court record, right? So it's different. We hear that call, I don't think that was me. That's not an official court record or anything. If he's not going to lay foundation for that evidence, I can see why it might not come in unless they call that other party to lay foundation. But guys, that I don't recall doesn't work for everything. It does not work for everything. So, let's see. Now, Law and Order New York says, I think he was just hoping for a civil case, not a criminal case. And I thought it was interesting. He made some commentary towards the end of these last series of questions here. Like, you know, I was tired of talking because it took them like 9 months to start doing anything. And that might be relatable, right? Cops can move slowly. Investigations can move like molasses. But I don't know. It's kind of weird for me to take that context in when we just heard you waited to bring shell casings in for a few days. Your priority was texting Rocky and his manager first. You also waited to turn in your phone, and you turned in your phone to somewhere else, right? So taking issue with the time frame of things playing out when you've tried to carefully curate the timeline in your favor, your point, I appreciate your point in open context, but in the context here, it seems hypocritical. It seems hypocritical. So, it's a time. Touche says this judge's personality is too much of a presence in my opinion. It's the way he speaks and the tone. It's too much sometimes. Seems like it could influence the jury. And, you know, I'm not minding it because I'm not in the courtroom, but I do think it could influence the jury. And I'm not sure which way I think it could influence the jury. there's been a lot of times where him pumping the brakes on what Relli was about to say, Relli could have spilled some beans that would have been very helpful to the defense. And judge pumped the brakes on that. At the same time, I imagine the jury can hear the objections from John Lewin, but some people might not like Joe Tacopina's louder personality. He'll laugh out loud as if to show that what the witness just said was so ridiculous. And I might personally agree what the witness just said was ridiculous, but maybe the jury doesn't like the attorney doing that. And John Lewin's quieter. So these moments where the judge is lashing out, it could seem like the prosecutor's getting bullied by both the judge and the defense attorney. And that could make a juror sympathetic to the prosecutor, right? So I think it could influence the jury, but I'm really not sure which way. And it is a lot. It is a lot. So crazy, crazy. Chloe Albert-Treven says the judge sounds like he's in doggy daycare. No, stop. Sit, little Tick, sit down. Calm them down. Calm them down. I think the judge was relieved those few moments where they had to have the tech get worked out when they wanted to play a video. I think he felt like, all right, everybody just needs to sit and wait. It's a moment of peace and quiet while we get this exhibit up. Oh boy. Shout out to the doggy daycares out there. FFS says, why does it look like he wants to just tap out right now, crawl under the witness stand, and go to sleep? I mean, I can't imagine testifying being easy, but trying to testify when you've said one thing here, and one thing here, and then you've got to answer live on the stand again today without trying to trip up what you said here, and here, and those things don't match up. Whether he put himself there or not, no matter what, definitely a stressful scenario. So he definitely gave off that body language like he just wanted to keep his head hung down, walk out of the room. Let's double check. Did we get any footage of someone leaving the courtroom? Let's see. Yeah, I don't know if we have any videos. What do we have? All right, so we have Mel recapping what we saw. Oh, well, we saw these text messages pretty clear. This specific exhibit was clear on the screen. I thought for a moment we had some of the other exhibits clearer. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think we have any updates on everybody leaving the court yet, but we'll refresh before we end the stream to see if there's like, here's them walking out. FFS, thank you so much. Gifting 5 more memberships. I gotta update this. Hold on now. Hold on. We've got 46 new members. Holy moly. Let me get this updated. And big thank you to FFS. Guys, you know the drill. FFS makes it so easy to say thank you in the chat. It's 3 letters. And it's 3 letters. You get a free pass to curse under the guise of just using the letter FFS. So there we go. Update that. Big thank you to FFS. Appreciate all that you do. Again, not just to support this channel, but you really do support so many other people that are on YouTube. And I love that because, you know, when I get out of here, I love having a place to go. And you keep other people I love going and going and going. So lots of love here for FFS. Peter Ortiz, hold on, we gotta update the banner again. And you guys know, with Peter Ortiz, you can drop the boom emojis. The boom, 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 whatever. Peter, did you see the boom, 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 whatever testimony? Because I think we need to use boom, 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 whatever when you enter the room as a new recall to that boom emoji. So let's get this update. We'll get Peter Ortiz in here. I really think that boom, 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 whatever was one of my favorite little bits. It was like so New York. So New York. I really did like it. Let's see. Okay, so you're saying you loved it. So okay, you did hear it. Yeah, that's Peter Ortiz's new slogan now, guys. Boom, 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 whatever. Yeah, Yeah, Law and Order, this is exactly it. When you tell the truth, you don't need a good memory. And there are certain things that I wouldn't expect people to remember. And when it seems like someone's trying too hard to remember something, that raises an eyebrow too. Let's see. Yeah, you know, Betsy says, but Tacopina was just a sweetheart today. Guess it was strategic, but he controlled himself really well. I really do think he's still, like, if we had like a even playing field, like a bell curve of excitability of attorneys, I think I could have seen Joe Tacopina being way on the higher end of the bell curve, but he was closer towards the middle today. He was still above average on the animation that you'd see from a typical attorney in the courtroom, but it was definitely, I think, way less than it could have been. So there was he wasn't standing at the podium rocking and swinging his arms. So I think you make a good point here. Yeah, the boom, 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 whatever. And also, thanks so much. Lots of love here. Showing love to FFS and also love to Cha Diggy as well. She was back there sparring, throwing out the gifts. Positive Q, thanks so much. Says, thank you, Kat, for your patience and professionalism. You know, honestly, I do feel like some of these trials are real serious and I do get goofy. I do think, you know, you need humor in certain moments. But it means a lot you're thanking me for the professionalism, because at the end of the day, I do want it to be a kind experience here in the chat. I do want it to be informative, even if we do get silly. So thank you for the positivity, positive Q. And then, holy moly, Peter Ortiz with the 50 super chat says, I will never get tired of your coverage and content. And we're getting the green hearts. We're getting the throwback to the green heart. So thank you so much, Peter Ortiz. This is so nice. And I do want to say, if you missed it, we've done a little exercise where, you know, if something moves the needle for you, you can use something green to signal that was good for the defense. So I think the green hearts will box off as being a relic of the YSL trial. Doesn't necessarily mean someone's saying they think the needle moved in favor of the defense. But this is a huge supportive super chat. Thank you so much, Peter Ortiz. I also want to say a big thank you to Chloe Albert's Revenge, who, again, just like I said for FFS, Chloe, you are supporting this channel like through and through. You make so many people laugh, and it's really nice to have you bringing humor to the table in addition to the support you give this channel. But you're also over supporting so many other creators. So I don't know if Chloe's still in here for the day. I hope she is. Otherwise, I'll repeat it tomorrow. I'll repeat it tomorrow, or I'll tell her when I see her out in these YouTube streets later on tonight. But it's super, super nice to be able to have a place to go watch other creators, see you guys in there supporting them so they keep going. It's really appreciated. Oh yeah, tomorrow's Friday. YFN Lucci gets out tomorrow, guys. He's being released tomorrow. So there's that update there. God, I know I've said Friday, tomorrow's Friday a few times, but still barely realizing that tomorrow's Friday. Let's see. Allegedly, Maybe's cooking for us, you guys. She's grilling for us. And also shout out FFS sneaking in 10 more gifted memberships here. Hold on now. We got to update. Let me update this banner. I never put the banner back up. So we'll update this. We are ending with 56 new members in the Cat Collective, because that's what we are for this trial. FFS, Cha Diggy, Chloe, Jennifer Divine, Positive Q, all of you guys, Touche. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. And where are we redirecting? Oh, no, Chloe. Don't be sick, Chloe. We gotta make you soup. We gotta make you soup. Let me pull up the redirect options. And again, part of that question is, do you want to continue like ASAP content, or do you want to watch something entirely different? Customization. All right, so okay, I'm checking. Is Survivor Speaks live? Yeah, let's go over to Survivor Speaks. Survivor Speaks is reacting to Relli's testimony. Oh my god, I know she's gonna go off. Oh my goodness. So that's going to be a good time. She's funny and she's got the New York in her, so she's going to break it down. It's going to be good. So that's where we're going to redirect. But also shout out to... Okay, yeah, so we're going to go over to Survivor Speaks. But I just want to make sure if you guys see anybody else live, make sure you can shout them out. Let people know who's doing what. Big thank you to the mods. Big thank you to the mods. Thank you, Mary W. Thank you for the kind words here. I see Kimberly's new here. You've been great. Well, thank you for the kind words. I hope you're also enjoying the community. And again, the kind community is because of the chat themselves and the mods for keeping it that way. So glad to have you here. Peter Ortiz, holy moly, we're growing the collective, guys. Get some more boom, 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 whatever's in the chat for Peter Ortiz. Make sure you're saying thank you if if you're not looking at your screen and you haven't been a member, you might want to look because between FFS and Peter Ortiz in the last couple of minutes, you very well may have gotten a gifted sub. So make sure you check that out and say thank you. Use those channel emojis to your heart's content. No, Chloe, feel better. Also, send some well wishes for Chloe. She says she's got the vid, so that's never fun. Being sick is never fun. Hope you're not like losing your taste and getting all those flu symptoms. Feel better quickly. And if I can send you virtual soup some way, I will literally, if you want to email me at Take on Trending, I will send you DoorDash, Grubhub, whatever you use, and send you like soup, dinner, whatever would help you. So I feel bad when people are sick. Oh. Also, is Excited Utterance live? Shout out to Excited Utterance. Excited Utterance popped on Potentially Criminal last night and monologued. He was like, what do you think of this witness? And she just went off. Oh, she's talking about Delphi. So, Excited Utterance. And thank you also for dropping Flesh of the Gods. Is Flesh of the Gods still live? Thanks for showing Chloe some love in the chat. For real, it sucks getting sick. And I don't know, maybe I missed it, but you didn't mention it earlier. And like, it's weird when you like get through the day and you're like, no, I'm good, I'm imagining it. And then like you gotta face reality that nope, I'm actually getting sick. You try to like deny it. You're like, no, it's just like a scratchy throat. It's just I was talking too much. And then lo and behold, you're actually sick. That always sucks. Always sucks. So definitely feel better, Chloe. And again, I don't think Chloe's your real name. Sorry, I just call you Chloe for short. But I really hope you feel better. We will miss you. And Destined to Be says, congrats on 30K. Thank you so much. It's been an in and out weave, which is fine. We're gonna keep hovering at this 30K and we'll like celebrate every day because we hit 30K again. Just an excuse to party. I kind of love that. So yeah, oh, that sucks. It came out of nowhere. It's crazy. Yeah, so if you don't have anything stocked up at home, I'll literally Instacart you. Just like email me a way that I can do that. I've got all these YouTube windows up, so I think my window is jumping me around. But we can, on behalf of the chat, we can send you a care pack. Let's see. Okay, and so Flesh of the Gods just ended for the day, but also shout out to Flesh of the Gods. Flesh of the Gods played, I think it was when they initially went to arrest A$AP Rocky. He went back and like looked at some of the footage from earlier when this case was first starting to develop. He does a lot of those dig deep, rewind gems, bringing the information together. So I always love it over there. And again, you guys in the chat over there are super fun. So let's see. Also, let's see. I love 50 First Days. It's such a stupid, goofy movie. I love it. Betsy says the 30K celebration is going to be like 50 First Dates. I would love that. Seriously. I would love that. And Sunday's your birthday, Chloe. Okay, so we got to celebrate all week. If you are still sick on Sunday, we're going to celebrate your birthday the whole week after because it doesn't count. It's not really your birthday if you're not feeling good. So we've either got to get you right Or we're gonna celebrate a whole extra week, so no. All right, we're gonna love for Chloe here. We will be celebrating you all day next week, every day next week, all day. And that sucks. That definitely sucks, but I'm so serious. The chat can send you, I mean, I've got to make sure logistically I have a way to get something to you, but if you want to send something to me by email, I just dropped it in the chat. Think of it as a care package from the chat. We'll send you some stuff. There is nothing worse than being sick and like not having soup and medicine and whatever at home. Yeah, and I echo Peter here. We love you, Chloe. So, all right, we're going to go over, let's show Survivor Speak some love. We're going to go over there. And because Chloe's not feeling good, we're going to end with an ABCs of Steel. So we're going to get this outro here. I hope the music brings you good health, Chloe, and to all. Email me for real. And see you guys over in Survivor Speaks or tomorrow, 10:30 Pacific, 1:30 Eastern, for continued cross-exam of Relli. You guys all, please take care. Please take care.
A as in Alicia, and B, Your Honor, as in Barry. C as in Colette.
G as in Goldfeather. K as in Kittens. M as in Magic. P as in Perfect. C as in Colette. U as in Unbelievable. V as in Victory. W as in Wonderful.
O for objection. S for sustain. E for buffering. E for Pepto-Bane. S for slime, my friend, and you as in what you mean. I as in I don't recall. M as in may I sleep. All the ABCs of steel makes me feel so real. Yeah, they keep on spinning round. Never gonna let me down. G for gavel slams down P. T for tell him anything. R for rights we stand. I for infinity. Life's a courtroom dance. Keep your stances strong. With ABCs of steel, you can never go wrong. Oh, the ABCs of steel makes me feel so real. Yeah, they keep on spinning round. Never gonna let me down. Of steel makes me feel so real. Yeah, they keep on spinning round. Never gonna let me down. Oh, the ABCs of steel makes me feel so real. Yeah, they keep on spinning round. Never gonna let me down. 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 Never gonna let me down.
Okay, I'm back for a Freebird encore. I saw this super chat from Touche. My bad, I missed it. But Touche says the pouting witness sways the judge, just like Love's pouting used to sway Glanville. It's frustrating. Yeah, and it seems like that's that protective, I got your back, stop it, attorney, stop barking at the witness. So, sorry I missed this. This is an encore. Big thank you to Touche, and I agree. I don't want to remember Love. but it is reminiscent of that. With that being said, if you come over with us to Survivor Speaks, hit that like button, say hello, and see you guys tomorrow. Bye, guys.